Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku became the hired assassin? Part 1. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
He reasoned that it was fitting that a funeral day would be rainy, gloomy, overcast, with a grave digger who appeared bored and fine mist falling upon him. They were the only survivors of an unimpressive funeral. Only their principal, her sister, and grandmother had attended. The only people who seemed to care were him and those three. With a pathetic glance at the boy, the gravedigger said, "Hey kid. It's been 3 hours since the service ended, I gotta get to work." Izuku took a step back and gave the grave a final glance before leaving, mumbling, "Yeah. I get it." He returned to his apartment on foot, soaking wet and a little shivering. He opened the door and entered the quiet, realizing that his mother was likely at her second job and that he wouldn't see her for at least a few more hours. Before entering the shower, Izuku sighed and kicked off his shoes and peeled off his damp clothes, leaving them in the bathroom. He was dressed for bed and showered in a matter of seconds, but he hesitated at the door, before pushing it open at last. When he received the news, he walked between the cardboard boxes he had been packing up his hero memorabilia in, and some of them smiled at him. His gaze then wandered to a collection of pictures on one of his shelves. It showed him and a girl with brown hair and soft green eyes in a variety of poses. In some, they were laughing while running, while in others, they were hanging off of each other, sweating profusely but with bright eyes and broad smiles. In one, he blushed in the middle of the act as she planted a kiss on his cheek. Izuku sighed and collapsed back on his bed, gazing up at the ceiling as his thoughts returned to the moment he had first met her 3 years prior. Kachan had beaten him up once more, roughing him up and setting off multiple explosions, leaving his clothing smoldering and his body covered in tiny burn marks. Izuku chose to lie where he had fallen beneath a tree rather than return home, lacking the energy to get to their feet. "Are you okay?" He had to open his eyes to look at the young girl who was staring down at him after hearing the soft voice. Despite being similarly roughed up, the girl managed to smile and extend her hand. "Let me help you." After reluctantly taking her hand and getting to his feet, he let her fuss over him for a while before he summoned the confidence to ask, "Why did you help me? Do you know what Kachan will do when he finds out?" She grabbed his hand and said, "I don't care. Besides, quirkless have to stick together, right?" she asked. After his eyes widened, Izuku smiled shyly and said, "Right. I'm Miya Watanabe. Izuku Midoriya." Since then, he and Miya had been inseparable, always going for walks together or sitting together in class when allowed. She was the one who convinced him to begin training for UA years before he was even allowed to apply, and it was because of her that he started to regain confidence that he believed he had never had before, standing up to Bakugo and his thugs whenever he attempted to bully Miya or himself. But now that she was gone, Izuku couldn't shake the memory of her. After living such a difficult life, it was inevitable that it would happen eventually. Set off a suicide warning. When another bully named Yoroshi held him up and tried to take Izuku's food so he wouldn't have to pay for his own tray, Izuku had volunteered to go get their lunch because Miya was having a rough day. He made sure her favorites were on the trays before joyfully making his way to the stairs. As usual, Izuku fought back, nearly starting a fight until a sickening thud echoed through the air. It seemed like an eternity as I turned to face the source of the noise and saw the pavement covered in blood, the girl's body broken and motionless, and her long brown hair spreading out around her like a halo. Izuku pressed past the bullies, dropped the tray, and ran to her side, begging an unidentified god that it would be someone other than his best friend. The paramedics arrived on the scene to find Izuku screaming in grief and crying uncontrollably as he held Miya's blood-stained body close to him. No god responded that day. Izuku shook his head in an attempt to forget. Was it his fault? Would she still be alive if he had simply stayed by her side and ignored lunch? He hadn't even considered his phone since that day a week ago, but he slowly picked it up and pressed the button, his eyes watering at the sight of an unanswered voicemail. "Hello." Izuku stared at his phone and froze when he heard Miya's voice. "I'm sorry for the pain I caused you, and I'm sorry I couldn't stay to watch you kick Bakugo's ass at the UA entrance exam next year, but I can't keep going. It's a chore to wake up every day, and the hate and hateful remarks only get worse every day. But don't think about me for too long, okay? You're stronger than I ever was, and I know you'll persevere and bounce back. I love you, Izu." After the voicemail ended, Izuku was left silent as tears began to trickle down his cheeks. "I'm not strong. Damn it, I'm not strong," he sobbed, curling up on his bed and remaining motionless as his sobs sapped his energy and sent him into a restless sleep. Red eyes scanning the incoming crowd. Bakugo Katsuki waited at the school's entrance. Most of them were laughing and joking as usual, not giving a thought to what had transpired a week earlier. He was more impacted by it than he wanted to acknowledge. He had been harassing Deku and his friend with the brown hair on a regular basis. He hadn't held back and had said things to them that made him want to fold his head in shame, but he couldn't be weak, not now, not ever. The crowd gradually thinned as the minutes passed, until Bakugo was by himself in front of the building, his eyes trailing a lone figure making his way to the school. Unlike Bakugo, this boy had no qualms about letting his head drop. He didn't even glance at Bakugo as he passed him, which caused the blonde boy to tremble a little. Izuku. The boy stopped, not turning around as Bakugo approached him, and Bakugo called out, "Listen." He paused, sighing, I'm sorry about what happened to Watanabe. That. Izuku whispered, "Don't you dare apologize." Bakugo heard his voice, which sounded exhausted and lifeless. "Look, Izuku. Avoid it. You don't get to apologize or act like you cared the entire time, not after how you treated us," Izuku yelled, turning to glare at Bakugo. Izuku walked away, leaving Bakugo alone in the hallway. Not after, he stopped, threatening to cry, and angrily wiped them away. "You're not a friend," he muttered. "So there's no reason for you to even attempt to apologize. Just leave me alone." When he finally looked down, he whispered, "Damn it, Deku, that's not it at all." Izuku went through the day like a zombie, barely responding when the teachers tried to discuss what had happened. He dismissed them with a chilly indifference until he finally lost his temper with his homeroom teacher. Why should you care about what happened now when you didn't care about it before? He just wanted to go home and didn't want to deal with any of this, so he screamed at his teacher and stomped out of the room, with the last bell of the day following a few seconds later. Not by themselves. Before the inevitable occurred, he had reached the bridge. From his position between Izuku and the bridge tunnel, Yoroshi sneered, "Hey Deku. We didn't finish our game." Izuku said, "I'm not in the mood," without even giving the bully a glare. He pushed past the boy and his friends, who all sneered and laughed at him, and muttered, "Move." "What? No longer a big shot? What? No quirk, no life?" Yoroshi chuckled as he pushed Deku and forced him to strike the ground hard. "And no girlfriend now? What a shame. Perhaps you ought to jump off a roof like Watanabe did, it would be a..." Izuku's fist was driving into his stomach, so he didn't finish his sentence. "Stop talking." Two of his goons attempted to grab Izuku, but he drove a knee into one's sternum and brought his elbow down on the other's shoulder, dislocating it with a sickening crunch. Before jumping on Yoroshi, straddling the boy's waist as he balls up the front of his shirt and lifts the disoriented boy up and drives his other fist into the boy repeatedly, punctuating each punch with a screamed word, Izuku screamed. "Keep out of your mouth. Her name," he growled and cocked his fist back for another blow, but someone grabbed his arm instead. He turned around, thinking he would see one of the thugs, but instead he saw a tall man wearing green cargo pants and a white shirt. "Young man, calm down there." Without the usual jovial demeanor, the #1 hero roared, "This is no way to act." Yoroshi whimpered loudly around the blood gushing from his broken nose, saying, "All Might, he attacked me." After you made him angry, after dragging Izuku away from the boy, All Might declared, looking down at the bully with dismay, "Yes, he went too far, but you not only physically assaulted him but also made fun of him with your thoughtless suicide remarks. Happy that I didn't call the police. Now, everyone, go to the hospital and get fixed up." Bullies quickly dispersed, with only one assisting a friend before retreating. All Might turned to face the boy next to him, who was staring at the ground rather than up at him. "I'm sorry you had to hear that, young man. Are you okay?" He turned slowly and walked away, muttering, "I'm fine, thanks All Might." With a sharp pain in his heart, All Might watched the boy go, saying, "I know it's not easy right now, but it will get better one day." "Life doesn't get better, not for Quirkless. Not for me." Izuku sneered at that, causing the pro to tilt his head in bewilderment. He then carried on walking without turning around. Izuku sat at his desk that evening and gazed at the photo of him and Mia. He whispered to the photo, "It's painful, it's only been one day and I already want to end it all." He put the photo down and turned to face his empty room, where the only thing left was a single All Might poster, which was always smiling despite the boy below's feelings. Izuku silently took out his phone and listened to his friend's voice as he played the voicemail once more. "Remember that, Izu. I love you." Izuku stood up and slowly glanced at his calendar, narrowing his eyes a little as he did so. He then flipped forward 10 months to the day of the UA entrance exam, when Mia had written, "Izuku's big day. I'm going to make you proud, Mia. At least one more time. After 10 months. As Bakugo entered the UA campus, he scanned the area for that recognizable mop of green hair. With the exception of Yoroshi never again approaching Izuku and Izuku ceasing to fight the few bullies who continued to pursue him, not much had changed in the 10 months since Mia Watanabe's death. Bakugo had expressed his worries to his mother, who merely advised him to make an effort to support Izuku. He's going through a hard time, and needs to know that he still has friends who care for him, she had stated. Unfortunately, Bakugo lacked the confidence to inform her that they had not been friends for years. Nevertheless, he made an effort to support the boy. Sitting quietly with him during lunch, offering to take him to the arcade and even to train with him, but he consistently declined. Bakugo continued to hope that his old friend would change his mind. Observing his friend's gradual transformation over the months, as his muscles grew larger and more defined, his hair grew longer, and he became more withdrawn and cold. He would occasionally arrive at school with bruises and other injuries, dismissing any inquiry about what had happened. Bakugo. The green-eyed boy glared at the blonde as he turned around and stared at Izuku. Wearing blue jeans and a black muscle shirt, he carried a long bag on his back and had his hair pulled back in a loose ponytail past his shoulders. Before avoiding his opponent and making his way to the door, he muttered, "You're blocking the entrance." Izuku was forced to stop when Bakugo said, "I was doing that a lot, wasn't I? Trying to block the entrance." With a slightly softer gaze, Izuku turned to face him and said, "Don't worry about it." He then turned to leave. "I don't." With a sigh, Bakugo followed the boy into the auditorium and sat down next to him. He waited against the wall outside until the boy left, having sat through the entrance exam explanation and even completed the written section before Izuku. As the boy passed, Bakugo couldn't help but ask, "You're not here to do something stupid, are you?" The boy didn't stop, so Bakugo followed him. Izuku remarked as they arrived at the buses, "If that was the plan, I wouldn't have waited 10 months. This was their final opportunity to speak before the practical. They wouldn't see one another again until the following day at school. Don't worry, I'm just gonna blow your score out of the water." After a moment of sneering at that, Bakugo looked thoughtful and said, "If anyone could, it would be you." He then said, "Good luck, Izuku." Bakugo then started to leave. "Goodbye, Kachan." The bus pulled away from the curb, taking the boy away, and Bakugo was left alone to feel fear for the first time in a long time. Bakugo froze, dread beginning to seep into the pit of his stomach as he turned around again to ask why Izuku would say goodbye. Izuku grunted as he put his bag down and opened it, revealing tactical gear and guns inside as he gazed at the massive gates that would lead them into the battle center. As he put on a plate carrier, he considered his plans. He had spent 10 months training his body to be the most fit of his age, using weapons of all kinds until he could pick one up at random and handle it like a pro. Set up a sniper position, eliminate as many bots as you can, and don't worry about the other candidates. Since the conclusion of the written exam, he had been repeating this mantra in his mind, and he was determined to adhere to it strictly. As he slipped magazines into their pouches, he cleared and checked his ump. 45. Looking down the holographic sights with the barrel pointing away from everyone, then checked the foregrip and built-in suppressor before putting it down and taking out 2 Beretta M9 pistols, which he had modified himself once he was good enough to shoot. The trigger system allowed for a 3-round burst, and the 7 barrel had been swapped out for a 9 barrel and compensators for increased velocity and range. He twirled them in his hands before holsters them in the drop holsters he had strapped on before taking out the gun he had saved for 10 months. He had spent most of his money on a Remington 700 tactical chassis .338 rifle, bolt action, and while the customization consumed only a small portion of his savings, he was prepared for this test with a variable zoom scope, hairline trigger, bipod stand, and extended 8-round magazines. Isn't carrying all that equipment a little risky? We're fighting robots, not people, Izuku said, grabbing the .45 and getting to his feet, adjusting its sling on his right arm, and putting on a backpack. The voice was soft, feminine, and incredibly inquisitive. He didn't bother to respond as he loaded the rifle, slung it over his shoulder, and then took a tactical Tonto blade out of the bag and slid it into the polymer sheath that was mounted sideways on the back of his belt. "Ricochet, what about it?" she inquired. He looked back at her and said simply, "I'll be careful." She was about an inch taller than Mia, curvy, with pink spots on her cheeks and a warm smile. Her brown eyes were looking at the weapons with concern, but she didn't seem to have any other objections. "Well, as long as you're able to use them, correct?" she inquired. He took a pair of goggles out of his pocket and put them on, saying, "Right." Do they like your peculiarity? She giggled sheepishly and asked, I only ask because I didn't know we could bring support equipment. While she gaped at him, Izuku said, I don't have a quirk. He didn't want to know how she would react to that. He'd prefer not to hear a negative one, and he had never seen a positive one before. You're there. Izuku paused and turned to see a boy wearing what he would call a speedo, wearing glasses, and looking angry. Until the test starts, all weapons should be unloaded. Wouldn't I lose the advantage if I waited until then? Don't worry, said Izuku. They're safe. That isn't really the purpose. So, what are you trying to say? Izuku asked sardonically. Securities can malfunction. If the gun exploded, how would you respond? Cover my ears. He deadpanned, causing a few people to laugh. Really? Nothing because the gun I'm holding is silenced. How can you disregard the possible harm so completely? The boy let out a splutter. Because I know what I'm doing, and get going. Izuku immediately fled through the now open doors, hardly paying attention as President Mike described how there were no warnings in real life. His submachine gun appeared as two three-pointers rounded the corner, the low-caliber bullets pinging off its chest armor as he slid under their attacks. The gun was aimed at the unprotected joints with almost inhumane speed, turning the internal systems to slag as the bullets bounced between the armored hulls. He didn't turn around as they fell. Instead, he continued, dropping the empty magazine and reloading as he engaged a one-pointer, this time not firing until he had gotten close within the one-pointer's reach, jutting the barrel under its head and firing, separating the head before turning around and peppering the two-pointer, whose armor was thinner than the threes and easily punctured by the gunfire. Izuku carefully destroyed it and the robots that followed inside the building by reloading another charge towards a three-pointer that was lumbering inside. Well, the examinees this year are quite vivacious, aren't they? Principal Nezu said, observing the monitors and noting specific people. Don't you agree, Toshinori? All Might, who was now in his skeletal form and watching Bakugo fly through the air while bombs tore through the atmosphere as he distracted lying, attacking robots, said, yeah. Seeing who Toshinori was staring at, Nezu said, some use brute force to collect their points. He gestured to another monitor that showed Iida running through the city, attacking any robot he came into contact with, while others use coolness under pressure to excel. Pointing to a monitor in the far right corner, Snipes remarked, brute force or coolness under pressure. This kid here's got my 10. The monitor showed Izuku, now in a fifth-story window, with his rifle leaning against the windowsill, firing round after round, dispatching multiple fictitious villains without hesitation or jerky movements. Haven't seen that kind of sharpshooting since my master. Who is he? As Nezu displayed Izuku's file, Midnight inquired, forcing Powerloader to shift the video feed to the main monitor so that everyone could see it. Nezuko said, Midoriya, Izuku, which made Toshinori smile. He was one of our more promising applicants, and he was 15 years old from Aldera Middle School. Promising is right. Cementos asserts that the precision in his movement speaks of hard work and training. Vlad King asks aloud, makes you wonder what his quirk is. He's quirkless. The top pro hero was looking at the screen as if he had seen a ghost, and all of the teachers were looking at All Might in disbelief. Are you familiar with Toshinori? Nezu inquired, astonished that the man was aware of that minor detail. Know of him, yeah, he muttered, turning to face Nezu. Do you recall the Aldera kid I told you should not have applied? Yes, Yoroshi, Kaiba, you were very adamant. It's because I caught him bullying a quirkless kid, this kid. From getting bullied to being in the lead for points, Midnight thought, impressive. Actually, he had tackled Yoroshi after a certain insensitive comment, and had to pull him off the boy. Toshinori replied. Ectoplasm said, hot temper. Could be dangerous. How did he get the weapons he's using now? He is far below the legal limit. If he sought out a trainer, then he'd have access to a veritable arsenal. Snipes added, and if he filled out the proper paperwork, he'd have been able to exploit a legal loophole in regards to support equipment. Midnight remarked, but he doesn't have a quirk. Wouldn't that disqualify him from support equipment? Technically, since he's listed his quirk as quirkless, he can have access to a wide variety of support equipment. According to Nezu, it's a loophole that's rarely exploited by the quirkless part of society. As the other teachers talked about Midoriya, Toshinori whispered to Nezu, we'll have to watch him closely. You say that, but why? That Yoroshi boy who had been bullying him made reference to a suicide case. Toshinori murmured, the situation didn't feel right, so I went to the school for further inquiry. He glanced down. The girl who had killed herself was young Midoriya's girlfriend. Nezu sighed. Well then, we may need to inform Hound Dog to follow the boy, make sure he doesn't do anything reckless. Izuku reloaded his rifle for the final time, aiming down the sights and looking around. He knew he had more than enough points to pass at this point, so he was just observing the other applicants. The majority of the robots had already been eliminated. He shifted his eyes away from the brown-haired girl who had spoken to him prior to the test, who appeared to be having difficulty now that the time was running out. "Not my concern," he muttered. He jumped away from the window to avoid the glass after an explosion shattered the windows around him. When he got close to the window again, he saw the zero-pointer and complained, "That's certainly an obstacle." He turned to go to the stairs. "Assist, please." Izuku stopped, turning his head to look out the window, and raised his rifle to look around. He swore when he saw the same girl from earlier, now buried beneath debris, and he angrily slung his rifle onto his shoulder before starting to head back to the stairs. "It's not my problem, it's not my problem," he complained, coming to a slow stop. "God fucking damn it." When his boots hit the floor, he sprinted to the window, pulled out a rope, and anchored it on a nearby pipe before throwing the remainder out the window and using it to rappel quickly down to the street. "I'm present," as he slid to a stop next to her and cleared the debris as quickly as he could, he said. She whimpered and stared in terror as the zero-pointer bared down on them, saying, "I think my ankle's broken." "You'll be fine, I'm gonna get you out of here," he said, looking over his shoulder. "Don't look at that, look at me," he told her, forcing her to turn her terrified eyes to her rescuer. "I'm going to lift this slab, and when I do, I want you to pull your leg out, okay?" "Oh, okay." Her voice trailed off. 1, 2, 3, Izuku shouted as he raised the slab a little and pushed with his legs. The girl swiftly removed her leg. "I understand," she gasped and cried as Izuku abruptly lifted her up, the firefighter carrying her while he ran. She looked at him in shock, thinking that this strange adolescent was doing everything in his power to save her. As the zero-pointer smashed through a nearby building, sending debris directly at them, she heard a grinding sound and looked up, her eyes widening. "Watch out!" Izuku threw her forward, out of the worst of the debris, while his legs were pinned, and she screamed as the rubble crashed into them. With a grunt of effort and adrenaline, Izuku pushed the rubble off his legs and screamed in agony, "Fuck." He squinted as he saw blood already starting to seep through the denim and then turned to face the girl, who was blearily attempting to sit up, before turning to face the zero-pointer, which was already pursuing him. Even as the girl screamed for him to move, he felt a strange calmness descend upon him, and he allowed his muscles to relax as all of the tension, rage, and pain drained from him. He gazed at the enormous arm that was bearing down on him. And shut his eyes. He started to float a little when he felt a hand suddenly slap him across the head, causing his eyes to pop open. "Get moving!" the girl shouted, doing her best to drag him with her, giving him a tear-filled smile. "Don't look at it. Take a look at me." Her words jolted Izuku out of his reverie, and he started to drag himself along with her. When the bell rang and the zero-pointer stopped moving, they both sighed with relief, and Izuku fell back, gazing up at the sky. "Are you all right?" She let out a gasp and clutched her stomach. He muttered, "I'm fine. Thank you." Before vomiting, she uttered the feeble words, "Don't mention it." As he passed out, Izuku just kept staring up at the sky and thought, "I'm sorry, Mia." There was silence in the viewing room as everyone was horrified and shocked by what they had just seen. As Midnight nodded, Snipes began, "Did he just," and then trailed off. She sat down slowly and whispered, "Had that been an actual combat scenario? Kid's gonna need to speak with Hound Dog if he's gonna be enrolled here," Vlad murmured. Mike muttered, "I might need to see him too after that." Nezu said solemnly, "For the time being, let's get them healed up. We can talk about this more later." A couple of weeks later, Izuku ate his dinner while his mother anxiously observed him. Since his girlfriend passed away, she had been concerned about her son. He had changed a lot since then, and she was heartbroken to see how withdrawn he had grown. No matter how hard she tried, they hadn't had a good relationship for a while, but at least she knew he would be all right. She wasn't so certain now. The boy looked up when she said, "Izuku honey, is there anything you want to talk about?" she asked softly. Silently, he shook his head and said, "Nothing at all." "Why?" I'm worried about you, sweetie. You've been distant lately." He stood up and said, "I promise I'll try and do better." He smiled at her sadly and said, "I'm sorry, a lot of stuff on my mind." His mother was left alone as he left the room, and she watched him go. She pondered, "Maybe I should call a therapist. It can't be healthy to lock him away like this." She got up and started to go to the door, intending to speak with Mitsuki about everything, but she stopped just outside when she noticed their mailbox. And a letter, sealed in gold. "Izuku, she exclaimed, running back inside with the letter in hand. It's Ua. Izuku opened his door and looked surprised at the letter. He took the letter slowly and asked, "Is it okay if I read it by myself?" With hesitation, he asked. She smiled as she said, "Of course, dear." As he retreated into his room and shut the door, he said, "Thanks, Mom." He stepped slowly over to his desk, opened the letter, let a holodisc clatter on the old wood, squared his shoulders, and hit the play button while looking down at the letter in his hand. I am a projection here. Leave it to All Might to somehow cheer him up, and Izuku grinned a little. I'm here because I'll be teaching at UA in the upcoming year, in case you were wondering why I'm here. Let's move on to the outcomes. You placed first overall with 80 hero points, but there's another part of the test we don't tell you about, and thus, rescue points were introduced. In addition to your combat points, you received 60 rescue points. I'm awarding you an incredible 140 points. I did it, Mia. I did it, Izuku said, looking down with a sad smile. On to another matter. Izuku was shocked to see that All Might had lost his smile. Young Midoriya, he said softly, I met you more than 11 months ago when you were battling a bully and declaring that life would never improve for a strange student like you. I was alarmed by what you said and even more so when I learned why. He gestured to a screen that came to life, revealing the girl he had saved. And after your actions at UA, I could not stand idly by any longer, and I am not the only one. Pardon me, sir. She called the presenter with hesitation, and he turned to face her. I wanted to talk to you about the boy who saved me. Long green hair? Many firearms? Feeling a little Rambo? Well, I believe he needs assistance. Life may not get better, and it may hurt, but you must never forget that there are those out there who care for you. After he got me to safety, he remained motionless. He was simply going to be struck by the 0-pointer. That can't be ignored. As long as he's safe, I don't care if he hates me for it. As the video shifted to a picture of Bakugo bowing before Nezu with tears running down the boy's cheeks, Izuku felt himself tremble. I want to formally withdraw my application to UA. The question, why would Bakugo give up his dream school, struck Izuku like a kick to the gut. It is my fault that he is the way he is. I cannot honestly be accepted here after this. I didn't even consider the impact of my words. I cut him down, denigrated him, and put him and Watanabe together. I can't. If he will benefit from coming to UA without worrying about me, I'll be happy to leave. I will either attend Shiketsu or completely give up on being a hero. Please. He can't, and I won't. All Might said quietly, atonement. Care for others. Speaking up despite the possibility of being mocked and disciplined for it. Risking a new friend's wrath in order to ensure their safety. These are the characteristics of real friends and heroes. We know and understand, and we're already getting things together for him. I promise we'll keep an eye out for him, the microphone said softly as the girl wiped her eyes. While I cannot condone your actions, I can safely say that owning up to them are the first steps towards self-forgiveness. Nezu patted Bakugo on the shoulder and said, your sacrifice is appreciated, but unnecessary. We will support young Midoriya. You just need to make sure you learn from your mistakes. Young Midoriya. All Might said, I cannot lie, when I saw you, a young man who had fought against injustice with fire in his eyes, suddenly give up and accept what looked like an inevitable death. I couldn't help but feel sorrow and guilt. As teachers, we are supposed to take care of the children placed under our care, and it's plain to see that your former teachers did nothing of the sort. So I promise you here, young Midoriya, we will not fail you. Your friends will not fail you. Welcome, young Midoriya, to your hero academia. Izuku was left in the dark as the hologram faded out, tears streaming down his chin and onto the desk. With his fists balled up, he muttered, damn it. As her son left his room, Inko glanced up and smiled slightly. I entered. Ah, Izuku. She threw her arms around him and exclaimed, I'm so proud of you, honey. He returned her hug and whispered, I know Mom, thanks, I'm going for a walk, okay? As Izuku walked to the door, zipping up a brown leather jacket, she said softly, oh. Okay, I'm going to make a celebration dinner, so be back soon. Inko smiled. Looking back, Izuku smiled sadly and said, thank you, Mom. I love you. Grinning to herself, she called out to him, I love you too, sweetie. Izuku strolled through the peaceful streets with his hands in his pockets and his thoughts a jumbled mess. He sighed and took a small pack of cigarettes out of his pocket, lighting one with a worn Zippo and tapping it out with his lips. As he came to a familiar bridge, he let smoke flow from his nose and, with a little laugh, he moved to the edge and leaned against the railing, gazing down at the rushing water. Will our friendship last forever? Obviously, there isn't another person that comes to mind for the job? What would happen if I asked you to date me? Is this speculative, or should I give you a kiss right now? They had begun a serious relationship on this bridge, which was both a happy and painful memory. Izuku sighed. Why are you here, child? Izuku turned to face a skeletal-looking man who was looking at him with concern. He didn't bother to extinguish his cigarette. Izuku whispered, remembering, as he turned back to face the water. The man nodded while continuing to keep a wary eye on the boy. Izuku chuckled a little without humor and shook his head, saying, I'm not gonna jump. Oh, that's a relief. The man laughed uneasily, I just assumed. It's fine. I think most everyone did, he murmured, running a frustrated hand through his eye. I guess they weren't wrong. But, I'm tired, I put everything I had left just to get into UA. Not even because I wanted to get into my dream school, but because Mia left me a message before she died. She said she was sorry, that she wished she could see me beat Bakugo's score for the entrance exam. So I did what I could to get there. I'm not strong. Not like Mia said I was. It was a chore, even getting this far. The man began slowly, let me ask. When you got here, was it alone? He asked. Izuku uttered a hollow, of course. Mia was the only friend I had. Is there truly no one else? Izuku thought about it, I guess Bakugo. But he only started treating me like an actual human after Mia died. Death has a way of making people reevaluate their priorities, the man replied. That doesn't make the last 14 years go away. No, I suppose it doesn't. He concurred, but doesn't the fact that he's trying to make amends say anything to you? Izuku glanced down at his reflection and said, I guess, there was that girl too. I saved her at the entrance exam, and she talked to the teachers about me. She was worried about me. That's good, it means you have a potential friend. The man stepped back, but Izuku yelled, but why would she care? Why would she care if I was in a bad spot mentally? Why would she even tell the teachers? He whirled around, tears running down his cheeks. Why would she care about the quirkless freak? Son, he whispered softly, walking towards the boy, let me tell you something. Just because you don't know someone, doesn't make them a bad person. If this girl was at UA, then that means she wants to be a hero. You saved her, dragged her out of a bad situation. Do you think she'd let anything go if she found out her savior was in trouble? And as for being quirkless, he put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, the world is a cruel and harsh place, especially in regards to quirkless, but that doesn't make you a freak, nor does it make you any less a hero than someone with a quirk. I should know, until I was 15 I was regarded as quirkless. He smiled sadly when Izuku looked up at him in shock. My quirk turned out to be some kind of stockpiling quirk. And it stockpiled all my strength until the entrance exam. But before that I thought I didn't have a quirk. He sighs, it's not entirely the same, but I remember the hurtful words, the sneers, the hits. But if I had given up, if I had let them win, I never would have been a hero. I don't recognize you. Izuku mumbled, wiping his eyes and sniffling, as a hero, I mean. As he pulled up his shirt to reveal Izuku's terrible injury, he laughed and said, yeah, I wasn't very active for long. It knocked me out of the game pretty quickly. Sorry, don't worry about it my boy. He laughed and said, now, I think it's late enough, why don't you head on home? Izuku nodded and said, yeah, you're right, and thanks. He turned to leave but paused, saying, oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya. He said, Toshinori Yagi. Izuku said, thank you Mr. Yagi, and turned to leave. As he turned to leave the bridge behind, he said softly, you're welcome, young Midoriya. A couple of weeks later, Bakugo ignored the obnoxious four-eyed student who was scolding him for standing on one of the desks with his feet up. He hadn't seen Izuku since the entrance exam, and even though he knew the boy was still alive, he was too anxious to give a damn. When Izuku entered, his hair tied back as usual and with a slight cigarette odor, Bakugo glanced over and relaxed a little as the door slid open. Hello, I'm Tenya Iida from Same. Four Eyes began, extending his hand as he approached Izuku. Izuku shook the boy's hand and said, yeah, I heard you from the hallway. Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, I must apologize for my rude behavior in the entrance exam. The boy bowed to him, saying, you were obviously the better student. Izuku turned as the door opened again and a girl with pink cheeks and brown hair entered, saying, I wouldn't go that far. She exclaimed uneasily, I wasn't sure if I would see you. Yeah. I saw what you did, Izuku muttered, nodding. She shrank a little and said, thank you. She let out a startled, wah. I thought you'd be mad. He shrugged and said, I was at first, but really, Thank you, and please don't bring it up again. Okay. When Izuku finally turned to face Bakugo, he tensed up immediately. Katsuki, he said, nodding his head to the other boy and giving him the faintest hint of a smile. Before their teacher entered and told them to change and meet him on the fields, Bakugo nodded back. As Aizawa explained the purpose of their test, Izuku stood with his classmates. He appeared distinctly bored as people around him started applauding at the freedom to use their eccentricities however they pleased. A girl with pink skin exclaimed, "This is going to be fun," as did a number of other girls. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the man as Aizawa said, "Fun huh?" with a hint of danger in his voice. "You aren't here for fun, you're here to become heroes. So now I'll add another little condition, the person who comes in last will be expelled." "This is our first day," Uraraka cried, "but that isn't fair." Do you believe that natural disasters like floods are fair? It's not fair in life. And unless you figure out a way to surpass plus ultra, it will eat you up and spit you out. "Well, I guess we don't have a lot to worry about," a boy with yellow hair said, pointing to Izuku with his thumb. "After all, we got a quirkless kid here, he'll probably come last in everything." The boy wilted as Izuku gave him a severe glare. "Are you certain about that? Unless your quirk improves your overall physical fitness, I'd say I have a good edge over at least half of you," Izuku said, casting a critical glance over the class and causing most of them to shift uneasily. He then turned his glare back to the boy and said, "Including you Sparky. Midori is right, just because you have a quirk doesn't make you better than anyone else. I hope you can back up your words, Kaminari. It would be embarrassing to have said that and then get beaten out by the quirkless kid. Now, everyone heads to the track, and long-distance running will be the first test to get you all loosened up." Aizawa growled, "Enough." Izuku finished 8th overall, and he liked to think he did pretty well. He couldn't compete with people like Yaoyorozu, who had unexpectedly pulled an entire motorcycle, or Ida or Asui, whose peculiarities allowed them to run, or hop, faster than a car. The Todoroki boy, who was now glaring at him while he stretched out his arms and legs, was among the more than half of the class that he had defeated. The 50-meter dash came next, and Izuku placed in the top 10 once more, breaking the quirkless record in the event with a score of 5.43. Izuku told Kaminari, who was panting heavily after receiving a 6.64, "Be careful, your ass is showing." Izuku then placed in the top 10 for the remaining tests, with the exception of the ball toss, which placed him in the latter group. 300.2, Aizawa uttered, looking at Izuku as he left the ring, clearly impressed, surprisingly far for a quirkless. As the final few students took the test, Izuku said simply, "I drink my milk." He then walked over to Bakugo, who was smirking smugly for his friend. Aizawa posted the scores on an electronic board and said, "Okay, now that we're done, here are your scores. Those of you who rank lower, recognize where you need to improve and work on it." After grimacing at his ranking of 16th overall, Kaminari glanced up at Izuku's ranking of 9th overall. "Oh man." Upon approaching him, Izuku asks, "Not too bad for the quirkless kid, huh?" Kaminari sighs and gives Izuku a pitying smile while extending his fist, saying, "Well, can't argue with results. Sorry bro, you were right." Izuku gave him a little smile and bumped his fist with his own before turning to face a boy with purple balls in his hair who was staring at his last place spot and appeared to be about to cry. "Don't forget it." "Oh, and no one's getting expelled." "What?" With a spooky smile, Aizawa remarked. "It was a logical deception. A ruse to make you all work harder." Izuku muttered, "HMPH, right." Aizawa turned to face him. Aizawa interrupted Yaoyorozu's arrogant claim that he had known about the ruse the entire time by asking, "Something you want to say, Midoriya?" "Will my statement end with me getting expelled?" Izuku asked, matching Aizawa's glare with his own. "Speak freely." "All right then, you're full of shit. You had every notion of expelling whoever was in last, and probably a few more if you decided that they weren't up to your expectations," Izuku said, bringing his arms down to his sides as the other teenagers gasped. "Don't be absurd. He was clearly trying to get us to use our full potential," said Yaoyorozu, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "The only reason I didn't expel anyone this time was because all of you exceeded my expectations. Had just one of you not given your all, then I would have expelled them, regardless of whether or not they were last place." Aizawa interrupted, causing Yaoyorozu to gape at him. "I expelled an entire class last year because they treated this assessment like a farce. Half-assing their attempts and treating it like a game instead of what it actually was." He grinned strangely. "At the start of this, I was completely ready to expel you all. It truly amazes me that none of you were expelled. He looks at Izuku and asks, "What gave me away? Normally, I expel at least one person on the first day." Izuku made a small change. "It's what my master did on my first day. He threw out 5 others who wanted to learn under him, and only kept me despite the others' amazing scores. But that smile you gave us when talking about the logical deception was what really gave it away. Syllabus is back in the classroom. You're all excused for the rest of the day. Oh, and Midoriya. The principal would like to see you after class." Aizawa sneered, turning around and leaving. Of course that's what gave me away. The rest of the class was too stunned to move as Izuku watched the man leave and sighed. "Guess I better get change." He then headed for the changing room. Kaminari muttered, "I expected a lot worse," as Mineta collapsed to his knees. As the others started chatting, he muttered, "I met Mr. Aizawa's expectations." Yaoyorozu yelled, "It's unbelievable. Why would Mr. Aizawa want to kick any of us out?" Like he said, if we didn't meet his expectations. Asui sighed, "I'm sure it's because he's met students with wondrous quirks but didn't have the right temperament to make it as a pro. Weird how Midoriya figured it out, huh?" Kirishima laughed out loud, "So manly. Hey Bakugo, you were in the same middle school, right? Was he like this too?" Every student in the class turned to face Bakugo, who was focusing on the locker room where Midoriya had vanished. Bakugo muttered, "But he's never challenged a teacher so openly. He's changed over the last few weeks. He's always been analytical." "Then we must be wary from here on out," Iida said as he raised his glasses, "and heed any caution that Midoriya gives. And give our ultimate best in everything we do in this school." Bakugo was by himself at the train station, leaning against a stone pillar at the end of the day. Uraraka and Iida had spoken with him briefly before they left, and both of them had mentioned that they wanted to speak with Midoriya, but Bakugo knew the withdrawn boy wouldn't want to talk to either of them because he's used to being on his own. He had advised them to give him a few days before you approach. The whole class praised him as the only person Izuku would talk to or engage in conversation with, but he was aware that the boy would only engage with him if compelled to. He was not waiting for the boy to forget the previous 11 years of their lives. He was taken aback when the boy entered the station and sat next to him. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then crossed his arms. Smoke poured from his mouth and nose as he slowly examined the user of explosive quirks. He said, "I don't forgive you." Bakugo became a little tense. Bakugo responded, concealing his genuine feelings behind a detached exterior, "I knew you wouldn't forgive so easily." As he blew another cloud of smoke, the oddball boy thought, "Huh. So 10 months of ignoring you is easy, huh?" Bakugo remained silent while the boy leaned forward, keeping his elbows on his knees. "I don't forgive you," he started, "because, if someone were to ask, I hate you, but I also understand you. You're trying to make peace with the past. And I can't fault you for that. In fact, I applaud you for it." Bakugo sighed and muttered, "Guess that's all I can ask you for, huh?" As he glanced at his old friend and was taken aback by the tired optimism in the boy's eyes. He said, "For now." He got up and pulled out the cigarette again, letting the filter drop from his hands and stamping it out as he put his hands in his pockets. "I'm not one to trust blindly, Bakugo. You know that, but if you're gonna try and mend bridges, I guess I can too," he said, smiling at the other boy. "Maybe one day we can freely call each other friend. But for now, just be happy in knowing I see you as an ally, not an enemy." After giving the boy a long look, Bakugo laughed and remarked, "Don't expect me to pussyfoot around you for long." This was as the train arrived at the station. Izuku said, getting into one of the carts, "Hey. Wouldn't expect anything less, Bakugo. See you later, Kachan." Bakugo entered the opposite cart. He muttered, "See you, Deku," as the door shut, ignoring the other cart as the train started to move. Izuku went to his room after dinner with his mother, where he told her about his first day. He sat at his desk and gazed at the burning end of a cigarette while reflecting on what Principal Nezu had said. "We believe it is best that you bring all of your weapons to UA for safekeeping in light of the worries raised by your peers and the things the staff saw during your entrance exam. Additionally, we would like you to see UA's own therapist, Hound Dog, on a regular basis. You have the option to decline both. However, we hope that this is your first test as a potential hero, knowing when to give in and accept assistance." With a sigh, Izuku took out his phone and dialed a number. Before a weary voice answered, it rang twice. "Hey? Sensei. It's Midoriya." "Izuku? Why are you calling me at this hour? I go to bed at 9, you know." "I'm sorry, but I'm kind of in a bit of a bind." The voice demanded, "Explain." "I got into UA, but they're worried about my mental health. Furthermore, How is that related to me? They want all of my weapons. It's okay. You're fucking with me. You're more trouble than you're worth, boy. I'll have everything ready for transportation by 5 tomorrow, even though I left everything to you. Yeah, I'll be there at 5:30 to get everything, thanks. Huh. Better be here this weekend to help me with work, otherwise I'll be breaking my foot off in your ass. Izuku laughed and hung up the phone as he glanced out the window, groaning to himself at the thought of the sleep he would be losing to gather all the weapons. It's for the best. He whispered to himself, but if you don't, you'll be kicked out. Just accept it. Izuku yawned and knocked on the door of a clean cabin a few miles from Mustafu's city limits. When the door opened, an older man with white hair and a beard, who was well muscled and had a few scars on his arms, was there, glaring at Izuku with an eye patch over his eye. He said, "Hey, Watanabe-sensei." He turned and beckoned the younger boy to follow him, saying, "Boy." He complained, pointing to 4 big cases, "You should be able to transport everything themselves, unless you want my help, everything packed up." After a few moments to gather his thoughts, Izuku dismissed, "I'll get it. Thank you for everything." Sitting on an old recliner and gazing at the photo of himself with a happy Mia, he muttered, "Least I could do. I failed her. I won't fail you." Huh. When I first approached you, you were close to just putting a round in my head and leaving it at that. Child, things change. I'll be keeping an eye on your development, and if you make a mistake, I'll come see you. Do you get it? As Izuku left, he said, "Yes sir, moms are expecting you for dinner this Sunday." "Woman's gonna be the death of me," he complained, "tell her I'll be there." Izuku chuckled and said, "Yes, sir, see you next weekend." "Goodbye son, don't disappoint me." Izuku sighed and walked slowly back into town, boarding the train before it started moving. "I won't sensei," he complained as he sat down, his eyes slightly closed as the train started to move. "This is almost too much work." "Hey, how are you?" "Well." Looking at a somewhat familiar scene, Izuku muttered, "Oh, you're in my class, right? Joro?" "Juru." The girl clarified, casting a critical glance at the weary gunslinger. "Did you not get any sleep last night?" she inquired. He pointed to the 4 cases by his side and remarked, "Hey, had to get my weapons ready for Ua. It's a stipulation for me staying on." "It sounds exhausting," she said, briefly glancing at her phone before turning to face him. "What makes you need to surrender your weapons?" After a moment of hesitation, Izuku sighed and muttered, "The staff noticed that my emotional state wasn't exactly stable back in the entrance exam so." Without giving him a glance, Juru muttered, "I understand. You shouldn't be shocked, are you? Quirkless has a high suicide rate." Anger surged through Izuku, but he controlled it, muttering, "Yeah, guess you're right." Juru looked at him for a long moment before turning back to her phone and plugging in her earphones. She decided not to say anything about it. They soon arrived at UA, with Juru standing at the gates and Izuku making his way directly to the main building. It didn't take him long to arrive at the designated drop-off location. Ironically, he was ahead of schedule. "Midoriya. The time is 6 o'clock. You could have just let Principal Nezu come collect all of this," Powerloader muttered, wiping the sleep from his eyes as he gazed at the oddball student who was trying his hardest to stay awake. "These are my weapons," Izuku uttered wearily, "and I will not allow anyone other than myself to take them away." Well, at least you're not flippant about your gear. Well, since you're here, why don't you choose which armaments to use for your hero foundational class? Better than letting us choose based on the scenario, you'll be able to choose based on preference." Izuku quickly selected his custom Berettas and a medium-range M4 with a candid hybrid scope. He also snatched up a pair of batons and a 40mm grenade launcher that could fire a single shot. Powerloader gathered everything and put Izuku's selections into a different duffel bag, labeling them training rounds. "Ammo will be placed with your gear," Izuku said with distaste. "Rubber?" He chuckled. "No, these rounds pack a punch. They won't kill, but if you hit someone in the chest with this, then they won't be getting up for a bit. This will be placed with your uniform for the day." Izuku bowed to him and said, "Thank you, sensei," then he left. He waved back when Powerloader called out to him, "Try and get some sleep before classes start." Izuku was distracted as he made his way to Class 1A, tapping his pack and thinking about slipping out before the start of class. "Hand them over." Izuku froze and slowly turned to face Mr. Aizawa, who was holding out a hand to the teenager, his red eyes clenched in a weary glare. "I don't have all day," Aizawa said. Izuku grunted as he took out his partially consumed pack of cigarettes and put it in the teacher's hand. While examining the brand, he asks, I'm assuming no one knows about this habit? Izuku whispered, save those who've caught me. In the future you will leave these at home. If I catch you with them on campus again, it'll be suspension. Understood? Izuku stated, transparently so. As he walked past Izuku, who snorted in mockery, Aizawa complained, also, get something other than Lucky Strike. Only old men smoke those. He placed the pack in his pocket. He rubbed his eye and muttered, there goes my plans. Then he resigned himself to try to get an uncomfortable hour's sleep at his desk. He felt that they could have just let him sleep because they never had any issues when Aizawa would curl up on the floor in his sleeping bag. The day went by with few incidents, mostly in the form of teachers and classmates waking him up while he was asleep in his chair. With a sigh, Izuku leaned back in his chair and listened to Kaminari and Mineta discuss the girls while slowly closing his eyes. Since class wasn't starting for a few minutes, perhaps he could take a break. Izuku jumped at All Might's cry, I am, coming through the door like a hero, and swore quietly while glaring at the hero, smirking slightly at the man who was posing for them. Welcome students, to the Foundational Heroes class. Here you will learn the basics needed to become a hero. The class started talking joyfully, with some students expressing their surprise that All Might was truly in front of them and others wondering what they would be doing. The name of the game today, Battle Training. Izuku turned to Bakugo right away, who was grinning confidently. Finally something you're good at, Izuku muttered, causing Bakugo to give him a half-hearted glare. After pressing a button and releasing 20 metal briefcases, All Might declared, of course, if we want to play the part, then you have to look it as well. So get dressed, and meet me at Training Ground Beta. Kirishima grabbed his briefcase and said, all right. I hope they made everything right, while the others did the same. As Izuku walked past her to his own suit, Mina exclaimed, I'm going to look totally cute. Izuku returned the smile, albeit awkwardly. Shiro, who was among the first to notice a green duffel bag that had been placed with the suitcase, asked Izuku, what's with the duffel? Izuku grinned and slung the duffel and briefcase over his shoulder as he left, saying, you'll see. Mineta muttered to himself, that guy's creepy. He's got that whole lone wolf alpha thing going for him. Kaminari replied, I think it's cool. Hagakure exclaimed, and he's easy on the eyes. Mina burst out laughing. Iida robotically gestured to them and yelled, enough dawdling, so that we could start our training right away. Izuku exited the tunnel that led into Training Ground Beta slowly, with the M4 and 40mm slung over his shoulder and handguns holstered at his side. He wore a plate carrier with multiple ammo pouches attached, just like in the entrance exam, but with a black long sleeve and knee and elbow pads underneath. A knitted cap covered his hair. A half-skeleton mask covered his mouth and nose, and his goggles had been upgraded to allow him to use multiple modes to help him. All right. Young Midoriya, don't you look like a tactical player? As the boy approached, All Might chuckled and asked, is this the support department's work? Or your own equipment? Izuku replied, drawing down the cloth mask, my own gear for now. Powerloader picked up my own gear from home about a week ago. I entered my suit late and it won't be ready until next week at the earliest. I can't wait to see your completed costume, then, and observe the others, all of you look amazing. He's right, Izuku said, pulling up his mask and turning around to observe everyone's costumes. Uraraka and Iida came toward him, followed by Bakugo. Uraraka exclaimed, you look dangerous, like at the entrance exam. Izuku remarked, thanks, your suit looks good too. She sighed and fidgeted a little, saying, yeah, but I wish I had been more specific. It wasn't supposed to be this skin tight. As their friend moved around, Izuku and Iida looked away. Yeah, doesn't leave much to interpretation. Izuku coughed, glancing at Bakugo, who was unable to turn away. What's wrong, Bakugo? Izuku asked. As Uraraka turned around, Izuku's innocent question caused the explosion user to startle and quickly turn away. He quickly said, nothing. All Might chuckled and said, today, we will be conducting indoor battles. You will all be split into teams of 2 and go head to head. I hope you are ready. You zygotes. Mina exclaimed, we're fighting each other. Why not robots? Asked Uraraka. Kaminari feared, won't we hurt each other? Aoyama purred, doesn't my cape look wonderful? Let me finish. All Might called out, looking a bit bewildered as a piece of paper. Now, the situation is this. Villains have smuggled a weapon of mass destruction into the city. The heroes are tasked with stopping them. The hero team wins if they capture the enemy or touch the bomb. The villains win by capturing the heroes or keeping the bomb out of their reach. Suyu inquired, what about basic training? Uraraka asked, And will we be expelled if we lose? No one will be expelled, and I believe that experience is the best training that can be given. Now, teams will be formed at random. You will be drawing lots. Excuse me, sensei. Iida said with a raised hand, but wouldn't it be better to pair us with people whose quirks and skills are a good match to our own? Izuku told Iida, especially when you're in the field, you don't always get to choose your partner as a hero. Young Moria is right. You will frequently need to work together with whoever responds to the scene. Young Iida, don't worry. We'll be conducting battles with fixed teams and more prep time in the future. For now, it's crucial that you adjust to the circumstances before you do. Now, who wants to go first? The lots were drawn quickly, and Izuku was assigned to a team with Yaoyorozu, who appeared to be quite uneasy with him. Izuku looked warily at Mineta, who wasn't trying to cover up his admiration for the girls, and Uraraka whispered to her, "Lucky." The boy turned to face Izuku as he called out, "Mineta. Try anything perverted on Uraraka and the other girls and I shoot you." "Got it," Izuku said. Mineta appeared prepared to argue, but as soon as he saw Izuku tapping his holstered weapons, as though he was itching to pull them and let loose, he lost his composure. He shook his head quickly and said, "Yeah, all right. Send him to space if he tries anything," Izuku said, glancing at Uraraka. He could use the target practice. "It will work," Uraraka joyfully exclaimed, and Yaoyorozu muttered, "How barbaric. Are you implying that you'll overlook his creeping?" Izuku made her shake his head when he asked. "Of course not, but threatening bodily injury is unbecoming of future heroes." "Really?" Izuku stated, "I believe it's the game's name." "All right. Now that the teams have been formed, let's see who will face off first," declared All Might. Team I versus Team A. You are the villains, so go ahead and enter the building and start getting ready, while Team A should start planning. Everyone else, check me out. Be careful, these rounds can still injure. There's communicators and capture tape in there as well. All Might says softly as he passes Izuku and hands him a small backpack containing the training ammo for today. Izuku took the backpack, opened it, took out a few magazines, and loaded his pouches. "Yes, sir." "What's your quirk?" Izuku asked. He asked Yaoyorozu as he threw a packet of capture tape and one of the communicators to her. "I can create anything inorganic as long as I know its chemical makeup," she replied, holding the communicator to her ear as Izuku connected him to his own communication device. "That's useful," Izuku said, putting his M4 in the scope. "I have 210 rounds for the M4, 150 for both of my handguns, and 6 40mm canisters, 2 explosive, 2 smoke, and 2. I think it's knockout gas." He glanced at her. "I suggest that I climb one of these other buildings and take up Overwatch. This M4 is kitted out for medium range, but it should still do fine across the street. I believe that it would be wise for us to stick together." Yaoyorozu sighed. "If I were to be ambushed in the halls where there are no windows, then I'll be at a disadvantage." With a nod, Izuku said, "I'll turn thermal on when we enter the building, should help us pick out Hagakure. If they stay on the same floor then we could just pop some gas in there and knock them out." He then got to his feet. Yaoyorozu nodded and said, "A sound plan. Excuse me, but are those live rounds?" Izuku pulled out a magazine and tossed it to her, saying, "They're not rubber. Some kind of compact powder. Reminds me of sim rounds, except without the plastic and detergent." Yaoyorozu whispered, "I was concerned they had given you live ammunition." "Even if they did, I wouldn't be able to fire it," he said as he raised his weapons. "Drop-in conversion kits keep them from firing live ammo unless they're taken out. And unlike civilian models, I can't take it out on my own." She returned the magazine and muttered, "That puts me at ease a little." "I'll take points when they give the word," Izuku responded. "You know basic hand signals, yes?" "I do." "Good. Non-verbal communication unless the jig is up. We go quiet, we go tactical. Wait for my signal to enter, copy?" "Agreed. Heroes. The time starts now. You have 15 minutes to find the bomb." As he presses a button on his glasses, Izuku says, "Stay frosty." The dark shading turns a muted green as he silently opens the door, his gun ready as he sweeps the first floor. He reaches the stairs and gestures for her to come in. "You think he has military training? Dude, he's the same age as us." "I know, but he's way too smooth with those guns." As Kaminari and Kirishima discussed Izuku, Bakugo muttered a growl under his breath. "Hey, maybe Bakugo knows. Midoriya's training is a secret, even his mom wouldn't tell. All I know is the hardware he has was given to him by his sensei," Bakugo said before Kaminari could turn to question him. "That guy must have had a full armory," Sato murmured. "I mean, Look how the little guy is kitted out. Check out his movement as well. Jiru continued, he's going fast but quiet, you wouldn't hear him until it's too late. Mina exclaimed, same with Hagakure, as she glanced at the villain's feed, where Hagakure had left her gloves and shoes behind. She's like a shadow. Uraraka asked aloud, is she wearing anything other than those gloves and shoes? Sue remarked, doesn't look like it. As they entered the 4th floor, Izuku glanced around the corner and paused briefly before telling Yaoyorozu to stop, signaling slowly. One person. 6 meters ahead. No weapons, Midoriya signaled again. Move on my shot, and Yaoyorozu translated the information to herself. As he got to the stairs, Izuku exhaled slowly before pulling the trigger. The bullet struck Hagakure in the chest, sending the girl sprawling back. Izuku said softly, move in. He stepped fully onto the floor and said, get her restrained. Ojiro came spinning into the room, his tail slamming into Izuku's rifle and sending it clattering away down the stairs. On it? Yaoyorozu said, pushing forward, but Izuku pushed him back. Shit. Izuku growled, rolling back and drawing his pistols. Hagakure, how are you? Ojiro yelled while kneeling next to her and taking the brunt of Izuku's retaliatory blows to his tail. She forced herself to take a breath and croaked, fine, that hurt you, jerk. As the boy kept shooting, she yelled at Izuku. With a clear, assured voice and his guns aimed at them, Izuku declared, the jig is up. Surrender now, villains. To Ojiro, Hagakure murmured, he sounds serious. He returned the whisper, then leapt into the air and made his way directly toward Izuku and Yaoyorozu, saying, go protect the bomb. Go. Yaoyorozu. Izuku growled as he rolled to the side, reloading as Ojiro faced him. Just me and you tails. Izuku ordered, firing again as Yaoyorozu ducked around him and fled up the stairs after the invisible Hagakure. Ojiro said, those bullets sting, as he assumed a defensive position, but I can hardly feel them because my tail is made of pure muscle. You're in over your head. You believe so? With a casual shrug, Izuku said, well, then, maybe I should just give up then. This caused Ojiro to relax a little. But, then again, I still have about 120 rounds for these pistols, and some batons to fall back on. So let me have about that much time to decide for sure, he said. Ojiro's eyes widened as a few bullets exploded on the wall next to his head, and he said, watch it, Midoriya. Izuku started firing again, and each round slammed into the other boy's tail, with the martial artist falling back when a few hit his chest. With that, you could keep an eye out. Izuku grunted coldly and said, then surrender. Ojiro kicked him back and ducked away as Izuku raised his guns once more and kept shooting. As Midoriya dropped the magazines, Ojiro hurried forward, thinking, wait for the reload, now. Pulling the capture tape out and concentrating on finding the end, he growled and slammed his tail into Midoriya's chest, sending the gunslinger flying back into the wall. Nice try, but skill wins out every time. Izuku stood over Ojiro's, his batons out and crackling with electricity, and muttered, I agree, before lunging forward and jabbing something into his chest. Blue arcs of electricity ran over the boy's chest as his muscles contracted, sending him to the ground. Good thing I have that in spades, Izuku said. Yaoyorozu was understandably flustered as the thermals provided her with an unbroken view of Hagakure, but she was also grateful that she had time to design the thermal goggles she now wore. Remove them. Remove them. Remove them. As she pummeled Yaoyorozu, the other girl complained, it's embarrassing. Are you aware of the impracticability of fighting without a uniform? Yaoyorozu demanded, cheeks flushed as she fought the girl, honestly. They're still using some hair samples to make my costume. I'm not to blame for their slowness, Hagakure yelled. Yaoyorozu hesitated when the gunfire ceased. Hey! Ojiro gave Midoriya a butt kick. Just wait until he returns up here, yelled Hagakure. You will then lose. As she made a metal staff to fight with, Yaoyorozu took a cautious step back, bringing the stairs into view. Hagakure screamed as her muscles spasmed and she fell to the ground as a black blur suddenly erupted from the stairwell, slamming into her already bruised chest and releasing blue arcs of electricity. Izuku, looking a little worse for wear, climbed the stairs and commanded, get the capture tape around her. He ran towards the bomb, a shaky Ojiro vainly attempting to drag himself after the boy. As Izuku touched the bomb, Yaoyorozu wrapped the white tape around Hagakure's arm and said, on it. All Might exclaimed, hero team wins, as Yaoyorozu. Jesus, that was close, Izuku mumbled as he dropped to one knee and yanked off his goggles. He almost got me when I ran out of ammo, he said. Yaoyorozu held up one of his batons and remarked, I'm assuming you were saved by these. Izuku walked up to Ojiro and held out his hand, saying, yeah, and he took the baton back. You almost had me. As he stood up and took Izuku's hand, Ojiro gasped, hey. Didn't expect the change-up. Is Hagakure okay? He asked. All right, she muttered from her position, my chest hurts. Sim rounds, gotta love him. Izuku drew lead as he replaced his goggles and returned them to their initial position. It hurt really, really bad, she cried, and how did you know I was there? Any you have goggles too? Yeah? Izuku asked bewilderedly before yelling in agony as Hagakure started striking him. Take them off. Take them off. Take them off. With his hand resting on his reloaded gun, Izuku jumped away from her and yelled, ouch. Stop. Hey, what's the fucking problem? Yaoyorozu looked flustered as he explained, the thermals kind of. Shows all of her. Ojiro blushed deeply. Izuku firmly stated, as soon as I put them back on, I turned the settings back to normal. She stammered in shame, BB but why you saw, as Izuku turned away. I saw your head, Izuku bluntly stated, aimed down about a foot from there. I did my best not to peek, I promise. Given that the majority of the other guys would have been free to take a look, Ojiro muttered, see, now that's manly. Izuku said, whatever, let's get to the others. Yaoyorozu accelerated her stride to match Izuku's as the others followed him down the steps. Yaoyorozu commended him, saying, you did well today, and your reflexes were quick. He paused to pick up his M4 and inspected before saying, thanks. Good job holding off Hagakure, must not have been easy. Pointing to the pair in her hands, she said, I made some thermal goggles to help. They weren't as streamlined as yours, but they worked. As they continued to walk, Izuku murmured, explains why she wasn't happy. Hey Hagakure, ever shot a 40mm grenade launcher at a pair of thermal goggles? He asked, peering over his shoulder. No, she asked bewilderedly. Want to? Yes. Looking back at Yaoyorozu, Izuku said, if you're okay with it. As they left the building, she smiled and said, of course, I was going to throw them away anyways. She threw them down the street while Izuku gestured Hagakure forward and took out the grenade launcher, saying, it's a single use. He opened the tube, took out one of the explosive rounds, loaded it, and gave it to her, saying, enjoy. Idiotic goggles. Grab this. Izuku whistled as the explosion shattered a few windows, and Hagakure yelled as he pulled the trigger and watched in amazement as the round struck only a few inches away. With a, nice, he retrieved the launcher. Many thanks, it was enjoyable, Hagakure applauded. Anytime. He turned to face Ojiro. Want to give it a shot? No thanks. Ojiro laughed and said, I'll stick with my martial arts. Izuku shrugged and turned to Yaoyorozu, saying, suit yourself. She said pleasantly, I'm fine. I think it's had enough anyways. Izuku slung the launcher as they proceeded, nodding and turning back to the goggles, which had shattered lenses and completely broken straps. Superb work, students. As the four entered, All Might congratulated them, saying, all four of you have earned passing grades. However, I do think that Midoriya is our MVP. Does anyone know why? Juru remarked, he never lost sight of the objective. He defeated the two villains. Uraraka speculated. He was effective in battle and didn't waste any energy, Iida yelled. Everything is good, however, the primary reason is that he approached this situation as though it were a real-life conflict. When Midoriya was shot too close to the head, young Ojiro was a close second but broke character multiple times. Ojiro sheepishly remarked, I was taken by surprise. Midoriya simply shrugged. Izuku shivered as he recalled his sensei's sniper scenarios and said, practice like you're in a live fire situation and you make less mistakes. With a manly tear sparkling in his eye, Kirishima remarked, that dude's so manly. All right, then. Now for the future matchup, Team D. The villains are you. Prepare, Team B, and strategize as you enter the building. Out loud, Uraraka pondered, I wonder who's going to win this next one. Who do you think will win, Midoriya? Kirishima inquired. Izuku glanced at the screen, where Bakugo was furiously arguing with Iida while Todoroki merely leaned against the wall without trying to speak to Shoji. From first glance you'd assume Todoroki and Shoji, neither look worried and are apparently ready for the fight, while Bakugo and Iida are simply arguing. He laughed dryly, saying, anyone who knows Bakugo though, knows he's going to try and win this no matter what. Start, Bakugo barked, making his way to the room's exit, I'll go look for them. You protect the bomb. Iida started, I still think I'd be better off scouting. This building is full of corners, and you don't do well on them, therefore, simply. Bakugo halted as the temperature abruptly dropped. Now rev your engines, heat them up. However, it was too late. Their feet were frozen to the ground before Iida could even tense. Bakugo swore and said, "Shit, can you get out?" While Bakugo complained, Iida muttered, "It's going to take a minute to even begin to warm up my engines. If I'm out before you then I'll help," he said, clumsily bending over and placing his hands on his boots with steam gushing from the point of contact. "No, if you can get out then go stop Todoroki. If he gets on this floor before we're both free then we'll be locked down again." "Okay. Better hurry up, Four Eyes." Bakugo grunted as his feet shattered the last of the thin ice, causing him to wobble a little. Bakugo then blasted down the stairs. Impressed, Shiro remarked, who knew he could focus heat like that. Juru noted, "Todoroki's is going to hear him coming. He's not melting the ice to let Shoji in though," Mina replied. Indeed, Todoroki's eyes were narrowed as he looked toward the stairs, but he did not try to break the ice. "Is he going to try and win the fight on his own?" Kaminari responded, "That's crazy." "Agreed," said Yaoyorozu, glancing at Midoriya. "Even though he's strong, team battles are the name of the game." "Then count Bakugo out." Izuku grumbled, "He doesn't know the meaning of cooperation." "I got you now, you icy hot bastard," Bakugo roared as he turned the corner, sending the startled boy flying back and destroying the hurried ice wall that Todoroki had built. "You think some shitty ice is gonna stop me?" Bakugo easily broke through the spikes of ice with more explosions, wincing as pain shot up his forearms, but Todoroki said, "Everything freezes eventually." He was sweating a lot because of the cold and the fact that he had to use his quirk to break through the ice in the first place. He still had some grenades left, but he knew that would not last long. Todoroki narrowed his eyes as another spike of ice was destroyed, this time with a strong kick. As the room's temperature started to drop, he inquired, "Running out of juice? I'm assuming it has something to do with sweat." "What gives you that idea?" Bakugo gritted his teeth to prevent himself from shivering. He growled and leveled one of his gauntlets at the boy, which were not nearly full but would still deliver a solid kick. The pin came out, saying, "Stop this." "All right now Iida sighed with relief as he finally broke the ice. "Bakugo, are you all right?" he called over the radio, stopping as the building shook. "Only getting static." "Bakugo, I'm heading to your location." "Don't." Bakugo gritted his teeth and forced Iida to halt, saying, "Protect the weapon." After hesitating, Iida sighed and said, "Okay, but be careful." Bakugo yelled into the radio, Yeah, whatever, nerd." He was staring at the devastation before him. His eyes narrowed as he saw Todoroki leave slowly, his legs trembling a little. "You had enough icy hot?" Bakugo started avoiding the blows, punching through a piece of ice that had stuck to his foot before launching an explosion in Todoroki's direction. Todoroki exhaled a blast of cold air and said, "Not even close." In response, the boy created a thick dome of ice that readily absorbed the blow. Bakugo roared, "You just gonna hide? Come on and face me," he said, his hands glimmering as the fight's strain caused him to perspire. "This is insane," Kirishima whispered. "These two are completely different." Yaoyorozu concurred, saying, "They have very powerful quirks." Izuku muttered, "Too bad one of them is only using half of his quirk." "Yeah, Midoriya's right," Shiro yelled. "Wasn't he supposed to be half hot half cold?" Mina asked, "Why isn't he using his fire?" As Bakugo and Todoroki traded blows, Izuku remarked, "Who knows, but every quirk has a limit, doesn't it?" His eyes narrowed as he saw Bakugo pause between blows, and the boy's fleeting expressions of pain confirmed his suspicion that this is a stalemate in favor of the villains, unless Todoroki decides to use his fire. Bakugo was gasping for air, staring at Todoroki, his arms hurting, his teeth clenched as the boy in front of him collapsed to his knees, his face and arm covered in frost. "You had enough?" Bakugo let out a shiver. As he forced himself to stand, Todoroki muttered, I can't give up." "What are you attempting to demonstrate?" Bakugo growled and strode in his direction, snatching him by the front of his shirt and pulling him up with his fist cocked back. "It's time up. The villain team wins." Bakugo immediately dropped Todoroki, staggered back a little, and declared all might. "One day, you're going to kill someone," Bakugo said quietly, glancing down at the other boy as he started to warm the room up. The ice around him instantly melted, and his skin gradually returned to its natural color. "Fighting like that." Shaking a little from attempting to ascend the icy stairs before they thawed, Shoji abruptly emerged from the stairs and said, "Todoroki, are you okay? I tried to get up here and help but," Shoji said, approaching his teammate slowly as Bakugo went to speak with Iida. "I apologize," Todoroki said wearily, "it was my fault." Shoji helped Todoroki stand up and said, "Don't worry about it, come on." "How are you, Bakugo?" Iida inquired anxiously as he checked on his teammate. "I'm fine." "Are you certain?" "You're rigid," Bakugo yelled. "I said I'm fine, damn it. Let's just get back to the others." The four returned to the camera room shortly after. Bakugo just sat down next to Izuku, who was observing, and ignored All Might as he started to explain what had gone wrong, mostly in Todoroki's attempt to just freeze his opponent. Izuku whispered, "Congratulations. You won MVP for enduring the exercise." Bakugo muttered, "Stupid moron almost killed himself, who cares?" Izuku remained silent and watched the other students go through the trial until it was over. Then, he turned to face Bakugo, who was still sitting against the wall with his hands trembling in agony. "Come on," he said, "let's get you home." Izuku sighed and held out a hand. "I don't need your help," Bakugo muttered, but he still took his hand and got to his feet, stumbling slightly. Uraraka ran over and called, "Bakugo, are you okay?" With concern, she inquired. "I'm fine," Bakugo started. Izuku remarked, "He's overused his quirk. Can you help him to recovery, girl? I must give my weapons back." "I don't need," obviously, Uraraka said, ignoring Bakugo's spluttered complaints as he was dragged away. "Come on, let's get you seen." With a wince, he said, "But I don't." Uraraka seized his forearm. She gently took his arm again and massaged it, saying empathetically, "Oh, sorry, I bet that hurt. Is that better?" she asked. "Yeah, it kinda does," Bakugo muttered, blushing a little as he felt himself relax a little. Izuku laughed a little to himself as he watched them go. "You ought to be getting dressed, right?" Yaoyorozu's question caused Izuku to turn to face the girl. Izuku points to his weapons and says, "I need to go to the support department before school ends. Make sure everything is put up and talk with the person who's making my new suit." "Sounds like a busy afternoon." Izuku shrugged, saying, "See you later, Yaoyorozu." He left, and the girl waved briefly before heading back to the locker rooms with the others. Izuku walked all the way back to the main campus in his gear, receiving a lot of odd looks along the way, but he ignored them all until he reached the support department and knocked politely on the door. He was shot across the hall by an explosion a second later. "Apologies. I guess that's the wrong wire." A cackling laugh erupted from the black smoke oozing from the room. "Hello? Are you still here?" Crack. Izuku staggered through the smoke, his gun at the ready as he advanced upon the perceived threat, pausing when he came upon a pink-haired girl, gasping for air. The rapport of a sim round being fired was followed by the pained grunt of someone who was unprepared for said sim round. "They work," she croaked as she rolled from side to side, taking a big breath and sitting up. She smiled at Izuku, even though her eyes were watering, and said, "They work perfectly." Izuku, who kept his rifle aimed at her chest, commanded, "Stay down." "Midoriya. Let's put down the weapons." As he ran over, Powerloader yelled, "It's okay, Hatsume just had a malfunction." Standing and smiling at Izuku, she shrugged and said, "It happens from time to time, but I'm glad those rounds worked well. Please let me know if they are superior to mainline sims." After giving her a long look, Izuku reluctantly lowered the gun, saying, "Better," adding that the conversion kit was more streamlined and less heavy. "The first thing I changed was that Nezu only wanted us to use the generic conversion kits that were available on the market, but they were really cumbersome," she said with pride. "Tell me if you noticed a difference in performance despite your propensity for misalignments." According to him, I did, and it was almost like shooting live rounds. It was a little tricky getting the right amount of gunpowder without accidentally making them lethal. The two teenagers turned to face Powerloader when he snapped, "Glad you two are getting along. I assume you're here regarding your uniform?" As Izuku stood at attention, he said, "Yes sir, and to hand my guns back in." "Go ahead and put the guns up first and I'll have Hatsume show you the suit. Think you're gonna like it." A year ago, if someone had asked Izuku where he would be in a year, he would have replied that he would be dead. It's not the most pleasant truth, but it was one that was undoubtedly being addressed. He would have said he would prefer to die if someone had told him that he would instead be sitting through an hour of therapy with Hound Dog. Hound Dog, also known as Inui, had told Izuku to call him and ask him about his life, to which Izuku replied in a monotone, "Bored." That was all that had occurred in the plane office. He knew he needed the therapy, So it wasn't that he was taking it lightly, but really, who starts talking about their life with a total stranger who has the ability to destroy your dreams? Inui started by saying, "We're coming up on the last of our time." He leaned forward and clasped his hands on his desk, looking at Izuku, who was idly checking his uniform pocket for cigarettes before realizing that Aizawa still had them. "So I'd like to set some homework, if you will." Izuku muttered, "Didn't know this was a class." "It isn't, but I feel that this could help you in the long run." Inui paused. "I want you to get to know your classmates." Izuku arched an eyebrow and repeated, "My classmates? Why? You've stated multiple times that you believe yourself to be alone in your situation." Inui continued, "No friends, and no family to speak of, so I want you to change one of those. Get to know your classmates, see if you can't become friends with a few of them." Inui extended his arms broadly. "Who knows, you may find your best friend among them." "But I'm not the most social of people," Izuku said uneasily, "but I'll take it into consideration, sir." "You won't get in trouble for not completing this," Inui assured him. "I just want to see you try and put yourself out there, understood?" Izuku sighed and said, "Yes sir, all right, you can head on to class now." After considering what Hound Dog had said, Izuku walked out of the room with his hands in his pockets. What would be the best way for him to meet his classmates? He only had any connection to the people from yesterday's exercise, and even though he had nothing against them, he would still feel uncomfortable approaching them and striking up a conversation with them as if they were old friends. Hell, if he did that with his only friend from childhood, it would be awkward. Perhaps he could speak with Uraraka more. Both Iida and they had taken the same entrance exam. However, as he arrived at Class 1A and opened the door to what was essentially chaos, Izuku moaned, "Not exactly the best way to make friends." He winced, recalling that Uraraka had witnessed his weakness. "Choose me. No way, I want the position. You're dreaming if you think anyone compares to me. Pick me. Pick me." Izuku looked at everyone and then at Aizawa, saying, "What the hell did I miss?" before shaking his head to clear the air and whistling loudly to silence the class. "Jesus, couldn't hear myself think." Dryly, Aizawa remarked, "I assume you were with Hound Dog during the first 5 minutes of class." "Yeah," Izuku said, ignoring Bakugo's questioning gaze as he walked to his desk and sat down. "So what did I miss?" "The class is choosing a representative," Aizawa sighed. "Personally, I don't care how they do it, just get it over with." Iida stood up and yelled, "I propose that we resolve this democratically. We elect the person we think is most qualified for the job." "You sure that would work, Iida?" Kirishima inquired. "Yeah, we don't know everyone very well yet, and most of us would probably just vote for ourselves." Kaminari made the point. "But that's the brilliance of it," Iida insisted. "It means that those with more than one vote would have been considered in a better light than others." Uraraka thought, "Sounds vaguely insulting." Bakugo grinned and said, "I'm in." Before long, they were all recording their decisions on tiny pieces of paper and putting them in a top hat that Yaoyorozu had made. Yaoyorozu exclaimed with joy, "Well, it appears that the polls are in, and Midoriya won by 4 votes. As Bakugo steamed, Izuku moaned, "You've got to be shitting me." Bakugo complained, "It's rigged." Izuku got up and approached. Izuku looked at his classmates and said, "I really think you all need to get checked out." He said, "I'm gonna be straightforward with you guys." "What?" Scratching the first strands of facial hair, he questioned, "Do I really look like leadership material? I mean, Mineta thought I was going to kill him yesterday." Kaminari remarked, "Well, but you have that whole, take no bullshit, vibe going for you, man, which really screams, calm under pressure, and future leader. Yeah, and you have a bit of a commanding presence." Sue continued, "When you talk, most people tend to listen." "I must concur with our classmates." Iida responded, "Though it stings to know I received no votes, it is good that you were chosen, Midoriya." Izuku sighed and muttered, "Now I'm going to have to keep the damn position. Aw man, you guys can't just say stuff like that." "Have you finished?" Aizawa stood up slowly and asked. Lazy saluting, Izuku said, "Yes sir, I'm your rep." Izuku gave Yaoyorozu a sidelong glance when she said, "And I am your vice representative." Aizawa dismissed Izuku and Yaoyorozu back to their desks and said, "Good, now, since we have some time before lunch, I'm going to inform all of you that we have extra training this afternoon. It will be after lunch, and we will be making a brief trip to the location. I therefore want everyone to return here on schedule. You get it?" They all chanted, "Yes sir." He turned to his new class representative and said, "Oh, and Midoriya. Be careful what you load during the training, because there will be live ammunition in your pack, because Snipes wanted to see you after the training, Something about target practice, don't you remember? Izuku said, his eyes brightening at the prospect of facing Snipes. Crystal, sir. Yaoyorozu. Izuku hurried to follow her out of the classroom as soon as the bell rang and Aizawa dismissed them. Mina, Toru, and Jiru watched him approach, making her pause and turn to face him. Can I talk with you? About our positions? She turned to her friends and said, sure thing, Midoriya. Sorry, I'll try to catch up as soon as I can. Mina smiled slyly and said, don't worry, Vice Representative. You just get to know our rep, huh? Jiru waved goodbye as Toru chirped, yeah, good luck. What had Izuku done to raise an eyebrow? Yaoyorozu turned back to Izuku and coughed politely, trying not to blush. What did you want to address? With a scratch at the back of his head, he muttered, well, for a start, I have no idea what a rep is supposed to do. Really? She inquired, startled. Yes, I didn't really think about it at my previous school, so what am I supposed to do? As she put it, you are also, partly at least, responsible for the class as a whole in regards to their schooling and disciplinary. Bad grades and disciplinary cases reflect badly on you and you might be held responsible depending on whether you knew of the situation. In other words, you are to represent our class in any situation that calls for it, such as should there be a meeting of representatives or with teachers regarding our class as a whole. You would also have to present yourself to any substitute teachers or supplementary teachers we are to be working with. Izuku asked icily, which being the representative means I should always know the situation, right? Yes, a good representative keeps up to date on their classmates, how their classes are going and if they need help. Izuku sighed and complained, I'm already over this position. Yaoyorozu attempted to comfort him by saying, it really isn't that bad. He remarked cynically, I'm not exactly a people person. When he gave her a disbelieving look, she smiled and said firmly, then this position is exactly what you need. Think about it, Midoriya. We're training to be heroes, and one of the requirements is dealing with the public. He let his head drop a little and moaned, damn it. Then he turned to face Yaoyorozu and said, thanks for the information, Yaoyorozu. He started to head for the cafeteria. She said, Yaomomo. He paused a little and turned to face her. Bless you? She laughed and said, no, my friends call me Yaomomo. With a tentative smile, he said, oh, right, then I guess you can just call me Izuku. She remarked, sounds grand. He said, right, see you in class, and hurried off in confusion. So, how did it go? Momo was startled by the curious looks she was receiving from Jiru and Mina as she looked up from her salad. She inquired, how did what go? Come on. Throw us a bone, Mina yelled, your little chat with our rep? Yeah, he couldn't honestly have just wanted to ask about y'all's duties, right? Jiru responded. That's exactly what he wanted to know. Momo replied that he didn't know what a representative was supposed to do. Toru interrupted, saying, but that's crazy, everyone knows what a representative does. Momo sighed, apparently not. Come on Yaomomo, you expect us to believe you two didn't discuss anything else? Mina asked. Sincerely, I don't know what you're looking for right now, Mina. Well, I told him he could call me Yaomomo, but that's it. Come on, you were staring at him strangely yesterday, Mina smiled. I'm looking for some gossip. Is he the object of your crush? No, of course not. Momo blushed, looking flustered. I admire his combat abilities. Mina laughed when Toru slyly remarked, I'm sure that's not the only thing you admire. He's not too bad on the eyes. Jiru responded, but be careful around him Momo, I've heard some rumors about him. What are the rumors? Mina inquired, sensing a juicy tale. With a dismissive tone, Jiru said, nothing that's worth repeating. So why even mention it? Momo ignored her friends and slowly glanced up across the cafeteria to where Izuku was sitting with Bakugo, Uraraka, and Iida. It appeared that Bakugo and Uraraka were having a disagreement. Izuku, who seemed to have finished eating and was instead staring around boredly, was the only one not taking part in the shenanigans. Bakugo was in the middle of a fight. Uraraka was laughing at him, and Iida was trying to calm them both down. When their gazes locked, Momo turned away, flushed. Why did he have such intense eyes? Momo jumped at the sound of an alarm, scanning the area as upperclassmen started to run. What's happening? Momo summoned one. I've never had a level 3 alarm go off before, so I'm not sure. As he went, the student answered. Mina remarked, sounds serious, and they all got up to follow everyone out. Before long, they were being crushed in the hallway as panic attacks set in. Calm down, everyone. In an attempt to regain control, Momo yelled, This is unnecessary. Hey, take note of the hands. Mina yelled at a boy in his second year. Dude. Assist. As she was sandwiched between two Gen Ed boys, Toru sobbed. Stop talking, everyone, this is really not cool, come on, Jiro snarled. Everyone abruptly stopped when a shrill whistle blew. Everyone freezes. The commanding voice of Izuku making most instantly stop where they were. Make a hole, he said. Now, he started, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his words. Can someone please inform me what the fuck that was? Izuku led a whimpering girl through the crowd, cradling her arm to her body and her eyes glassy with pain as he led her to the exit. Get her to recovery, girl Iida. Izuku told the tall boy, who nodded and carried on ushering the girl as he turned to face everyone. We get a level 3 alarm and all of you, even upperclassmen, act with no goddamn sense. He roared, making everyone around him cringe. Those of you who chose to lose your common sense tramped that girl there, he said, pointing to the area where the girl had just been led away. Why? Could someone please tell me why that was required? Most people looked down in embarrassment and said nothing. One boy began haltingly, we've never had a level 3 alarm before. And you get some sort of fucking immunity from that? Had this been a real emergency, you all would have killed the rest of us, he said icily, causing the boy to wilt under his severe glare. He glanced around at everyone, his eyes briefly locking with Momo's before he strode to the window and looked out, admonishing them sternly, it's just the fucking media, nothing to be afraid of. Izuku then vanished, leaving everyone in stunned silence as Bakugo and Uraraka followed him, both of them appearing worried about their friend. A third-year student with a rather uninteresting face said, well, you heard him. Go to class, and try not to stomp on anyone else. As they made their way back to the classrooms, Mina uttered the faint words, that was intense. Yes, I feel bad, even though I wasn't among those who were in a panic, Toru cried out. Jiro looked at Momo and muttered, definitely the right person to be our representative. You alright, Momo? I was just caught off guard by Midoriya's words, she assured her friend, adding, I'm doing just fine. I think we all were. Mina replied, I mean, he didn't even yell at Mineta yesterday when the little perv was leering. I mean, someone got hurt, wouldn't that ruffle your feathers a bit? Replied Toru. I guess. They lowered their voices as they got closer to the door. Iida was standing there, speaking softly to Izuku, who merely nodded in agreement and let the boy go. Mina said, hey Midoriya, you good? He looked at them and said, fine. He was referring to what had transpired in the hall when he said, sorry you guys had to hear all of that. Don't be sorry, you were right, those guys were out of line, Toru replied. As they passed their representative, Jiro nodded slightly to Izuku, and Momo paused beside him. Yeah, I'm just glad no one else was hurt, Mina concurred. She inquired, how is the girl? With his hands in his pockets, he said, thank goodness, nothing was broken. She did have a dislocated wrist from the initial fall, though, and many bruises, but nothing she won't get over. That's good, I have to say, you handled yourself well. Hey, barking orders is easy. Izuku giggled. My sensei was a pro at it, so I just did what he would have done in that situation. Who was your sensei? Replied she, if you don't mind me asking. Don't mind at all. His name's Rin Watanabe, former pro hero with a weapons proficiency quirk. Guy's a real hard ass when it comes to training and anything to do with harrowing. Surprised, she said, Watanabe. As in the gunslinging hero Deadshot. Yep. You were trained by the former number 2 hero? Izuku looked at his watch and said, let's get inside, class is about to start. Trained, belittled, felt inferior to. The list goes on. Momo, who appeared a little stunned by the information she had been given, followed Izuku inside. All right. Aizawa began as he returned to his chair. I'd like to thank all of you for how you each reacted to the alarm today. A lot of you were able to calm down others and keep anyone from being hurt. That being said, there will be repercussions to those who caused the panic at the east exit. Izuku muttered under his breath, good, now, everyone, prepare yourself and get your costumes ready, we're leaving soon. As Izuku stepped onto the sidewalk, his classmates all turned to stare at him. Midoriya bro, whoa. That is a significant improvement, Kirishima gave a thumbs up in exclamation. Very futuristic. Kaminari sighed, it feels like I'm just dressing up. As he approached them, Izuku said, it's not all that impressive. The equipment he had with him the day before was gone, replaced by a form-fitting black suit made of a special Kevlar mesh that said, you won't be getting stabbed anytime soon. Hatsume had laughed. Over this bodysuit were plates of an unidentified alloy that Hatsume had made. They covered most of his arms, legs, and chest, as well as his knuckles, and they were dark green with soft gray detailing. On his back, his batons were now held in what amounted to holsters crossing, positioned for easy retrieval if he needed them. Of course, he also had the days loud out with him, along with his customized sniper, MP5, and pair of Berettas, but a new addition made itself known on his right forearm. "Dude, are you carrying a mounted firearm?" Jiro inquired. "Yes," he said, pointing to the ammo belt that led into a tiny pouch fastened to his utility belt. "Not sure how well it'll work, but I guess I'll be finding out today." He held it up for everyone to see and said, "Belt fed, .40 S&W automatic. That helmet is gnarly." Shiro replied, "You're gonna scare some people with that." Izuku said, "That's the plan." He put on the helmet, which fit like a glove. A few small parts locked it in place, and a built-in HUD came to life. It showed the number of rounds left for his weapons and the overall condition of the armor. He pressed a button on his gauntlet, which immediately polarized the eye holes, making his eyes vanish. Kaminari sheepishly remarked, "Yep, definitely scaring people. What is the composition of this metal?" Examining the armor plating that Izuku was now wearing, Momo asked inquisitively. Izuku said, "I'm not sure, but Hatsume said it was a prototype." As she started to run her hands over the metal, she remarked, "It's unlike anything I've ever seen. The grain is so tiny that I can hardly tell it's there and it's so thin, it's impossible." Momo realized how inappropriate her behavior was when Izuku coughed and stepped back, saying, "Yeah." He exhaled as the buses arrived, saying, "Everyone on the bus, be quick about it would y'all? They're definitely lighter than any plates I've ever worn." They soon set off, Izuku taking off his helmet again and observing the surroundings. He didn't add much to the conversation, preferring to just gaze out the door. "I'm sorry." Izuku looked to his left and jumped a little at Momo's voice. When did she sit next to him? "I didn't mean to invade your personal space back there," she replied. "I'd have reacted the same way," Izuku said, glancing down at his armor. "You tend to pick up an eye for weapons and armor when you're reliant on them." "I agree," she replied with a grin. "I spent a lot of my time before we were researching any weapons that would be easy to summon with my quirk. Fine-tuning must be a problem. After a while it becomes muscle memory." As they approached the USJ, Izuku nodded and said, "Let's get ready." He put on his helmet and looked out the window again. The first to get up and lead their class out were he and Momo. Izuku noticed that he was focusing more on the impressive facility than on 13. "I'm assuming this isn't part of the training," he said, pointing to the warp gate, as his eyes narrowed as the lights flickered and a portal started to open. "Mr. Aizawa." With a harsh tone, Aizawa stated, "No, it's not." Izuku muttered, "Shit." He glanced down at his weapons, all of which were equipped with practice rounds. "Where are the alarms?" he asked. "They must have disabled them, Kaminari. See if you can't contact the main campus." "Right." As they moved, Izuku yelled, "Everyone else back to the bus," and hurried over to Yayorozu. "I need a favor." As they ran, she questioned, "What is it?" He pointed to the lock that held the conversion kit in the gun and said, "I need a tool, something that'll fit in this. If anything happens we'll need." When the warp gate villain in front of them said, "Apologies children," in a distorted voice, "but I cannot allow you to leave," an explosion cut the villain off, causing Izuku to clench his fist. He ran to his friend and yelled, "Bakugo, fall back," as a dark fog suddenly engulfed them all. After a few seconds, Izuku was falling freely onto a mountainside. As he slammed into the ground, he gritted his teeth and picked himself up, checking his weapons and raising his MP5 as two other bodies struck the ground next to him. "Shit." As he looked to see who they were, he said, "You two all right?" When Momo used a nearby boulder to help her push herself up, Jiro complained, "Aside from a bruise, I'm fine." She inquired, "Where are we?" Izuku looked around them and muttered, "Yayorozu, can you make me that tool I was talking about? Looks like the mountain zone." When Izuku threw his Beretta to her, Yayorozu staggered a little and said, "Let me see the lock again." At the same time, he was already removing the ammo belt from his mounted wrist gun, putting it in its satchel and then taking out another one. Eyes up. Izuku, who was mentally grateful to Hatsume for creating the wrist gun in the manner that she did, told the two as he reloaded it with live ammunition, "I can hear them coming." Jiro pulled what appeared to be a machete from the vice rep's thigh as Yayorozu created a staff to fight with. "Here," Yayorozu called, throwing him his Beretta and a small tool. Izuku grabbed them out of the air and started to remove the conversion kits from his guns, reloading them with live ammunition. Bringing his MP5 up and looking down the sights, Izuku gave the order, aim to incapacitate. We don't want to kill them, but they won't hesitate to try to kill us. The longer they're down the better. Keep a 5-meter space between us so we don't get swamped. And keep your head on a swivel, make sure no one gets behind us. He turned to face his comrades, who both looked determined, and said, let the fun begin. As the initial group of villains charged at them from around a big boulder, Izuku's accurate fire sent 3 of them tumbling to the ground, their knees blown out and their shoulders immobile from the rounds that had ripped through bone and muscle. Izuku yelled, on the right. Yaoyorozu had enough time to evade the claw swipe and strike the villain back. Yaoyorozu yelled, we need to get back to the stairs, rally with the others, as Jiru kicked a man in the knee. As she blocked another attack from a rock quirk user, she muttered, I don't even want to know how bad it is for everyone else. Su inquired, so you can discharge electricity? Yeah, replied Kaminari, but why? Frying the villains, Su and Mineta exchanged a glance before pushing Kaminari back into the water. Pay attention to this battle. One man managed to get through his first rounds and hit the MP5 out of his hand, sending it clattering off the mountainside. Izuku ordered, driving his fist into a woman's solar plexus, causing her to fall to the ground before shooting her in the knees. He reloaded his MP5 as quickly as he could and continued firing, each round biting into joints and sending villains sprawling. In response, Izuku pulled his Beretta, flashing the muzzle as he pushed the barrels into the man's shoulder. He fired 3 rounds in quick succession, sending the man screaming to the ground. These guys aren't even trying. Izuku sneered, leapt forward, kicked the larger man over, and slammed the gun's hilt into his throat before dropping his magazines on a group that had been attempting to plot behind a small cliff. You ought to calm down a little. Feeling a little queasy at the boys' casual way of hurting their adversaries, Jiru asked him. Izuku turned and threw one of his batons, catching another villain who was trying to sneak up on Jiru. Besides, they're villains, they'll get the best medical help a prison can give them, then 3 meals a day for the rest of their lives, he said simply. I tone it down, we die. Doesn't that sound much better than working 9 to 5? I can't tell if you're being serious or not, and that kind of scares me. Jiru was deadpanned. As he slowly moved to retrieve his other baton, Izuku reloaded his Berettas and put them back in his holster. He looked around and saw that all of the villains who had been warped there with them were down, some with bullet wounds to their knees, arms, and shoulders, and others were just unconscious from Momo's staff or Jiru's own blunted machete. Does it really matter? He looked to Yaoyorozu, who was already using binoculars to survey the area, and said, you see anything? We have bigger fish to fry than my sense of humor. Mister, she told him, I don't like the looks of that big monster. Or the guy with all the hands on him. Aizawa is still fighting in the center plaza. With his sniper hefted, Izuku remarked, perhaps I ought to give them a haircut. Really, dude, are you unable to? That goes against everything I stand for, so no. Momo rolled her eyes impatiently and said, please, both of you. We need a... She halted as a hand seized her and the ground exploded in front of her. Yao Momo. A few inches from the heiress's face, Izuku yelled, reaching for his Beretta, but stopping when the villain who had taken his vice representative ignited his hand, sending sparks flying. The villain ordered, put the baton down, now. Izuku sarcastically said, let her go. Set down your weapons, I said, unless you want to be flash-fried, that is. At that, he moved his hand closer, causing Yaoyorozu to whimper a little. As he slowly released the baton from his grasp, Izuku's eye twitched. Drop your weapon, Jiru, he said. Jiru started to say, you aren't going to let him, but stopped when she noticed that Midoriya's eyes were threatening to kill her, so she dropped the machete. Look, we can speak like grown-ups now. The villain chuckled and removed his hand from Momo's face. As soon as Izuku's right arm raised, a shot rang out, splattering blood across a portion of Momo's face as the bullet ripped through the villain's head. Fuck Jesus. As the body sagged to the floor, Jiru cried out. How are you, Yao Momo? Izuku hurried to the girl's side as she collapsed to her knees and asked in concern. She stammered, you, without turning to face the boy. With a grim expression, he handed her a small towel from his pack and said, yeah, I did. Get cleaned up. You just fucking killed a guy. Jiru exclaimed in a raspy whisper. Izuku looked past Momo to the altercation taking place in the central plaza and remarked, I was there, I know. Looking just a few seconds away from a breakdown, she yelled at him, and you're just gonna brush it off like that? You killed a living person. Izuku said firmly, stow it. Jiru froze as he removed his helmet, staring at her with weary, worn eyes and a grim expression on his lips. I did what I had to. If I hadn't he would have killed us all, so stow it away, and get your head in the game. There's a bigger picture here. As Izuku replaced his helmet, Jiro inhaled deeply and nodded. Picking up his rifle, he ordered, "Get Yaoyorozu to the stairs. She's just in shock, but I don't think she'll be of much help right now," he said. "Yeah, okay." She rushed to her friend and gently helped her stand up. The heiress's eyes were a little wide, and her whole body was trembling as Jiro took the towel from her motionless hands and started to wipe the blood off. "What are you going to do?" she asked. He hefted the rifle and pointed down the scope, saying, "Something stupid most likely. Do me a favor and get out of here fast. I don't think we'll like how this ends." Jiro hurried down the mountain, helping Momo as much as she could, saying, "Don't need to tell me twice." Izuku exhaled tremblingly as soon as they were gone, his hands shaking as he slowly dialed in the scope. "Put it away. Put it away," he whispered to himself, knowing that no matter how much was at stake, he didn't need to lose his nerve now. "Okay, big guy," Izuku muttered, drawing a bead on the big beak-brained monster that was standing placid in the courtyard. "Let's see what you do with this." As he destroyed Aizawa's elbow, Shigaraki rasped, "It's your hair, that's the tell. It was hard to tell when you were jumping around like that, but it drops any time you're not using your quirk." "Very debilitating, isn't it?" he said. Erasing Shigaraki's quirk, Aizawa pushed away from him, defeating a few villains in the process. Shigaraki turned around frantically, his eyes wide as he gazed at the huge hole that had appeared in the thing's head, which was stomping around in agony as it slowly started to heal, when the giant that had been standing alone suddenly started to scream. "What?" he asked. The two villains surrounding Aizawa abruptly fell, gripping their legs. Midoriya, Aizawa thought, scanning the area for any sign of the sharpshooter, who was far enough away that any gunfire would be obscured by the screeching of the objects. As he fell back, he pondered while observing the Nomu huddled tightly around Shigaraki, alert for any more shots. "Nomu. Kill." Shigaraki's eyes picked up the faint glint of a sniper scope, just as Aizawa had before. Taking aim once more, Izuku muttered, "Didn't even kill it." He cursed his luck as he ejected the sprint brass from the chamber. "At least I got some more villains down," he said, focusing on the hand guy. His eyes widened as the man pointed at him, and the monster vanished. He began, "Oh shit," and threw himself over the mountain's edge as the cliff he had been lying prone on exploded due to the force of the thing plowing into it. Izuku twisted in midair as he fell, firing multiple shots as quickly as he could into the thing that was now pursuing him. "Come on, you crow-faced fuck," Izuku growled as his boots hit the ground, sliding down the mountain and reloading, occasionally rolling to the side as the thing attempted to jump on him. He grunted in agony as he fell into the central plaza, stopping next to Aizawa as the object returned to Shigaraki's side. Izuku mumbled, "That didn't end well." Aizawa glared at him, saying, "You should be at the stairs." As he dropped his rifle, now depleted of ammunition, he straightened up and said, "What the hell is this thing?" "Warp bastards scattered us around the USJ. We took down what villains were in our area and I sent Yaomomo and Jiro back to the stairs. Figured you needed help so I was gonna provide Overwatch." "Not sure, but it's strong, we need to fall back. The moment we do that thing's gonna be on us." Izuku countered, "Unless he drowns himself in a shit-filled ditch he's our problem." "I'll deal with the hand bastard. Don't let him touch you or he'll break you apart," sighed Aizawa. "I hate that you're right. Hit him with everything you got." Izuku said, "Got it." He pulled his Barretta and fired at the Nomu, dodging as it attacked again. Aizawa charged Shigaraki, and as chaos raged around them, the two traded blows, and Izuku was barely surviving, each Nomu punch grazing his armor and limbs as he loaded the thing with as many rounds as he could. Izuku's luck ran out as its fist struck his chest, and the wounds healed almost instantly. "We need some heavy fucking ordnance," Izuku growled as he leapt behind a wall, his hand going into his utility belt as the Nomu destroyed the wall next to him. "Come on, big guy." Izuku gasped in pain as he slammed into a low wall that surrounded the water fountain. "One punch and most of my ribs are fucked," he thought as his HUD lit up with alerts. He could feel where the helmet around his head had caved and was currently biting into his cheek, and armor didn't even stop it. Izuku shouted, grabbing onto its arm and faulting himself over the thing as he pulled the pin on the grenade in his hand. "Let's see you grit those teeth." Izuku landed in a tumble, covering his head as the grenade detonated, plunged it into Nomu's exposed brain. "No," Shigaraki yelled, "you'll pay for that," as the headless Nomu fell to the ground in a heap. As Shigaraki's quirk returned to him, he growled and threw Aizawa away from him before jumping on Izuku and digging his hand into the boy's left arm. As the villain laughed crazily, Izuku screamed as he felt his arm deteriorate and gradually fall apart. Even though I might not be able to kill All Might today, I will be able to sleep easy knowing that one of his students will not be attending class on Monday. He chuckled and reached for Izuku's throat, but stopped when something stabbed him in the ribs. Fuck you. Izuku spat as he squeezed the trigger on his Barretta. Before Shigaraki could leap back, 3 rounds tore through his chest. Izuku pushed himself to sit down and continued shooting, only pausing when he was out of ammunition. Kurogiri appeared at Shigaraki's side, and he wheezed, "You little shit, I'm going to kill you. I'll tear your flesh from the bone with my fucking teeth." Shigaraki looked down at his wounds. Izuku had no response to that, so he just gave the man the last of his middle finger while the warp villain vanished along with his boss. Midoriya. As he got to his student, Aizawa yelled and ran back towards him, using his quirk to halt the decay's progression. As Aizawa helped him lay back and propped him up on some debris, Izuku mumbled, "That fucking hurt." He slowly let his hand drop to his side. "Relax, don't try and move too much," asked Aizawa. "Hopefully someone's gotten word out to the other teachers." "Can you assist me in removing my helmet?" Aizawa stopped when Izuku said, "It's biting into my cheek." With a nod, Aizawa carefully removed the helmet, exposing a cut on Izuku's cheek. The boy was pale, and his lips were bloody. "Are those lucky strikes still in your repertoire?" Izuku asked, returning to his utility belt with a numb hand. Aizawa stated, "Smoking isn't going to help this situation." He countered, "Not smoking won't help it either." With a sigh, Aizawa took out the pack and put a cigarette between the boy's lips. Izuku mumbled, "Thanks," before raising his Zippo and shakily lighting it. As his class representative blew smoke from his nostrils, Aizawa, who was slowly sitting next to him, revealed his own wounds. "Hey Mr. Aizawa. Don't take this the wrong way, but you look like hammered shit." Aizawa snorted and muttered, "You're not looking so hot yourself." He regained his balance as he looked around and saw that several students were running towards them, some from the stairs, some from the other areas, and that he felt his heart tighten as he turned to face Midoriya, who had a fallen head and a cigarette hanging limply from his lips. "Midoriya." Aizawa called his name, hoping the boy would look up. Midoriya, slightly relieved to find a faint pulse, he snapped and put his hand up to the boy's neck. "Mr. Aizawa." With a soaked Mineta and a fried Kaminari behind her, Sue yelled as she arrived at him. Aizawa gave the order, "Mineta, follow her, see if you can't get Sato or Choji down here, we need to move Midoriya now. Asui, head to the stairs and find out what's going on." Www. It had been a shock to see him like that, and Bakugo could hardly concentrate on anything else after he had left the urban area. Bakugo gazed at the ambulance as they loaded Izuku inside. His armor had been taken off, exposing uneven flesh underneath, and his right arm had had to be amputated at the shoulder. Only Kirishima's guidance had brought him to the stairs, where his childhood friend lay broken and covered in patches and gauze. Several people were crying or staring at him somberly. They all knew that one day someone they knew might be harmed. They simply had no idea it would occur so quickly. Izuku had been among the first to be seen, followed closely by Aizawa and 13. Yaoyorozu was also seen and treated for shock. All Might and the other teachers had arrived a few minutes after they had carried Midoriya to the top steps, with emergency vehicles also showing up as the alarms had gone off following the death of the electric quirk user. Bakugo. Bakugo slowly turned to face Uraraka, who appeared to be making a concerted effort to keep her tears from streaming down her face. "I assume that Midoriya will be all right." As Uraraka started to cry, Bakugo stepped forward and put his arms around her, feeling his heart tighten at the despair in her words. "He'll be fine." He muttered, "There's no way he'd let this stop him, he'll be just fine." All Bakugo wanted was to believe what he was saying. Izuku awoke to pain and white walls. Blearily, he sat up and gazed at the IVs and wires that had been connected to his body. "Careful there, kid." The sight of Watanabe's familiar form made Izuku jump and turn to his left, calming down as he said, "I should know. Pulling IVs out tend to hurt." "Where am I?" As he collapsed back onto the bed, he asked. Watanabe leaned forward and said, "Hospital. By the way, congrats on being the only idiot in your class to sustain serious injuries." With a sigh, Izuku tried to raise his hands but was perplexed when only one of them came into view. "My arm," he said, slowly turning his gaze to his right, where his sleeve was empty. There was no hope in saving it, Watanabe said quietly, looking down, said they had to amputate it. Izuku said, I lost my arm, as his heart twisted. Look kid, you did good in there, saved your classmates, even took down a threat that All Might would have had trouble with, don't just. What impact will this have on my training? Well, you can shoot with both hands, which is good, but reloading's going to be a bitch and a half. I already have contacts looking for a replacement. But how are you doing? Watanabe blinked as he looked at the boy, who was still staring at his stump, his eyes shining with a strange defiance that made him laugh. Other than missing an arm, I'm all right. He leaned back and rolled his eyes, saying, you know what I mean, the report says you killed 2 people. Now, one of them was that weird puppet thing, but the other. Izuku whispered, his gaze returning to the ceiling, he was threatening one of my classmates. If I did nothing, she'd have died. It's difficult, Watanabe said quietly, nodding, taking a life. I stowed it away. Like you taught me, yeah, but you gotta unpack it sooner or later kid, otherwise it's gonna eat you up. He glanced at him, you don't have to open up to me, but when they send you to therapy, and they will send you to therapy, use it to come to terms with what happened, if not. Izuku swallowed his feelings and said softly, I know, how's my mom? Worried about you of course, he continued, had to promise her I wouldn't leave here until she came back tomorrow. She wants to pull me from UA, doesn't she? Izuku sighed. She did. He acknowledged, but she changed her mind after that Yaoyorozu girl talked with her. Was Yaoyorozu present? Asked in astonishment. She had wanted to thank you and see you, but only family members were permitted in, he said, nodding. She and your mother had a lengthy conversation. Izuku shut his eyes and said, are you aware of what they discussed? The fuck should I know? Shrugged Watanabe. Get some rest, kid. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. I've been in here with you. All right. And I'm proud of you Izuku, you really stepped up to the plate. Mia would be proud. Thank you. Time was not on her side. She was aware that she was, and she was in danger of being caught and stopped completely with each second that went by. But this was something she had to do. No, this was a must for her. Interlocking mechanism is good, nerve gear sheath at full capacity, alloy holding steady at 95%. She was prohibited from entering the shop on weekends, particularly without her father's consent, according to the rules, but this was more important than a mild reprimand in grounding. Movement is twitchy, I'll need to patch the software before attempting to install. Who else would provide the same level of craftsmanship to her friend wearing a skull mask? May, SHT. May said, hiya dad. As she turned to face her father, a wiry, slender man with thick Coke bottle glasses and crazy salt and pepper hair. The retired engineer was wearing his bathrobe and holding his newspaper at the moment. What are you doing? It's 4 in the morning, you didn't go to sleep did you? She turned back to her project and said, sorry pops, but science waits for no man, and development is constantly developing. He walked over to a PC terminal and complained, how did you get past the security system this time? You rerouted it all to the liquor cabinet? Yep, mom's gonna get one hell of a surprise at her 7 o'clock whiskey, she murmured. You're gonna be the death of me sweetie. Sorry dad, but I have to get this done by tomorrow. He walked over and paused as he saw what was on the table, asking, what's so important that it has to be done 2 days before you go back to UA? It's something a friend needs. She quietly replied, Powerloader said he would be given the best UA can provide. But I know I can do better than some generic machine. He asks his daughter, who is this friend that warrants this level of engineering? His name is Midoriya, Izuku, quirkless hero student extraordinaire. The second day of school he shot me in the chest, she giggled. Do I need to go check my meds again? Or have you just not slept this entire weekend? What do either of those have to do with this situation? She thought. I kinda blew up the lab, and his itchy trigger finger sent one of my custom sim rounds into my chest. We then got to talking about weapon designs and armor platforms and he agreed to let me work on his gear. So potential client in need of repairs. He murmured, walking over to examine her layout, this is a good basis, but if we're going to get this ready by tomorrow then we'll need to start rerouting these servos. You've got 4 of them inverted and 5 aren't even soldered right. That's what I wasn't getting. That's what happens when you don't sleep for 3 days. Let's get to work. After 2 days, Bakugo sensed the tension in the atmosphere. Everyone who entered Class 1A seemed to be overcome with a sense of dread and uncertainty. It was inevitable that a mood like this would be set 5 days after encountering villains and witnessing a classmate so near death, but it was made worse by the fact that none of them knew what would happen to their class representative. Uraraka stopped at his side as she entered the classroom and said, "Hey Bakugo." He returned with a gentle, "Mourning." Without giving the girl a sidelong glance, she didn't appear to be moving at all. Bags under their eyes were barely hidden. Bakugo didn't think he was all that much better. She inquired, "Have you heard anything?" He sighed and shook his head, saying, "I only know he's stable." "That's good, right?" Bakugo asked. "How are you holding up?" With a noncommittal shrug. She gave him a bold smile that seemed to stop short of her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh, never better. Just tired." Before they both went to their chairs, he gave her shoulder a light squeeze and said, "You'll get through it." Everyone looked up as the door swung open once more and Yaoyorozu entered, appearing a little gaunt as she made her way to her chair. Kirishima said, "Hey Yaoyorozu," trying to sound cheerful. "How you doing today?" he asked. "Much better than I was before the weekend," she said, grinning wearily at everyone. "Thank you for asking." Unspoken but implied, Shiro inquired, "Have you heard anything? Regarding Midoriya?" "Nothing," she said sadly, "but I'm sure Mr. Aizawa will have some news for us." After everything, Kaminari remarked, "It feels weird." As Sato reprimanded him, "Dude. What? I'm not just gonna ignore the elephant in the room, dude. You gotta admit it's freaking you out too. Perhaps we should just all come clean and say what we really want to know." Todoroki started off, "What's happening with Midoriya?" Everyone fell silent at once. Juru was trying her hardest to keep her hands from shaking, and Yaoyorozu was staring down. Juru looked up and said, "The guy's tough, right? Wouldn't that mean we should give him the benefit of the doubt?" Sue explained bluntly, "He lost his arm. He won't be able to do everything he had done before. But he can still train and overcome that." Kirishima roared, "Come on, you guys saw the same video I did. He took down that beak thing, no sweat." "If the injuries were too severe," Iida said, lifting his glasses, "he nearly died taking out that beast thing." "I'm a little insulted, Iida." Everyone in the class tensed up at the playful drawl, and as they turned to face the door, they saw Izuku leaning against the frame with weary eyes, his hands idly resting in his pockets, and a smirk that made the inverted crescent scar on his cheek slightly more noticeable. "The hands. You believe I could be killed by a few punches?" "Midoriya." Kirishima whooped as she and a few others charged forward, saying, "Dude, we were worried." Izuku waved his right hand out of his pocket and dismissed them, saying, "Come on, it was just a flesh wound." "Whoa. Dude, you already have a prosthetic?" "Yep," he said, rolling up the sleeve on his right arm to reveal smooth metal plating that appeared to be composed of hundreds of interlocking parts. Izuku ran his hand over the black-tinted metal, and it moved smoothly and hardly made any noise. "Friend of mine in the support department Rush ordered it when she heard." He turned to his fellow students, "I'll tell you guys more later, right now we got class to start. To your desks." They all obeyed, and as he made his way to his desk, many of them greeted him again. As he sat down, Yaoyorozu said, "It's good to see you on your feet again, Midoriya." He gave her a sincere smile that made the heiress's heart skip a beat and said, "Thanks Yaomomo." Entering the classroom, Aizawa said, "All right everyone. We have a lot to cover so." He trailed off as his eyes swept over his class and he noticed Izuku sitting at his desk. "You're supposed to be in the hospital," he said sharply, causing Izuku to stiffen. He avoided looking at his teacher and said, he got released early." New arm?" "Yeah," Aizawa continued, turning her eyes away from Izuku. "Anyway, I wanted to take some time right now to talk about what happened at the USJ. According to the principal, the entire Class 1A will be seeing Hound Dog for debrief and counseling. You will have an hour-long session with Hound Dog at the first meeting. Whether additional sessions are planned will depend on Hound Dog's evaluation. However, I would like to point out that it is admirable how you students handled yourselves when confronted with villains, and strengthens my conviction that each of you will be a remarkable hero in your own right." Some of the students grinned broadly at one another, and Izuku gave a small smirk. "Now that I've said that, know that your battle is far from over. The UA Sports Festival will begin in a month." Izuku leaned back in his chair, listening with half an ear as he discreetly massaged his right shoulder, the pain of his surgery shooting through the newly soldered nerves. Immediately, the room was in a frenzy as everyone started talking excitedly about the event that had rivaled and surpassed the Olympics. Presenting the arm to Izuku, Powerloader, and his mother, who were standing off to the side, Hatsume said, "You should have full control over it. The nerve gear I rigged throughout it should easily connect with your nervous system," she said. "You'll feel as though you've never lost an arm." Powerloader praised his student, saying, "This is impressive Hatsume, but we can't possibly approve an untested. Her armor is what kept me alive during the USJ, so if she says this prosthetic is the best, it's the best, Izuku said firmly, grinning at Hatsume. I'll do it. Midoriya. When he saw that the classroom was largely deserted and that his classmates were packing up and heading out for lunch, Izuku looked up abruptly and blinked in confusion. Aizawa was standing in front of him, looking down at the class representative with a hint of annoyance. He narrowed his eyes at the boy and said sharply, I was told that you would be in recovery for at least a week. All I was doing was sitting at home lifting a 5-pound barbell. Izuku complained, I could do that here. You can't rush this. Izuku ran a nervous hand through his hair, wincing when a strand of hair got caught between the metal pieces, and firmly stated, I'm not. I just didn't want to be alone at home. He sighed, that's gonna take some getting used to. Aizawa sighed. I won't send you home, all honesty I'd do the same thing you were if I were in your position. But if the old lady catches you, I know nothing. Izuku stood up and grabbed his bag, saying, understood. He started out just behind Tokiyami and almost immediately ran into his fellow classmates. Hey guys, he said, stopping when Uraraka and Sue suddenly started to embrace him. Iida then wrapped the three of them in a big hug and said, okay, hey Kirishima what's? Kirishima, Shiro, Kaminari, and Mina then joined in the embrace, followed shortly after by Sato, Hagakure, Aoyama, and Ojiro. Juru and Yaoyorozu were standing off to the side with Tokiyami and Koda, all of whom were grinning warmly at Izuku. It culminated when Shoji, the kind giant, embraced the entire class without uttering a word. This is uncomfortable, Izuku muttered clumsily. We're just glad you're okay. Uraraka sighed, we saw them rush you off and it just looked so bad. Kirishima grinned broadly and said, yeah, we were worried about you man. And then you just walk in here like you were just on a break or something. Not that this isn't fun. But we do need to eat before afternoon training, he said, reassuring Iida as the boy started to shake a little. Well sorry for worrying everyone. Let's get to the lunchroom, Iida said, releasing his hold gradually, he's right. Izuku hung back as the spontaneous group hug ended, looking around the hallway until he caught a glimpse of Bakugo leaning against the wall. Slowly, his old friend pushed it away and approached. Izuku threatened, you hug me, I shoot you. With a sly smile, Bakugo shot back, why would I want to hug you loser? Before giving the boy a light punch to the left shoulder. It's good to see you up and about Izuku. Next time don't give everyone a heart attack As Bakugo left, Izuku observed how he settled down next to Uraraka, their hands occasionally grazing one another. He's right. Izuku was tense when he turned around again and saw Juru and Yaoyorozu still there. Yaoyorozu smiled softly and said, it's good to have you back, though I am surprised they found you a prosthetic. Yeah, surprised me too. Izuku responded sheepishly, all honesty I expected to be out for another month or so. Then Hatsume just comes bursting into the room with this arm. He breathes deeply, look, I wanted to apologize to you too. The call I made on the mountain, it was. Izuku looked at Juru in surprise as she said, the right call to make. Don't get me wrong, I'm still not comfortable, but if you hadn't done that. Yaoyorozu concluded for her, I wish I could have thanked you properly then, but, well, it was a shock. I wouldn't be here. With his shoulders slightly relaxed, Izuku nodded and said, I thought it would have been a lot more difficult to get your forgiveness. I'm sure our classmates are wondering what's going on, so let's go catch up with them. Juru nodded next to Yaoyorozu, who stated firmly, there's nothing to forgive. Yeah. Let's. Izuku tightened his jaw while Hatsume made a few minor adjustments to his arm. As she worked with some wires inserted into Izuku's shoulder, Hatsume hummed, 1 full day and the arm's already out of alignment. Has there been any pain? The skin surrounding the prosthetic still appeared raw, with a few fresh scars embedded in the area where the equipment had been grafted to his body. As Hatsume's tool struck one of his nerves, causing his entire body to lock up in pain, Izuku hissed, mostly stiffness. I thought it was because I wasn't used to shit, he muttered. The exposed wiring was covered by the metal plating, and she tapped the arm a few times, saying, so far it's just small little things that are falling out of alignment. Shouldn't affect anything serious unless you're doing some serious damage to the arm. Whoops. She cackled, yeah, that's normal. I think we'll need you to come in every day to check up on it. Which shouldn't be possible with how you made it, Izuku responded. As he picked up his shirt and put it on, buttoning it up, she yelled, exactly. How's your touch reaction? She asked. I haven't crushed anything on accident since this morning. That's progress. With mixed feelings, Izuku slowly put on a black glove to cover the metallic appendage and said, "Thank you, Hatsume. You have no idea how much this means to me." Yep, Izuku looked at his prosthetic. As she started to tinker with another of her projects, she said, "No, I don't suppose I do. But I can't have my future customer dropping out because of something as silly as an arm," she said. Izuku said sourly, "Thanks. Anything else you wanted to discuss?" No, I got the wrist gun fixed, so it should be good for the sports festival. I don't even know if they'll allow me to take it in," Izuku murmured. Nezu was talking about how things were going to be different this year since I was quirkless. She said helpfully, "Well, they can't bar you from participating." He shrugged on his dress jacket and said, "But that doesn't mean they can't limit me. Thank you, Hatsume. I'm sure we'll find out more soon." As he left the room, she exclaimed, "Anytime, Skull Guy, be sure to record any pain sensations, and if the arm abruptly stops working." Izuku called back, "Got ya." As he entered the hallway, he stopped instantly upon seeing a familiar face and stepped back from her personal space, saying, "Oh, Yaomomo. It's late, I'm surprised you're still here." As he arched an eyebrow, she fidgeted a little and said, "I was actually looking for you." He said slowly, "Well, here I am. What did you need?" he asked. "Well, what are you up to this afternoon?" With hesitation, she asked. "Just heading home. I'm not allowed to do heavy exercise until next week," Izuku said, shaking his head slowly. Would you like to come with me to get some ramen?" she asked, nodding. She played with her ponytail as she asked. "Ramen?" he inquired. "Yes. Kyoka was just telling me about a well-known stand just down the way from Ua and I've been meaning to try it." Izuku gave her a smile that more closely resembled a grimace before slowly nodding and saying, "Yeah, sure. Doesn't sound like a problem." "That's good," she smiled tightly, "and then we can get my driver to drop us off." As Momo started to leave, Izuku blinked and said, Excuse me, driver?" Izuku sat uneasily at the little ramen shop that Kyoka had recommended to Momo. A limousine was parked behind them, and as they waited for their food, the driver read the daily newspaper. Izuku nodded in response to Momo's question. "This place is quite quaint, is it not?" He said courteously, "Yeah, it's nice. So, what brought this on?" he asked. Momo was blushing. "I wanted to thank you properly for saving me back at the USJ," she continued, "and Kyoka said that buying you dinner would be a good way to go about that." Izuku. "Well, I'm not one to turn down a free meal, but you didn't have to," with a slight nod. "But I wanted to," she quickly responded. "You saved my life doing what you did, and I know how much a decision like that can affect you, so. Thank you for this, Yaomomo," Izuku said softly, smiling warmly at her. "I do appreciate it." As their orders were presented to them, she smiled at him. They ate in silence, mostly striking up a conversation when forced, and soon they were both finished and making their way back to the limousine. Momo muttered, "This was enjoyable, we should do it again." With a casual smile, Izuku said, "Momo," as she opened the door and raised an eyebrow in response. "What do you hope to gain from this?" Momo became enraged right away, saying, "Don't take this too personally, I just wanted to thank you," she warned him, trying her best not to blush. Izuku backed up a little and said, "I'll see you at school tomorrow, Yaomomo." He laughed softly and said, "Sorry, forget I asked anything." As he began walking down the sidewalk, she said, "You have a good night, Midoriya." Momo hurried into the limousine and shut the door with a slight frown. "You're a coward, Momo, after a week. You thought you had no other option, then?" After spending the last half hour on the USJ, Izuku sighed as he turned to face Hound Dog. He was genuinely ready to head home for the day. Izuku said, "Yes, I felt like I had no other choice. He was more than willing to kill, and he had my vice representative in his arms. Yaoyorozu would have been killed if I had done nothing." "How did it make you feel to have to do it?" Inui inquired. Izuku shifted uneasily and said, I wasn't proud of it." He shook his head and said, "I stowed it away because it was what had to be done and I couldn't dwell on it after the fact." "Did you revisit it before now?" "I spoke with my master about it, and he simply advised me not to put it away indefinitely. Doing that could be detrimental to your health." Inui nodded and continued, "Talking about it can help you gain the closure you need to move on." Izuku raised his eyebrows. "I didn't want to kill him, and I hate that I was placed in that situation. Would you go back and make a different choice if you had the chance?" Izuku looked Hound Dog in the eye and firmly said, "No, to change what I did means Yaomomo would have died, and I wasn't going to let that happen." After nodding, Inui said, "Let's talk about Yaoyorozu." Tensed, Izuku said, "What about her?" he asked thoughtfully. Inui remarked, "You two seem to have gotten closer." "She's like my other classmates," he responded dismissively, happy to have me back, and with a closer bond because of what we've been through. "You've mentioned Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo before, but Yaoyorozu is the only one you seem to have a nickname for." Well, she told me to call her that." Izuku gasped. "I didn't question it, I just, well, went with it." "Are you friends with her?" Izuku muttered. "Yes, just a friend." "Why draw that distinction?" Inui inquired. Izuku whispered, "For my own peace of mind." "Would you mind going into more detail?" Leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees, Izuku moaned. "Well, here's the thing. Yesterday, she came up to me and invited me to a nearby ramen stand. She said it was so she could thank me for saving her. But I felt like she was trying for more," Izuku said. "You believe she is interested in you romantically?" "Maybe, I don't know. If she doesn't, then great. Nothing to worry about, but if she does." "If she does?" he asked. "If she does, then I'll have to break her heart." "Why? You know about my last girlfriend. We spoke of her our first session," he says, turning away from Inui to face a class of second-year students playing on the field outside the window. "She died and, well, I was lost. I had promised her the world, promised her safety, and failed. How can I turn around and do that again with another girl? To do so would be to betray Mia." Inui nodded a little and said, "I don't think it would." Izuku turned to face him. "Ms. Above all else, I believe Watanabe would have wanted to see you happy after she passed away because she loved you." "Can we move on?" Izuku asked stoically as he leaned back and let his eyes drop to his lap. "Of course." Izuku left the office 15 minutes later, promising Inui that he would consider what they had discussed. He actually arrived at class early today, sat behind Bakugo, and ignored everything else until the start of the lesson. Classes started to get shorter in anticipation of the sports festival so that every student could practice and get ready. Izuku returned to honing his skills after receiving the all-clear. He was using the wrist gun at the shooting range most of the time. Principal Nezu discovered him there, the little rodent scaling the bench behind him to observe. Nezu remarked, "I think you'd give Snipes a run for his money." Izuku turned to face him. "Not too sure about that." Izuku replied, "He can change the trajectory mid-flight. I can't. However, you punched out the target's center, and based on what I can see, you also punched 2 holes in it to store it properly." As he unloaded the gun and turned to face the principal, Izuku smiled and said, "Better than any hole puncher. So, what can I do for you today, sir?" "I'm afraid I've come with bad tidings, Mr. Midoriya. I have put you in an unwinnable situation," Nezu said, his smile slightly fading. "What are you saying?" "With the sports festival coming up, and with the USJ incident, the Hero Association has flexed its power and has put several new rules into effect." Nezu took a seat at the table's edge. "They have decided that Hero Course students are only allowed 2 pieces of support equipment for the festival, and they must be related to the student's quirk, and the use of projectile firearms are prohibited." Izuku muttered, "Which means I won't have my guns," as his blood ran cold. "They tried to include your new arm as support equipment, but thankfully Recovery Girl was able to convince them that it was against their best interests to try and include that." Nezu responded with sadness. "I cannot prove it currently, but it is abundantly clear that the association wishes to try and edge you out, as it were." "But why? What have I done to make them want to restrict what I can do at the festival?" Izuku asked bewilderedly. Nezu stated, "I think it has to do with your mentor, Deadshot. Deadshot is the final hero of the second generation and was one of the most committed supporters of eliminating villains. Having Deadshot's protege, a boy who has already killed 2 villains, would undoubtedly set the association back in their efforts to keep those kinds of ideals out of the hero industry as a whole. Heroes kill villains all the time, it's an occupational hazard," Izuku said. "I agree, but Deadshot was known for killing villains indiscriminately, even when other options were readily available." Nezu murmured, "I also think they are still against the idea of a quirkless hero. They may be trying to use this as a way to show the world that you cannot be a hero as you are." "That is bullshit, that is. Who the fuck are they to try and stop me from being what I want to be?" Izuku exploded. "To say that my training and everything I've accomplished are insufficient? Fuck," he yelled as he tore his earplugs from around his neck and hurled them at the wall, the plastic headphones exploding. "I understand your frustrations, young Midoriya. Sadly, my hands are tied. The only concession I can give you is that even without your weapons, you are a force to be reckoned with," Nezu said. allowing Izuku to vent his frustrations before continuing after the boy had sat back against the wall in a huff. Izuku mumbled a hollow, "Thanks. I'm sure you'll find a way to come out on top in the festival. You have a knack for proving people wrong." Nezu jumped down and patted the boy's leg before turning to leave and heading for the door. Nezu. Yes? Izuku questioned, would a scream of sticks be counted as related to my quirk? You have a good rest of the day, Nezu said with a smile, adding, I do believe an argument can be made for it. Still furious inside, Izuku waited until Nezu was gone before starting to clean up, already preparing to discuss what he had discovered with Watanabe. As Bakugo and Yaomomo processed what he had just told them, Izuku stood with them, smoking a cigarette distractedly. Nezu really thinks they're trying to set you up for failure? Yaomomo responded. Why else would they specify a no-guns policy and limit support items so severely for hero students? Bakugo chided, Izuku's the only one who would currently get screwed by these rules. Even Aoyama wouldn't have much of a problem getting his belt approved. But this is underhanded, dirty, unethical. Yaomomo gave him a worried look as Izuku whispered, Welcome to the life of a pro hero. The association is notorious for trying to crush rookies that they feel don't fit their model of a hero. They're just getting a head start on me. But we can't just let this stand. We could protest or petition. Petition wouldn't do anything, Bakugo murmured. Only people who would sign is Class 1A. Everyone else is gunning for us. Why would they help us? Same problem with protesting. Izuku responded, if only 1A protests, then they can still hold the festival with the other courses, and probably get all of 1A replaced because of it, not to mention our class needs the festival to make a name and get scouted. I couldn't ask them to risk that for this. Her question was worried. Then, what will you do? She asked. Bakugo looked over at Izuku, wondering what he would do as well. When the cherry-red embers started to burn his thumb, Izuku didn't reply at first. I'm going to train, he said, flicking the cigarette butt to the ground and crushing it with his boot, just like I did for the entrance exam. Make my body work as hard as it can. They think a quirkless person can't become a hero, he said, glancing at Bakugo. Then I'm going to enter the sports festival, and I'm going to win. Okay, so they're trying to restrict me and take away the resources I've learned to use to obtain an advantage? Alright, they don't have to prove to the world that I'm a hero. Unlike the entrance exam, you'll be competing against other students, so this is going to be dangerous, Bakugo said. They won't be holding back, and if you bring in a player like Todoroki. Izuku said icily, causing Yaomomo to sway slightly, I can't let this stop me, Bakugo, you know that. Then I'll bash his pretty face in advance. With a sigh, Bakugo said, yes, I do. And you better not hold back either. Izuku said, you pull a single punch then I take it as the go-ahead to ruin your fucking day. You think I'd be amenable to a nerd like you, tch? Izuku grinned as Bakugo sneered. Izuku turned to face Momo, his eyes softening, and said, just making sure you understand. That goes for you too, Yaomomo. He said, no pulling punches, no trying to convince everyone to help me. We compete as equals and enter this festival as equals. Momo gave a slight nod, I understand. I just wish there was something else we can do to show the association that this is wrong. Izuku nodded sympathetically as Bakugo grunted, the only thing we can do is our best. Hell, Izuku making it to the third event will be a big enough middle finger to those assholes, he said. And winning it will definitely light a fire under their ass. Izuku let out a sigh. Let's get going. We have a lot of work to do, and only a month to get ready. He had Hatsume whip up 2 smooth batons for him prior to the sports festival. They were a little longer than his stun batons and had a better charge. Izuku remained largely silent while his class milled about, discussing unimportant topics, while they awaited the start of the event. Momo approached her friend and asked, are you okay, Izuku? He muttered, I'll be fine. He was telling the truth. After training until he was exhausted over the past month, he was now stronger than he had ever been. Stronger than he had been on the entrance exam. However, pushing his body to the limit resulted in sleep deprivation and mild malnutrition because he only ate enough to prevent his body from shutting down. The strain this caused left him feeling perpetually worn out. However, it was necessary if he was to have any chance of opposing some of the influential people in their class. She whispered, Izuku, I hope you know what you're doing. With a weary smile, Izuku said to her, I always do, Yaomomo. He looked up as they were called to the field. Don't hold back today, Yaomomo. As they all started to leave for the field, Momo said, I won't, I promise. Izuku hardly paid attention to the opening remarks. And now, we will have the first-year representative come forth to deliver the oath, called Midnight. Izuku then came forward, much to the surprise of the other pupils. Isn't he that quirkless kid? How did he get the position? What happened to his arm? Is that even allowed? This festival is to show the world what we can do. To show the progress of heroes and the skills we can bring to benefit all. Izuku ignored them all and approached the microphone while looking around. He looked up towards the box seats, where Nezu sat with the representatives of the Hero Association. That's why I swear to do my best, and prove to those who limit us that we are here. And we won't be going anywhere, we will go beyond plus ultra and prove that we are worthy of being UA students. Class 1A started to applaud after realizing what Izuku's words really meant. As Izuku left the stage, the others gave each other courteous applause while glancing nervously at one another. Izuku paused next to him, and Bakugo whispered, "You think they're gonna rise to that bait?" As the first challenge was revealed, Izuku muttered, "They'll definitely be sore about it. I don't even want to know what obstacles they would consider, but obstacle course, huh?" "Are you afraid?" Bakugo inquired. Izuku said dryly, "Go ahead, ask another stupid question." As soon as the start sounded, Izuku leapt over the dog pile that was being formed, vaulting off the wall and using the other students as stepping stones. "Excuse me, sorry, coming through," he shouted, the ground below them frozen, and he muttered, landing in a roll on the other side, much to Todoroki's surprise. However, the half-and-half boy didn't stall. Instead, he continued running, freezing the 0-pointers as he ran between their legs. Izuku snarled as he stood in the center of the smaller battle bots, his prosthetic ripping through the circuitry and armor like tissue paper. And there goes Midoriya showing us just how he got into the hero course. As they approached the second obstacle, Izuku ran with a few of his classmates after tearing through one more 3-pointer. As a reptilian arm swung at his neck, Izuku ducked under it and slammed his fist into his assailant's stomach, forcing him to slide back across the ground. However, a cold chill down his spine and his reflexes were the only things keeping him from being knocked out of the race. Two other students flanked him, one of whom appeared to be growing quills out of his back and the other sharp claws from her fingers. "Sorry kid." The general ed student growled. "This isn't personal." Neither of them got back up after Izuku slid between their attacks, pulling his batons and expertly slamming them into the quill guy's chest, arms, and shoulders before kicking him away and taking down the lizard arm guy. "Don't get any closer, D," with her claws ready, the girl backed away from him and warned. With a shrug, Izuku threw the baton, catching her in the sternum and causing her to lose her breath. He then charged in and defeated her. Then, much to the surprise of Ochako and a few others, Izuku turned on his foot and started for the second obstacle, putting away his batons and removing his sweater as he leapt over the edge. "He's insane." Kaminari yelled as he saw Izuku swiftly slide his sweater down one of the wires after slinging it over. Ojiro whispered, "He handled it like a zipline. Brilliant." Uraraka sighed, then removed her own gravity and leapt, saying, "I really wish he would stop giving me heart attacks." "Damn it," Izuku complained, glaring at the line that would take him to the opposite side, after landing on one of the lower rock formations and leaping swiftly between a few others that were sufficiently close. The line was extremely steep. Izuku grunted as he leapt and seized the pole, sluggishly climbing it as others started to pass him again. He grunted with effort as he hauled himself down to ground level and started to fly again. He arrived at the mined field before most of his classmates did. He looked over the obstacle and saw how far ahead Bakugo and Todoroki were. "I'm not out of this yet," he growled, stepping between the mines with ease as he watched them fight. "Surprise assholes," he snarled as he tackled Bakugo, using him as a springboard to avoid the mines as Bakugo was thrown back into the air by the explosives. Todoroki tried to freeze him, but a devastating punch from his prosthetic broke the ice before it could do more than frost his boots. Subsequently, Izuku resumed his running, swiftly exiting the minefield and heading towards the finish line with Todoroki hot at his heels. The sounds of explosions behind them alerted both of them to Bakugo's impending return. Izuku lunged forward the final few meters towards the finish line after feeling Todoroki's hand brush against his shirt. Bakugo flew in their direction, and Todoroki followed suit. "It's a photo finish," said Present Mike. "Let's watch the slow motion to see who wins." The camera zoomed in on their hands, showing Bakugo and Todoroki level with each other but Izuku's hand slightly ahead. Izuku slowly pushed himself up and watched on the large screen as he, Bakugo, and Todoroki reached for the finish line, neck and neck, and then slowly fell to the ground. "And the winner by centimeters is Midoriya." Izuku clenched his fist as the majority of the audience started to jeer, while a few started to cheer. Bakugo stood up and complained, Assholes. You beat me this time, Izuku, but don't think you'll get as lucky in the next round, he said, smiling. Izuku looked at him bewildered, and then he laughed, saying, luck's got nothing to do with it, Bakugo. As the two started to make their way to the stage, Todoroki narrowed his eyes at them. Uraraka exclaimed, breathless and exhausted, Midoriya, Katsuki, you guys were awesome, she exclaimed. With a smug grin on his face and his hands in his pockets, Bakugo drew lead, thanks round cheeks. Katsuki? Uraraka blushed and Bakugo spluttering, Midoriya asked in a playful tone. Bakugo. Can I talk to you quickly? Yaoyorozu called, interrupting the conversation before it could go further. As he stalked over to the girl, he muttered, sure. What's that about? Uraraka inquired as they observed the two conversing, Bakugo growing increasingly agitated as the discussion continued. As Bakugo walked back, Izuku said, no idea. Would you mind sharing with the class? Bakugo waved him away, saying, it's nothing. Let's prepare for the second round. When Todoroki tried to grab his headband, Izuku ducked under him, gritting his teeth and growling, gonna have to try harder than that, icy hot. He then righted himself, batons out, as Monoma's team entered. As they entered, Monoma called, you have nothing worth copying, but I would definitely appreciate having your points, instead. Tokiyami yelled, dark shadow, as the shadow bird approached Monoma but was pushed away from his grasp by an explosion. Izuku yelled, he copies quirks. Be careful, before switching on the batons and striking Monoma's hand away from him, causing the boy to shriek in agony as hundreds of volts passed through him. Bakugo roared, coming through, as he soared through the air, tearing multiple bands away from Monoma as Dark Shadow launched another attack, forcing Monoma's team to flee. The only person still crippled by the attack was Monoma, who was starting to lose his strength. Monoma, come on man. Oof. Monoma has fallen from his horse, he and his team are disqualified. Izuku shifted his attention to Bakugo, who was staring back at him from his horse. When Bakugo yelled, go, to his team, they immediately moved to the left, Bakugo hot on their heels as his hand reached for Izuku's band. For a brief moment, neither had moved. And time is up. The winner is once again Midoriya. The cheers of Izuku's team caused Bakugo to fall flat on his face. Uraraka exclaimed, that was close, and assisted Izuku in falling back to the ground while Bakugo got to his feet. He said absently, avoiding Izuku's stare as the boy narrowed his eyes at him, you got lucky. As everyone started to swarm again, Izuku muttered, yeah. Lucky. Ojiro stopped in front of Izuku, appearing a little shaken, and I asked, you good, Ojiro? He inquired. Before Midnight could respond, Ojiro raised his hand and called, I'm going to be dropping out. Unless you're injured, you cannot withdraw from. I wasn't in charge during that match, so you don't get it. I hardly remember anything other than being asked to join a team, Ojiro yelled. I also wish to withdraw. With a dejected expression on his face, the Class B boy who had played for Ojiro's team said, I'm just like him, I don't even know how we got in the top 4. I think someone who actually knows what happened during the round should take our spots. Well, what noble and valiant boys, it's really thrilling, alright. You two are reclusive. It's his quirk, isn't it? Izuku said, turning his gaze from Ojiro to the only teammate who didn't retreat. The purple-haired boy avoided eye contact and appeared a little concerned. As Midnight revealed that Tetsu and Shiozaki would be the new tournament competitors, Izuku asked Ojiro in a low voice. Ojiro sighed as he glanced up at the pairings and saw Izuku's name by Shinso Hitoshi's name. Yeah. He talked to me and as soon as I responded I blacked out. As they were dismissed, Izuku nodded and said, is there anything I can use against him? Izuku inquired. During the match I bumped into someone and I was able to get control back, Ojiro responded, so if he does get you locked in, there's a small chance you can bring yourself back. Thank you Ojiro, I'll kick his ass for you. Ojiro laughed as he left, and Izuku watched him go for a while before focusing on Bakugo, who was quietly speaking with Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. You really are a good friend. Bakugo started to approach them, hands in his pockets, saying, Bakugo. Can I speak with you for a moment? He called as he approached, causing the irascible teenager to turn around, in private. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu watched them leave with concern as Bakugo nodded and moved over. What are you in need of? As they made their way farther into the stadium, Bakugo remarked, we can only eat for so long. Izuku pushed the locker room door open and muttered, this won't take long. He nodded to himself when he realized they were by themselves. What won't take? Crack! Izuku punched Bakugo across the chin, causing him to sprawl to the ground. Bakugo screamed in agony, but the boy caught him by the front of his shirt and pulled him up, slamming him against the wall. What the devil game are you engaged in? I told you I didn't need your help, Izuku snarled at him. What the devil are you referring to? Bakugo muttered, avoiding eye contact. You consider me foolish? Or did you forget that you and Yaoyorozu had your little war council meeting directly in front of me? Izuku yelled. Bakugo was interrupted by another punch. You're looking too far into things. You took out Monoma before he could recover and take my headband. Izuku was furious, and don't think I didn't notice you taking out any team that even tried to come after me. Look, it's not what you think, Bakugo sighed, grunting as Izuku shoved him away, releasing his shirt on the way. Yaoyorozu witnessed those 3 General Ed idiots attempt to ambush you at the beginning of the second obstacle in the first round. What the heck? Gen Ed has been focusing on all of us, Izuku remarked contemptuously. If they were pursuing all of us, why were the heroes holding these 3 in particular? Bakugo yelled. You're the only one who was ambushed like that. At that, Izuku tensed up. What? I don't know the whole story, but Kirishima told me that while he was running past them, Kamui Woods had them restrained using his quirk. With a hand running through his hair, Izuku muttered, unfucking believable, one of those idiots said something about it not being personal, you don't think that some of the General Ed students are being bought off by the Hero Association in an attempt to take you out early? Ponytail seems to think so, which is why we didn't team up with you for the cavalry battle, so that there are more eyes observing from various angles, Bakugo inquired. Izuku sighed as he took a seat on a bench close by. Don't these jerks want me out? I'm guessing you couldn't identify anyone who might have been bribed, huh? Izuku said softly. Bakugo shrugged and remarked, you had the 1 million, everyone was gunning for you. Izuku stood up, glaring at Bakugo, and said, I appreciate you two looking out for me, but like I said, I can handle this on my own. Next time, don't hesitate when you jump at the end, don't. Bakugo laughed, that's if we even fight, we're on opposite sides of the bracket. Izuku smirked and said, I already told you, I'm getting to the top. He then sighed and said, okay, you get one. What? Bakugo inquired bewilderedly. 1 punch, you get 1 punch since I got you with a sucker. You hit me twice, don't I deserve 2? One of those punches was for hesitating, Izuku chuckled. Bakugo gave a shrug and said, fair, before slapping Izuku across the cheek and knocking him to the ground. Izuku gripped and slowly raised himself, saying, Jesus fuck, it's like being struck by a fucking train. Bakugo sneered as the two left the locker room, saying, something to look forward to. They soon arrived at the vendors, picked up their food, and met up with Yaoyorozu and Uraraka in the lunchroom, just as Mineta was trying to persuade them that they had to take part in a cheer competition. Hey, the little boy shrank as Bakugo growled, Grapehead, fuck off. I was just letting Yaoyorozu know about, we heard, Izuku coldly replied, and if you expect me to believe that Aizawa told you about a competition before he told me, the class rep, then you're either brave or stupid, more likely the former. With Kaminari right behind him, Mineta scampered off. Bakugo cursed as he took a seat next to Uraraka, idiots. You two make all the arrangements? Observing the bruises on both boys, Uraraka asked. Bakugo drew lead, yep. Izuku looked at Yaoyorozu and said, totally. He then said, quietly, and thank you, Yaomomo, before starting to eat. After giving him a startled look, Yaoyorozu grinned and said, you're welcome. While eating in silence, the 4 friends conversed with one another. Bakugo was the only one who saw Shinso enter the cafeteria, staring at Izuku with a slightly frightened expression. Your quirk is an unconventional one, more than likely it will be overlooked at UA and you will never see the hero course, but if you do what we say. He had worked so hard and struggled to even make it into the top 3, and now someone, a Hero Association agent, if he was to be believed, was telling him that he wouldn't succeed on his own and that no one would give him a chance. Hitoshi shuddered as he considered the man's words. Unless he had the support of the Hero Association. But at what price? The devastation of a fellow student who had most likely put in more effort than he had. Tell him to break his own leg once you have him under control. Shiketsu will happily accept your application into the hero's course, no questions asked, but it's likely to result in your expulsion. He shook his head as the bathroom intercom went on. I can't do it, Shinso muttered, I can't, that would. I'm not a villain. Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso, please report to the ring. As the audience applauded, Shinso stood up and cautiously made his way from the restroom to the stadium's field. When his steps faltered and he arrived at the ring, Izuku was already there, glaring at the purple-haired brainwasher with his arms crossed. Is he already aware? No wait, he's friends with the tail user, so that's why he couldn't. With a sigh, Shinso stood opposite Izuku, trying to maintain his calm. Midnight called, "Are both contestants ready?" Izuku remained in his position and nodded. When Shinso called out, "Yes ma'am," the match ends by either ring out, or one of the contestants is unable to continue. The match begins in 3, 2, 1, start. Before Shinso could react, Izuku dashed forward, reached the boy's side, and slammed his fist into his stomach, causing him to double over in agony. Izuku grabbed Shinso by the back of his shirt and threw him across the ring, growling, "That was for Ojiro. I could take charge right now, and everything would be resolved, but should I follow the man's advice? No." As Izuku charged again, Shinso threw up and slowly got to his feet. He appeared slightly taken aback when Shinso turned around and punched him. The punch was ineffective and only caused him brief discomfort. However, it provided Shinso with the opportunity to land 2 more blows before Izuku was bringing him down with his arm held in his own and his knee pressed into his shoulder. "You're holding back. Don't tell me you think you can beat me without your quirk?" Izuku whispered to him. "Shut up," was Shinso's exclamation. "Or is it that you know I have the specs for it thanks to Ojiro so you don't want to risk it?" "Stop talking, I said." Shinso's voice faltered as he snapped. Izuku squinted, then released him and got to his feet. Shinso began, What are you?" but stopped when Izuku spoke again. "Didn't they ask you to remove me from consideration?" When the boy said, "That's it, I'm done, he'll tell Nezu and get me kicked out," Shinso froze, feeling his heart sink. "I'm honestly surprised you didn't do it." "What?" Shinso asked, looking up at Izuku, who appeared thoughtful, bewildered. Izuku looked down at him, grinning, but his eyes remained cold, and said, "If I were in your shoes, I probably would have done it. To come out here and face me, someone who's well versed in hand-to-hand fighting, and refuse to use your quirk because some asshat suit wanted you to use it for evil, and then proceed to land 3 solid hits on me before I took you down?" Izuku shrugged. "I think you'd be perfect for the hero course." "Why, you have something to prove too, don't you?" Shinso asked, getting to his feet just before Izuku's roundhouse struck his stomach, sending him plummeting towards the edge and stopping a few centimeters away. His head lifted to keep himself within his bounds. When Shinso's quirk took hold, Izuku said, "I have everything to prove." He then froze. As he noticed the small quirk in Izuku's lips, Shinso's thoughts drifted off. "There's no way he didn't know how my quirk works, so why?" he said, looking at Izuku in shock. "He's giving me one chance. One chance to move on. You're really just a softie at heart, Midoriya," he said softly, letting go of his quirk and letting his head drop back, putting him out of bounds. Shinso laughed. "And the winner is Midoriya." As Izuku turned and started to head for the stairs, the crowd cheered. "See you in the hero course, Hitoshi," Izuku called back, making the boy laugh because he was too exhausted and in too much pain to do much more. With 2 Hero Association representatives standing next to him, looking a little concerned, Nezu hummed, "Well, that match didn't quite end up the way I thought it would. I must say, young Hitoshi took a big risk only using his quirk at the end." "Yes, a big risk." This was a whisper. Then again, I can understand his hesitation. Usually the most obvious move is the wrong one when dealing with an opponent like Midoriya. The other muttered, "I'm sure," while crossing his arms. "We'll have to address that while he's in his supplementary classes." Supplementary? His partner frowned as the first representative stammered out. Nezu exclaimed with joy, "Yes, he's demonstrated that he possesses precisely what we seek in potential heroes. His quirk will attract unwanted negative press, perhaps you should. After all, refusing to injure another student in return for a spot in the hero course shows great morale backbone." In stunned silence, the 2 delegates asked, "How long have you known?" As Powerloader and Snipes positioned themselves on either side of them, someone inquired. Nezu gave them a chilly look and said, "I can't prove the association put you up to this, but I'm sure having 2 representatives actively trying to harm and injure a student to keep him from advancing will be a nice little tidbit for the media. Please escort them down to the police. Their filth is beginning to give me a migraine. Since one of the 3 you propositioned before the festival ratted you out after being detained." Watching the matches from the tunnel's entrance, Izuku scoffed when Kaminari put himself out of commission by using his strongest attack at the beginning of the match and chuckled softly as he saw Ida being used as a walking infomercial. As Yaoyorozu paused beside him and observed Mina confronting Aoyama, he complained, "Kid's still an idiot. You ready?" he asked. With her arms clasped close to her sternum, she said, I think so, yes. I witnessed 2 men being led away from the teacher's box. She started. It appears the Hero Association representatives were involved in something illegal. On seeing that, Izuku smiled and said, good, those assholes can watch me win this from a jail cell. You still intend to attempt to win the entire competition? Yaoyorozu inquired, becoming a little less confident. The association isn't the only thing I need to prove wrong, he simply stated, they were just the more pressing. With her head lowered a little, she muttered, okay, but please be careful. Something in Izuku's chest was twisting painfully as he stared at Yaoyorozu. Hey, he said softly, drawing her attention to himself. I'll be okay, Yaomomo, he said softly, smiling at her. And when I win, it'll be my treat at the ramen stand. When Momo was called up for her round, she grinned and said, I'll hold you to it. Izuku crossed his arms and leaned against the wall as he watched her go, his smile gradually fading. What are you doing, Midoriya? He muttered to himself. He watched as Tokiyami drove Momo back, muttering a curse when she stepped out of bounds. Bad luck. He sighed as Momo walked back towards the tunnel, looking dejected. Chin up, he commanded her as she approached, causing her to look up in surprise. It's all right, he continued, his voice softening a few degrees as his prosthetic came up and tapped her forehead, causing her to blink. That big brain of yours had you overthinking things again. Sometimes you need to go with your instinct and gut instead of logical idea and reasoning. How is one to strategize against their opponents if they only trust their gut? He sighed and said, in my experience, winging it tends to produce better results. He smiled as she giggled softly and said, don't let this loss bring you down too much. He gave them both a thumbs up as he started to head to the ring, saying that luck and situational awareness were what won him the match, nothing more. Momo exhaled, you're right, had I been more focused I would have been able to realize that he pushed me to the edge. What do I advise? The next time, move and attack instead of defending stationary. What are you nerds discussing? With his hands in his pockets, Bakugo approached from farther down the tunnel and asked. Izuku remarked, just about Momo's fight. Bakugo sneered as he watched Kirishima battle Tetsu, saying, hey, Birdhead got lucky and didn't realize it for a moment. And Shitty Hair's an even match for his clone, wonder how they'll solve the tie. An arm wrestling match, perhaps? As the two combatants knocked each other out, Izuku pondered. Bakugo moaned, moving aside as the medic bots wheeled Kirishima past, tch, like Ua would be that lame. Your turn. Izuku replied, make sure to tell the missus this isn't personal and that your date night is still on. Missus? I'm not going out with her, what are you? When Bakugo realized who Izuku was referring to, he snapped. Izuku laughed as Bakugo started to steam, and Momo said slyly, but you want to. He snarled and stalked over to the ring, saying, idiots. Do you believe he will refrain? When Bakugo had gotten sufficiently far away, Momo asked Izuku. He sighed and said, not likely, it's not in his nature to hold back. There had been a girl a few grades below us who truly liked him. Additionally, she had begun leaving him anonymous notes and small gifts in his locker. While most people found this endearing, Bakugo found it annoying. He took it to the lunchroom, burned the letters, and yelled, if you're too weak to tell me face to face then you're not worth my time, after he bitched out that our class was not yielding any results. Momo grimaced and said, isn't that harsh? That's Bakugo. As they watched Ochako charge at Bakugo, tanking his explosions and keeping him on his toes with misdirection, they were distracted from their conversation by an explosion that announced the start of the match. Momo muttered anxiously, why is she so willing to take the brunt of the attacks? If she keeps up this frontal assault he'll just launch her out of the ring when he gets tired of playing with her, Izuku said with his eyes narrowed, and it's obviously not working so what does she owe? What? Momo inquired. Momo's eyes widened as she saw massive pieces of concrete floating above the fighters as Izuku slowly pointed to the area above the ring. Looking back at the fight that was still going on, he muttered, she's a bold one, I'll give her that. He said, she did exactly what he thought she would do and then threw in some misdirection to get him worried, then she played like she was getting desperate and continually attacked, keeping low to the ground so his defense would destroy more rock for her to float. He crossed his arms as Uraraka pressed her fingers together and created a mini meteor shower. The girl ran towards a distracted Bakugo with her hand outstretched, ready to take away his gravity. Amazing. Momo exclaimed, you can do it, Uraraka. Only to have Bakugo blow him back with a tremendous explosion above his head. A whispered, Jesus. Momo said. Izuku smirked as he watched Bakugo shakily lower his hand and said, "Leave it to Bakugo to see that much ordnance falling on him, and respond with a bigger attack." He finished for her, shielding his eyes as the shockwave buffeted his hair back, knocking loose his hair tie. As she watches Uraraka topple over, Bakugo's quick reflexes prevent her from colliding with the uneven ground, and she says, "He's weak. If Uraraka can get one more charge, oh no." As he watched Bakugo examine her before carrying her to the medical bots, Izuku sighed and mumbled, "Too big too fast, Infinity Girl." "But I still think this one counts as a win," he said, smiling slightly. Then Momo smiled and said, "I think you're right, Izuku. What did that girl do after Bakugo rejected her so harshly?" Izuku said, "Then kicked Bakugo's ass 7 ways to Sunday," cried her eyes out. "What?" "It turns out that she enjoyed Muay Thai, and they had a lot of fun together." Bakugo shrugged and started to move toward the ring, saying, "Wish me luck. If she hadn't been so emotional, he might have just gone out with her. It's going to be a hard match." "Good luck, and be careful. Please," she called, her eyes full of worry. The man in front of him was mysterious. At least Shoto thought so. There were too many unanswered questions about Izuku Midoriya, including why he was making such a concerted effort to win, how he defeated opponents who were much stronger than him and had peculiarities, and how he recovered from both a crippling injury and the murder of 2 people. The boy was always unnerving, just like Shoto himself, but instead of being stoic and distant, and able to glare anyone away, Izuku was interacting with everyone in the class, encouraging them, and giving them advice on how to deal with their peculiarities. He was constantly seen with friends. But Shoto couldn't help but notice the anger that so readily surfaced when he was provoked, or the dead look in his eyes. Yes, Izuku Midoriya was a mystery, a volatile, dangerous mystery. And one he was going to confront. Are the 2 competitors prepared? They all nodded when midnight called. "All right, the round begins in 3, 2, 1, begin." His train of thought was cut short when a fist struck his cheek, sending him skidding across the ground. Shoto stomped his foot on the ground, instantly summoning his giant iceberg prison, knocking him out of the fight early. "I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I can't take it." "Damn, Hatsume was right, that shit does hurt." Izuku growled as Shoto got back up. The boy's eyes slowly scanned the area where Izuku had been, surprised to see a huge hole in the center of his iceberg, weaker parts of its ice slowly falling away. Izuku was breathing heavily, and his prosthetic was emitting a high-pitched ringing as it steamed. Izuku stretched his arm out in front of him, as though reaching for something, and exclaimed, "It's funny." As his arm healed, he said, "Before this moment, I thought losing my arm was the worst thing to happen to me. However, this thing is strong. Powerful enough to strike the battle bots with a punch." His smile went a little wild, and with a sonic disruptor, just in case, she really outdid herself on this one. Sturdy enough to take multiple hits. Izuku ducked and swung his arm around, easily breaking through the ice as Shoto narrowed his eyes and hurled another wave of ice at him. Izuku snarled and charged at the boy, avoiding similar attacks that he broke apart to create space. "Don't you get it icy hot? Shit like that won't work," he said. As he arrived at Todoroki, he punched him in the stomach without even slowing down. This time, Todoroki was prepared, and even though the punch hurt, it let him hold onto Izuku's human arm. Ice was already starting to form on the strange boy, so Todoroki said, "It's over." He looked up at Izuku, and was a little unnerved to see the boy grinning. As his arm started to ring once more, Izuku remarked, "That's what you think." As he released Izuku's arm, Todoroki's vision became blurry and he dropped to his knees, covering his ears. Cementos and Midnight were also attempting to shield their ears from the ringing. Izuku leapt back a few steps, his arms ice-breaking from his sound assault. The skin beneath was pale and appeared to have the beginnings of frostbite. Izuku said, "Your ice isn't going to work." Todoroki growled, "Shut up," and hurled multiple ice spikes at Izuku, who merely lowered his arm and smashed them before they could get to him. Izuku spit out, "This is pathetic. Come on, Todoroki, give me your all, I'll give mine to you. Or do you believe the oddball reject is too lowly for your ire? You don't understand. Know what? That you are so strong that we are inferior to you. That, seemingly in retaliation against us, you have only utilized half of your abilities since the year began? I refuse to employ that man's peculiarity." Izuku was taken aback by Todoroki's declaration, and his eyes narrowed as he stalked towards him. Todoroki paled as Izuku ripped off his ruined sweatshirt, and he said icily, "The only quirks you can use are yours. My fire is yours. Your fire, your quirk, no one else's." Izuku interrupted him. Don't allow him to corrupt you. Todoroki, be the hero you wish to be. With his left hand up, Todoroki stepped back and said, stay back. Or what? Izuku asked, continuing to stalk in his direction. I. With his fist cocked back, Izuku suddenly lunged at him and said, let's see you grit those teeth, Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki felt time slow down as he saw Izuku's fist fly toward him in slow motion. The boy looked like a furious monster, and he was afraid. For the first time, too, Shoto noticed something alive in Izuku's eyes. Izuku's reflexes once again showed as his left arm blasted around while his right arm retreated from the flames. The metallic arm easily broke through the thin ice wall that Shoto was able to create, sending him flying across the ring once more and creating a small crater in the dirt outside of it. Shoto's left side ignited with fire, but it made no difference. Midoriya is still going strong, but Todoroki has been knocked out of the ring. Smack. Ow. You fool. As she worked on his arm, Hatsume became enraged and said, do you realize how close you were to making this baby go critical? I kept it below 50% output like you said. I stated that there was no guarantee of 50%, and that you could easily mess up your internal systems if you try to use it. As it is, you've put this thing so far out of alignment that it's about ready to fall off, Hatsume moaned, clutching her forehead. Is it something you can fix? Hatsume smiled as Izuku asked. I can, of course. We should be up and running before your next altercation, but it will take me some time. As Hatsume worked, Izuku nodded and grimaced at the well-known pain of realigning nerves. You know, other than you almost destroying your body with that, the arm held up pretty good. I think we could get away with monthly checkups. Izuku said softly as he glanced at the ceiling, that's good. As Midnight called Izuku's name, Hatsume was soon done, and they were both on their way to the door. Good luck out there, Mr. 10 Million, she said, and don't ruin my baby. No assurances. After calling back, Izuku quickly left the tunnel and made his way directly to the ring, where Tenya was waiting. Midoriya. Know that I will do everything in my power to beat you. With a stiff-backed bow, Iida called out to him, I hope you do the same for me. Izuku smirked slightly as he took his batons off his back and took his place, saying, I never do anything by halves, Iida, you know that. Are the two competitors prepared? Midnight called. Yes, ma'am. Let's start this. Begin. 3, 2, 1. Izuku charged forward, slipping to a stop as he watched Iida run around him. Izuku was trying to keep up with Iida when he suddenly darted in, kicked him hard in the side, and ducked out before he could turn his batons around. After a few more moments of this process, Izuku suddenly lunged forward, causing Iida to swerve in order to avoid his left arm colliding with the concrete. Izuku snarled as he attempted to pry his arm away from the concrete, but it became stuck, saying, damn it, off by a few seconds. Iida muttered as he charged at Izuku, his shoulder lowered, now's my chance. You have to try better than that. Izuku grunted as Iida crashed into him, knocking his arm off the ground and sending him sprawling across the floor. Fortunately, he managed to get his feet back under him before he went out of bounds. Izuku lost his temper and struck his friend in the stomach with one of his batons. He was able to hit him with a number of combos before Iida's punch sent him reeling back. It ends right here, Iida yelled as he ran around Izuku again, gaining momentum before leaping at Midoriya, who had crossed his batons in defense, only to break both of them with a strong kick to the chest that sent him flying back. Izuku felt something break in his chest and gritted his teeth. Damn it, he thought as he fell across the ground, knowing that unless he came up with a quick idea, he would be out of bounds. Izuku's strangled cries of pain caused Iida to freeze. Midoriya. Iida called in alarm, looking at his friend who had just used his right hand to grab onto the hole he had made earlier in the fight. Midoriya, are you alright? He asked, the appendage now drooping limply at his side. Izuku snarled, charging at a startled Iida and delivering a powerful left uppercut that sent Iida out of bounds. Izuku breathed heavily through his gritted teeth as he slowly reached up with his left hand, screaming again as he popped his shoulder back into place, never better. Tenya Iida is out of bounds. The winner is Midoriya. Izuku stumbled back, clutching his right arm to his chest. Iida returned to his side before Midnight had finished announcing his victory. When Izuku shrugged him off, Iida pulled his hand back and started, are you alright? Let me see. I'm fine. Izuku grumbled, just sore. Good fight, Iida, you almost had me a couple of times. I just wasn't able to keep up with your dedication to winning. You truly are a force onto yourself. Iida smiled amiably at him and looked at his panting friend, asking, "Are you sure you're all right, Midoriya?" As he hobbled toward the tunnel, he repeated, "I'm fine. Let's clear the stage for the next contestants." He stepped over his broken batons. Iida nodded and continued to walk beside Midoriya, watching him carefully in case he fell. At the waiting room, they parted ways. Izuku barely managed to make it to the table before his legs failed him and he fell to the ground, but his left hand prevented him from falling all the way to the ground. "Fuck," Izuku whispered hoarsely, his entire body shaking as he settled himself against the wall. "Fucking hell. You said you would be careful." After making sure it was Yaoyorozu who had just entered, Izuku looked up and let his head drop. "I was careful," he muttered, slowly leaning his head back against the wall, miscalculated a few things. With a sigh, Momo approached him slowly and said, "Here, let me help." He shrugged her helping hand away and grunted, "I don't need any help, I'm fine." After a moment of hesitation, Momo glared at him and firmly said, "Don't feed me that bullshit." Izuku looked up at her in disbelief. "The way you're cradling your arm to your chest, it didn't properly set, and I bet I'm not far off when I say you probably broke some of your ribs." "You may be right, then I still don't need help." "Then stand up," she told him, cutting him off. "Stand up with your own strength, and raise your right arm above your head. If you can do that, then I'll believe you." Izuku sighed and let his head drop once more after a while of sitting quietly against the wall. "I can't," he said. Momo grunted as she assisted Izuku in getting up and moving to a nearby chair, and her eyes softened as she walked around to his left side and placed his prosthetic over her shoulders. "Let's go." "Be careful, here," she said, forming a roll of medical tape. "I'll help you take off your shirt and we can at the very least wrap your ribs and shoulder to help." He sat down, his face pale and drawn from the pain that ran through him. As she assisted him in removing his tank top, Izuku simply nodded numbly while groaning and wincing. He made no protests as she carefully bandaged his wounds. "Do you need something to bite on?" Momo cautioned him. "I need to set the shoulder properly before I can wrap it." He grunted as Momo pushed hard on his shoulder, moving it completely with a pop. Izuku worked his shoulder slowly in a rolling motion, saying, "It still hurts, but it's manageable." He shook his head and said, "Just do it. You'll still need to be careful, it may dislocate again during your next fight." Momo and Izuku both looked up as the door opened. Recovery Girl said, "Oh, it seems I'm not needed." She approached Momo's work slowly and said, Not too bad, though a word of caution, wrapping ribs so tightly can impede the healing process. But I think this is what he needs if he's going to be able to fight in the last round." Momo bowed once and said, "Thank you for the advice, Recovery Girl." She laughed and glared at Izuku, saying, "And thank you for taking care of this knucklehead. And if you try to hobble off and not get treatment like that again, I'll make sure you're stuck in the infirmary for the entire recovery period. To be honest, I wouldn't have come down to see how you were doing if it weren't for the Iida boy." Izuku muttered, "Sorry, Recovery Girl." With a sigh, Recovery Girl said, "Just be more careful in the future, Sonny." She approached the door and said, "I'll go let the judges know that you'll be fit to fight." "Thank you, ma'am." Momo repeated as she walked away, adding, "I guess there's no point in me asking you to step down? She seems to have taken a liking to you." Momo smiled jokingly as she saw Izuku's reserved demeanor. He muttered, not looking up, "I'm close, Yao Momo. One more fight. One more fight and I'll have proven to everyone." Yao Momo whispered, "You already have Izuku," bending down to face him. "Do you think no one will accept how much effort you put into this? Or accept how far you came? You've already proven that you belong in the hero course." Izuku remained silent, his eyes sad. Yao Momo sighed and then started to, "Do you know what I saw in the stands today? When I was walking around waiting for the third event to begin? I saw two little boys, they were playing hero, and I saw one of them pick up two sticks and say, 'Look at me. I'm like that Midori boy.' He was so happy to think he was emulating you." Izuku laughed quietly, his lips twitching a little. With her hands softly encircling his prosthetic wrist and lifting it up, her fingers lightly grazing the cold metal, she went on, "And that's not it. I saw a girl, with the biggest smile on her face and tears in her eyes, as she pointed at you with her own prosthetic and told his mother, 'Watch, he is exactly like me.'" As she spoke, Izuku gaped at her in disbelief. She gently withdrew her hand from his as she rose, saying, "Izuku, you already are a hero. You don't need to prove it." She started to move away from him, but she was only a few steps away when his hand gently caught hers. She turned to see tears streaming down his cheeks. He whispered, "Thank you, Momo, thank you." "You're welcome," she smiled at him. He laughed without humor and said, I guess I'm still a little fucked in the head, huh? He looked up at her slowly, his eyes glinting determinedly, and said, I'm going to win this. But not to prove I belong here. No. I'm gonna win it for those kids who keep getting told they'll never be a hero. As the intercom crackled overhead, she exclaimed joyfully, and that's a grand reason to win. Please come to the ring, Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. So, is that Bakugo? You want to help me with one more thing? He muttered, grunting as he slowly stood up and released Momo's hand. Of course. When Izuku entered the ring, leaning on a metal pole that was roughly 3.5 feet long, Bakugo narrowed his eyes and asked, What's with the walking stick? He inquired. Izuku sighed and stopped a few meters from Bakugo, saying, Not a walking stick. Are the two competitors prepared? With a worried look at Izuku, Midnight called. Bakugo said, his gaze fixed on Izuku, Yeah. Izuku nodded and raised the quarterstaff in his hands as he gradually assumed a fighting stance. Start. Izuku swiftly turned around Bakugo, quarterstaff flashing out and slamming hard into Bakugo's arms and side as Bakugo charged forward with a powerful explosion, his fist aimed for Izuku's chin. Bakugo bit out, son of a, and used a low-powered explosion to divert Izuku's attention while he stumbled back to get his bearings. As he charged through the smoke, piercing Bakugo's stomach with the blunt end of his staff, only Izuku denied him that opportunity. Izuku practically threw Bakugo across the ring, barely able to get his feet under him, and Bakugo leveled his hand at his opponent, letting out a strangled cry. Howitzer impact. Bakugo growled and threw his most powerful blast at Izuku, who could hardly avoid it as it set his shirt on fire. Izuku ripped his ripped shirt off without even thinking, then charged Bakugo once more, spinning the staff before slamming it into his forearms. Fuck! In retaliation, Bakugo roared and blasted Izuku in the stomach. After tanking the explosion and repeatedly tapping Bakugo on the shoulders, Izuku abruptly swept down and knocked his feet out from under him. He then got back up to land a forceful two-handed blow on Bakugo's chest with the staff. However, it failed as Bakugo blasted Izuku away, sending him flying high into the sky and showering him with twin explosions. Dodge this! Bakugo yelled as he used howitzer impact once more, then two more with both hands. Even the teachers were unable to do much more than gape as the crowd watched in disbelief at the two alleged friends' vicious tactics. With his arms hurting from using his quirk so often, Bakugo landed in a sprawling crash. He slowly got back up on his feet, glaring at the smokescreen in front of him and saying, Are you dead yet, Izuku? Bakugo snarled. You believe that would have been sufficient to defeat me? With the remaining end of his quarterstaff gripped firmly in his left hand, Izuku gasped and staggered out of the smoke, his arms and chest covered in soot. Bakugo teased, trying to frighten Izuku with weak explosions, I think it was enough to get rid of your weapon. Izuku threw the pointless weapon aside and shot back, You and I both know you're at your limit. You're not looking so hot yourself. As the last of the smoke cleared, the two opponents looked at one another, neither of them moving. Bakugo's hands were positioned as he would have them before using his quirk, but then a screaming battle cry erupted from his throat as he charged Izuku. Bakugo responded to his cry with one of his own, clenching his fists and chambering his left arm at his side as they met in the center of the ring. When Bakugo abruptly delivered a strong uppercut to Izuku's jaw, his hands clenched into fists. Izuku was hardly deterred and used a right hook to belt Bakugo's cheek. Unbelievable. With both exhausted from their previous fights, Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya are now going toe-to-toe in what can only be described as an old-school boxing throwdown. Present Mike stammered as he forced himself to stop staring incredulously. Bakugo rocks Midoriya with a powerful right cross left uppercut combo, without punches pulled. However, Midori responds with a devastating assault on Bakugo's abdomen. Like pistons, his arms work. Now Bakugo appears with a strengthy left straight. A few hooks with Midoriya reeling are following up. As the two boys continued to trade strong blows, the audience was engrossed in Present Mike's announcements and cheering on their favorite competitor once more. Until, at last, Izuku struck Bakugo with a strong cross, sending the boy reeling to the ground while Izuku staggered beside him. And both of them are down. Examine the hearts of these two gentlemen and ladies. Bakugo snarled and ignored the searing pain in his hands and forearms as he struggled to get them under him so he could push himself up. Izuku rolled slowly onto his back, trying to maintain consciousness. Bakugo, hurry up, Kirishima exclaimed. This Midoriya is yours. Get up. Izuku turned over on his stomach once more, the prosthetic slowly supporting him back up as Bakugo roared and forced himself to his knees, swaying just a little. Seeing who can get back on their feet is a race. Considering what might be the most intense matchup we've seen today, the atmosphere here is wild. Bakugo was struggling to get his foot out from under him, his arms were still shaking, and he was breathing heavily as his vision swam. Izuku eventually managed to get a foot under him, closely observing Bakugo as he struggled to stand up. A second later, Bakugo followed, but he collapsed back to the ground, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. The crowd abruptly fell silent, so Midnight hurried forward to see how Bakugo was doing. Severe dehydration, she whispered to Cementos as she got back up. Katsuki Bakugo is unable to continue. Midoriya is the winner. With a carefree smile on his face, Izuku mumbled, "I did it," as he slowly fell back, unconscious, and the stadium erupted in cheers as he went to his knees and sat back, allowing his tormented body to rest. As the last seconds of the sports festival feed were interrupted by the breaking news bulletin, Rin Watanabe remained silent. Breaking news here in Hosu City is, just moments ago, an attack on the pro-hero Ingenium was attempted by the hero killer Stain. It is currently unknown how Stain was able to corner the veteran hero, but he remains in critical condition. The whereabouts of the hero killer are currently unknown. This marks his. Rin turned off the television, squinting his eyes as he got to his feet and brushed crumbs from his beard before leaving the room to enter his basement, a rectangular concrete space that had once held all of the firearms he had gathered and altered over the years prior to transferring the arsenal to Izuku. He hadn't given the boy everything, though. Before descending the stairs, he flipped a small panel open next to the door and entered a 5-digit passcode. Right in front of him, the wall started to slide up, exposing hundreds of guns lining the white walls of a larger room. Crates of ammunition and grenades were also present in the room, along with a number of rocket launchers, ranging from a Cold War-era RPG to a 6-shot 40mm grenade launcher. A hero costume was in a bulletproof glass case at the back of the room. It had ballistic armor spray painted silver with gold straps and buckles, a red jumpsuit made of materials that could not be cut or stabbed underneath, and a white full head mask. A targeting device was placed in front of the right eye hole. As he looked at the costume, he muttered, "One last time." Izuku was weak and achy all over when he woke up in the hospital. After a moment, he recalled the event that had caused him to awaken in the room with the white walls, and he couldn't help but smile a little. Being the first oddball student to win the sports festival, he felt a surge of pride that physically hurt as he coughed quietly a few times. As Recovery Girl walked around the partitioner next to Izuku's bed, she thought, "Ah, awake huh? Congratulations. You woke up before your opponent." Izuku slowly turned his head and looked at Bakugo, who was covered in bandages and had an IV in his arm. The boy didn't appear to be close to waking up. Recovery Girl laughed and said, "Don't worry, he's okay. He fainted due to a mix of pain and dehydration." She sighed, "I guess that's the issue with you heroes. You never consider the consequences until you're done doing what you do. You two don't seem to know when it's best to stop a fight instead of continuing on," she said. Wincing from the pain in his dry throat, Izuku croaked, "If we thought of the consequences then we wouldn't be heroes." She complained, "I'm sure you're right." She approached the boy slowly and offered him a cup of water, which he gratefully drank. He withdrew from the cup, gasping breathlessly, "What about the awards ceremony?" "Oh, it's already happened." The Recovery Girl replied, "Only Tokiyami was in any kind of shape to accept his medal from All Might. With how long you two took recovering, it was a bit of a letdown for those who wanted to see you two again, but this isn't the first sports festival that ended like this." Your ribs are still dislocated, and you have a minor concussion. Since you're awake, I should be able to heal it with my quirk. You'll have to spend a few more hours here to rest, but it'll definitely be better than waiting 3 days to get it healed," Izuku said softly as he let his head drop back while the Recovery Girl checked something. Izuku muttered, his eyes already heavy, "Go ahead then." "Alright then Sonny, now, remember to go see that raven-haired lass when you wake up. She's been worried about you since you were carted off the field." As Recovery Girl kissed his forehead and everything turned black, Izuku questioned, "What?" After 2 days. As their mothers chatted cheerfully in the kitchen, Izuku sat next to Bakugo in his apartment. The two boys were sitting on the couch, covered in gauze and unable to move on their own. Matuski asked jokingly, "You two need anything?" Bakugo snarled and winced as his mother's shoe struck his head, saying, "Fuck off, ya old hag." Izuku whispered, "Do you have to provoke her?" As Mitsuki and Inko laughed at their expense, Bakugo complained, "Fuck you, she's only got one shoe left. I guess this is as good a punishment as any for being so reckless." Inko breathed a sigh of relief. I'm proud that you won the sports festival, but did you have to give me a heart attack while doing it? Izuku closed his eyes and muttered, that wasn't my intention. He recalled how much his mother had wept when she had picked him up from Ua following the sports festival, barely able to walk despite Recovery Girl's quirk. The fussing and worrying she had done on his behalf until Mitsuki had arrived the previous evening with Bakugo in tow, the boy looking as bad as he had, if not worse. Intention or not, you two really put us through the ringer. Mitsuki said, frowning slightly at her son, I thought you were trying to kill each other for a second. Bakugo said harshly, HMPH, Izuku just knew I wouldn't accept anything other than his best. Izuku whispered, says the guy who held back in the second round. That was because of the asshole extras trying to hurt you and you know it. Still held back. A knock on the door caused Bakugo to stew in his rage. Oh, they must be there, with joy, Inko said as she made her way to the door. Them? Izuku looked at Bakugo, who appeared to be as concerned as he was, and asked cautiously. Hello, you two, I'm so glad that you two could visit. Obviously, anything to support Midoriya and Katsuki. Kill me now, Bakugo muttered as Uraraka spoke, and Izuku laughed softly. In response, Izuku muttered, it could be worse. How? Mrs. Midoriya, I'm glad you invited us. We were concerned about Bakugo and Izuku following the third incident. Oh, don't worry about it, Yaoyorozu, how are your parents doing? Falling his head, Izuku said, it got worse, is there anything we can do for you too? Momo and Uraraka asked as they entered the living room, both of them casting empathetic glances over their classmates. Yaoyorozu inquired anxiously, maybe some water or a snack. Don't worry about those idiots. Mitsuki laughed, it's their own fault they're injured, why don't you two come in here and try this jasmine tea that Inko just got? Uraraka giggled and Yaoyorozu paused, saying, well, it would be impolite to accept. She took a seat next to Mitsuki and remarked, I'm sure they're fine for now Yaomomo. As Momo and Inko sat down with Uraraka, Mitsuki laughed and poured her a cup of tea, saying, now this girl knows how it is. So, how are those two in class? As Uraraka's portrayal of Bakugo in class caused the women in the room to start laughing, Izuku muttered, please just get my gun from my room and shoot me. Bakugo swore and glared at his mother from his seat, getting angry when she gave him the sarcastic middle finger. Shoot me before you do. Izuku sighed and gazed at the ceiling, letting his thoughts wander to the boys Yaoyorozu had told him about prior to his most recent battle, and the disabled young girl who had waited at the gate with a pen and paper, essentially pleading for his signature as he and his mother hobbled out of the infirmary. I'm going to be exactly like you when I grow up. As he meticulously signed his name, she exclaimed, I can be a hero with one arm just like you. Izuku sighed and said softly, hey Bakugo, to get the boys' attention. Yes? As the girls continued to gossip behind them, he asked in a voice as quiet as Izuku's. Thanks. Thanks for looking out for me at the festival, he murmured, you're a good friend. After giving Izuku a startled look, Bakugo burst out laughing, asking, what kind of hero would I be if I didn't do what I did? Just keep an eye on yourself next year. I'm going to beat you and take the top spot, he said. If anyone could, you can, Kachan. Bakugo averted his gaze as tears pricked his eyes, saying, you idiot. Izuku limped toward Watanabe's house the following day, his eyes narrowing at the sound of gunfire from the range. He hurried along the path as fast as he could, pausing a few meters away to observe his sensei's sighting in an Mk-13 rifle. Thought you gave me all of your weapons, Izuku said, approaching his former teacher with his right hand in his pocket. You believe that I would give you everything I have and leave myself helpless? The old man asked gruffly, slowly turning the dials on his scope as he lined up for another shot. I have a job lined up. As the old man fired the gun and ejected the brass, Izuku muttered, not even flinching, I thought you were retired. He nodded to himself and made a few clicks on the side dial. He fired again and said, I was until Hosu. Hero killers got closer to Mustafu. And, they have heroes already searching for him? After firing 3 more times to ensure the gun was sighted in properly, Rin stated resolutely, they won't find him. Izuku sighed, you sound really sure about that. Rin sighed and stood, observing Izuku's shocked expression. I should, I'm the one who trained him. Don't be so surprised, you're not the only one over the years that I've trained since I took up the name Deadshot. His real name is Chizome Akaguro, and he came to me a few years ago to learn as much as he could about bladed weapons, which isn't my best area of expertise but good enough to make him proficient. Nearly 12 years ago, he joined Shiketsu to become a hero, but he left after his first year because he disagreed with the school's teachings and perception of heroes. He then turned into a vigilante named Stendhal, which was a little bloody, but nothing I hadn't done to criminals, he sighed. Then, 6 years ago, he vanished from the face of the earth, and 4 years later, the hero killer appeared, employing the exact hit-and-run strategies I employ and that I taught you. How many others received the same training as us? As Rin turned away from him, Izuku asked, his mind racing. He put the rifle up, picked up 2 boxes, and placed them on the table. My master, Floyd Lawton, is the only other person I know of, but he passed away many years ago. Rin let his hands slowly come off the boxes and sighed. I'm going to need your help on this, kid. I'm not as young as I used to be. I'll need you to watch my back and make sure I don't get blindsided by anyone he's working with. And I was his first and only student. His daughter may still be running around, but she's not one to train anyone, and she didn't train under him. She trained under an American vigilante named Deathstroke. Of course, Izuku responded right away. We have internships coming up. You send an offer, then I can join legit. Don't have to worry about either of us getting in trouble. Rin chuckled and said, gotta love legal loopholes, before he sighed and became serious again. You should know that I'm not going in to incapacitate and capture. I'm going to kill him. Izuku smiled and said, I figured. After what he did to Ingenium, I'd like to put a round in his head as well. You were acquainted with him? Rin asked. At the moment, his brother refuses to even pick up the phone, which is not encouraging. You're right. Keep an eye on him then. We don't need anyone going cowboy and getting in the way. Yes, sir. Izuku gaped as he opened the boxes and said, good, now, give me a rundown on the loadout you'll be prepping, that way I know what I'll need to take. He stared at the 2 machine guns on his wrists and muttered, I thought Hatsume only made the one for me. Her design is good, improved trigger control, larger caliber, belt-fed magazine. But these are my master's old wrist gauntlets. The older gunslinger smiled at Izuku and held one up, saying, bastardized from a Glock 19, 30-round mags, can change the fire setting. It has a hair trigger and an integrated gas system for consistent recoil control, unlike that .40 you sport. I'm not going to have the opportunity to try those out, am I? You won't in my lifetime. Let's get to work. Izuku sat on one of the benches in the entry hall and waited for Iida to arrive. Midoriya, the engine user asked as he entered the room, shaking the water out of his raincoat. As he started to arrange his belongings, he asked bewilderedly, class begins in 15 minutes. As the representative, you ought to lead by example for our fellow students. Izuku stood up and approached Iida, saying, I heard about your brother. I'll head to class after this. Iida tensed. I want you to know that I'm here if you need to talk to someone. I know it can't be easy, going through what you are. Iida made a stilted smile and said, it's okay, Midoriya. But I'm okay. What happened to my brother is truly tragic, but injuries happen all the time in our profession. We must learn how to cope. Iida then left, his movements even more rigid than usual. You're not going to make this easy on me, are you? Izuku sighed. As he accompanied his friend to their classroom, he muttered softly. Our representative is there. Mina applauded when Izuku entered the room. Class 1A's slugfest champion, Kaminari, gave a whoop. Yes. May he rule for a long time. Hagakure, Uraraka, and Shiro imitated Sato as he gave Izuku a semi-serious military salute, with Shiro wiping away an imaginary tear in the process. Izuku patted Iida's shoulder in consolation before going to his desk. Knock it off, he said, the usual bite in his voice softened by the unusual carefree smirk he had. Let's prepare for class since Aizawa will be here shortly. Good morning. Aizawa yawned as he walked to his desk. Well, let's get right to it. First off, good work in the sports festival. All of you put forth your best and proved that you earned your spot in this department. Everyone swiftly found their seats, sitting up straight as he stepped in. We can now proceed to the student work internships since the festival is over. For those of you who did not receive any offers, don't worry. You will still be able to select from a list that UA has on hand. A number of you have received offers from hero agencies throughout Japan, who want you to visit their agencies for the internships. It'll be too much work to tell you individually, so I'll just write it on the board. As Aizawa jotted down their names and the offers they received, Izuku leaned back, not surprised that Bakugo and Todoroki had received enough offers to surpass the 1,000 mark, and that Tokiyami and Iida had each amassed a respectable 300. However, the number 2 next to his name was nearly offensive. Izuku sighed and shook his head, saying, I guess people still aren't so big on a quirkless hero. Mineta muttered, or they don't like the way you nearly killed 3 contestants, and recoiled when he was given a glare by a few. Try and have your choice ready by the end of the day. Aizawa responded, now, the rest of the day will be spent on something very important. As Aizawa examined each one, the class tensed in anticipation. You all need to choose code names. The class immediately erupted in applause, thanking whatever lucky star they were to be doing something neither hazardous nor dull. The only one who didn't join in their cheering was Izuku, who was so focused on Iida and his impending mission that he hardly noticed Midnight entering the room and the names being chosen. He only looked up when Kaminari poked him in the shoulder. Well? He glanced at the boy with the blonde hair before turning to face Midnight, who was giving him a worried look. Are you all right, Midoriya? I've been attempting to get your attention for the past few minutes. With concern, she inquired. He whispered, yeah, fine. Just thinking about something. Do you require additional time to come up with a name? She inquired. Izuku stood up to demonstrate to the class after shaking his head and hastily writing down a name. He said, the tactical hero, Ghost. Tokiyami nodded in agreement. Then Shiro nodded and said, it sure does fit. Bakugo became agitated when Ochako said, yeah, and it's not the worst name to be said, looking at you explosion murder. All right, Ghost. As Izuku made his way back to his desk, still thinking about the difficulties ahead, Midnight grinned. Izuku quickly grabbed Bakugo after class and said, we need to talk. He grabbed the boy's shoulder and told the girls, we'll catch up. They waited until the hallways were empty. What is it? Bakugo asked impolitely. For your internship, who are you selecting? Izuku released Bakugo's shoulder and asked in a low voice. Submitted for best genist already? You think you could get something nearer to Hosu instead? Bakugo growled sharply, not if you don't start explaining what the fuck is going on. He may have been attempting to mend his relationship with the green-haired boy, but he was becoming increasingly frustrated with all of this whispered secrecy shit. As they started to walk, Izuku paused before nodding to Bakugo and saying, my old master, he's going after the hero killer, asked me to tag along. I don't mean to offend your master, but this is a hero killer. Bakugo said right away, you're an idiot. I know, but he's going to go after him, and he sent me an internship so I can help. The problem is Iida. What does Four Eyes have to owe? Yeah, oh. Izuku murmured, I'm worried he's gonna go after the hero killer on his own, and if he gets between my master and the hero killer. Why not tell one of the teachers? Get him blacklisted from anyone in Hosu? Bakugo asked with a large sigh. The only proof I have is my gut, and no one except maybe Aizawa would listen, but getting Iida blacklisted isn't something we need. Get what you mean. He murmured, so you want backup in case shit hits the fan, right? If you can. I'll do what I can, but the way Aizawa talked, our decisions are final. Izuku sighed and walked away, muttering, well, do what you can. The boy stopped when Bakugo called out, Izuku, take care of yourself, this is some serious shit. Izuku sneered, grinning at him, you're telling me, see ya. At the end of the day, Momo was discreetly discussing her internship choice with Kyoka. I still don't see the sense in going with a battle hero like Fat Gum. I thought you wanted to be a rescue hero? I do, but I need to work on my battlefield awareness, and Izuku said that Fat Gum has a quirk similar to mine. I still think you shouldn't just listen to everything Midoriya says. Guy may be smart but he's dangerous. No more than anybody else in this place, Momo remarked sarcastically. Did you simply gloss over his 2 previous kills? That was unavoidable. But still, Jiru halted as they got close to the door and noticed Izuku standing there, appearing a little uneasy as the girls came. With his typical drone, tinged with uncertainty, he said, hey ya Momo. She said, Izuku, did you need anything? Yeah, I get it. Do you want to visit the ramen stand? He concluded haltingly. After exchanging glances, the 2 girls turned back to face Izuku. Of course, Momo smiled, I would love to. Izuku smiled slightly and said, cool, before leaving the room. Momo smiled briefly at Kyoka as she did so. Kyoka muttered, huh. Guess he does have another emotion other than rage. So what caused this? As they awaited their meal, Momo inquired. Like I said, when I won the ramen would be my treat. He said, and then smiled at her, also, this is a thank you, for everything you did during the sports festival. Well, Momo said with a smile, you certainly are a man of your word. As their ramen was presented to them, Izuku nodded and said, so, you chose Fat Gum? Yes, he really was a good suggestion. Izuku ran a hand through his hair and said, I'm sure you'll learn a lot with him. So I wanted to ask you, Izuku's unusual stuttering caused Momo to raise an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "Is something wrong?" With concern, she inquired. No. Get yourself together, Midoriya," he said, turning back to Momo. "Do you want to go out sometime?" "No, not at all, he sighed, returning to his ramen and taking a large bite. His voice cracked slightly as he asked. Blinking, Momo said, What?" Izuku inhaled deeply before saying, "Look, I don't like to mince words and I'm not good with emotions anymore or ever. Would you like to go on a date with me?" After a few moments of staring at him, Momo blushed and squeaked out, "Why yes. I would enjoy that." Izuku smiled. "Excellent. Weekend following internships?" she said. "Sounds grand." Her smile vanished as her driver honked his horn, and she sighed, finishing her ramen and getting to her feet as Izuku settled their bill. "Thank you Midoriya," she said. He watched her walk down to her limo and said, "Anytime Yao Momo." He drove away as he left. The following week, as they got closer to the Hosu train station, Izuku watched Iida and asked the boy, "You good, Iida?" Iida curtly said, "Fine." As the train came to a stop and they stood, Izuku said, "Watch yourself out there. You know, there's a hero killer out there." Iida stiffened and muttered, "I know." He then left and vanished into the throng. Izuku followed him outside and saw his mentor, dressed as a hero, waiting against the wall. As Izuku approached, Rin snarled, "Get your shit on, kid. We have patrols to go on." Izuku started to head for the bathroom, asking, "Couldn't even rent a hotel?" A few minutes later, when Izuku emerged wearing his repaired armor, a few dents and scratches still visible through the paint job, Rin complained and kicked off the wall, saying, "Consider it a camping event." Looking at the skull painted on the face, Rin thought, "Nice helmet, isn't it Mia's work?" "Why yeah. Keeps her close," Rin said with a nod. "Let's get going." 3 days. Izuku could tell his sensei was growing impatient after 3 days without seeing the hero killer. He could hear it in the man's voice whenever they checked in via radio or met for meals. "He's still in town," he'd say. "He's only injured 1 hero. He goes after at least 4 in the previous towns he's been in." Izuku had proposed, "Maybe we should tighten our search pattern, instead, focus more on the back alleys." Rin, however, had insisted that they follow the search pattern he had established on the first day. "This is Ghost checking in," Izuku said into his radio. "Still no sign of the hero killer. We'll be moving a click to the southeast." This is what led to Izuku keeping watch over a busy town square while heroes and civilians milled about. "Copy that, Ghost. Take note. You see him on your radio in copy? We got some information that Pro-Hero Native didn't get his check in time." With a sigh, Izuku turned off his radio and jumped from rooftop to rooftop while scanning the back alleys. "What the?" he muttered as he stopped on one roof and took his rifle off his back. He then looked down the scope at a small child fleeing from 3 goons and said, "Ghost to Deadshot. I have 3 goons trying to run down a small child, moving to intercept. I'm denying that request. We have bigger fish to fry, Ghost." As the thugs cornered the visibly frightened girl, Izuku paused and said, "Sorry, sir, but that wasn't a request." Izuku turned off his radio and leapt into the alleyway. Arie was afraid. Fortunately, she had escaped the underground base without much trouble and had even made it farther into the city than she had ever been before. However, these 3 did not appear pleased with her, and Overhaul's thugs were already pursuing her. One sneered, holding out a hand, "Come with us quietly, we don't want Overhaul to get involved in this, do we?" One said, "Come on y'all little brat. Yeah, just come with us, and we don't even have to tell him that you ran away." Another replied, "You won't be in trouble." "She won't be, but you 3 are." Quickly turning around, the 3 goons tensed as they faced the armor-clad man behind them, whose skull-faced helmet unnerved them. As the man approached slowly, one flexed his fire quirk and said, "Beat it, this don't concern you." "I think it does." He continued, "That girl doesn't look too comfortable with any of you, leading me to believe that she's not any of yours." The third said, "She's our boss's daughter, and he wanted us to take her home. Then he won't have a problem picking her up at the precinct," the man said firmly, glancing at the young girl who was trembling in terror amid the 3 thugs. The fire user snarled and threw a shower of flames at the man, saying, "We don't have time for this." "No," Arie screamed as the man vanished and the flames went out. "He was reduced to ash by you," one of the other thugs exclaimed, startled. Arie watched in amazement as the armored man defeated the 3 goons in record time, dislocating arms and kicking in the knees until all 3 were unconscious on the ground. "I gave you an out." The man's voice growled out a moment before he appeared in the middle of the goons. Are you all right? The man questioned her. As she retreated farther against the wall, she muttered, I. It's okay, the man said softly as he knelt before her and removed his helmet. My name is Izuku. What's yours? Arie, she muttered. Do you know who I am? My name is Arie. That's a nice name, Izuku said, grinning. He held out his hand and said, I want to help you, Arie. Will you let me? I'm a hero, and my job is to protect people and help them when they're in danger. Arie slowly extended her hand and grasped Izuku's. What were you contemplating? With a sigh, Izuku briefly removed the phone from his ear before reintroducing it. She was in trouble. The three men who cornered her are all Yakuza, wanted for different reasons, Izuku said. There are indications that the girl has been abused. We have a mission to do, Izuku. I need you out here right now. Give me 15 minutes to make sure she's settled, and I'll head back out. You have 10. When the line died, Izuku resisted the impulse to hurl the phone across the room and instead put it back on his belt before making his way back into the hospital's observation room, where Arie was sitting quietly on the examination table. How are you doing, kid? Izuku inquired. As Izuku leaned against the wall, the young girl just shrugged and looked down at her hands. The people here will take good care of you, Izuku stated. Try to comply with them as best you can. You're heading out? With frightened eyes, Arie asked him. As her eyes shifted away from him, he pushed off the wall and picked up his helmet, holding it out to her. Here, he said, try it on for size. Not yet, he reassured her, but I still have a little bit before I have to get back to patrol, and I promise you that I'll be checking in with you after the patrol as well, he trailed off. Taking the helmet slowly, Arie traced the dents and divots on its face with her fingers before placing it over her head and letting out a little, oh, when it went too deep. Izuku laughed and said, bit big for you, huh? As he slowly raised it to gaze at her. Perhaps you'll get used to it eventually. Arie said, maybe. As she removed the helmet entirely and stared at the skull on the front, her eyes glowed a little. Why is it so scary? She inquired. Someone I really care about designed this helmet, and they said the face is supposed to protect me from evil, Izuku said, rubbing a gloved hand over it. According to Arie, who looked up at Izuku, it does. Can I meet them? With a sorrowful smile, Izuku said, no, not anymore, they're not around. Izuku covered Arie out of instinct when the building shook and the lights flickered. Are you okay? Get under the counter and stay there, I'm going to go see what's going on, he said, glancing to the door when she nodded. You'll return, correct? With concern, she inquired. Izuku glanced at the frightened young girl and said, of course, placing the helmet back in her hands. You know I'll have to return. Izuku left the room, closing it behind him and grabbing a running doctor. What's going on? He demanded, as Arie hugged the helmet and moved beneath the counter. The doctor spluttered, there's a thing. It attacked the heroes outside. It's trying to get in. Pulling his barretta, Izuku ordered him to get your staff somewhere safe. He turned on his radio as he ran down the hall, saying, Deadshot, we have a situation at the hospital. Unknown hostiles are attacking. We'll need immediate. He was interrupted by a dark fist that slammed into his chest, sending him flying back down the hall. Fuck, Izuku moaned, tumbling back to his feet as he raised his guns and fired. We have Nomu at the hospital. Need a backup immediately. Nomu in Hosu, what the hell? Rin snarled as he sprinted across the rooftops. Hold on, kid, I'm coming. He trailed off as he heard a cry of pain. He turned around and glanced down the alley he had just passed, where he saw Native and what could only be Ingenium immobilized by Stain. Hero killer, Rin growled. Sensei, Stain sneered, looking up and meeting Rin's gaze. Come to save these fakes? With his wrist guns firing, he snarled and dove into the alleyway, saying, save them and put you in the ground. As Izuku unloaded his handguns into the Nomu, he ducked another blow. At the same time, a hero shouted to Izuku, we need reinforcements, as they used their telekinesis ability to send nearby objects crashing into the Nomu. Izuku growled and reloaded his weapons, saying, until my mentor arrives, we must hold this freak here. As it charged again, the Nomu in front of them shrieked and headed directly for Izuku, who jumped down the hallway and opened fire. It screamed once more and slammed its fist into the hero's stomach, sending him flying through a wall, after the other hero stabbed it in the chest with a tray full of scalpels. Glaring at the Nomu as he drew his 40mm single shot, Izuku yelled, Psyche, you son of a bitch. The monster screamed in agony as it started to reassemble after the high explosive round tore through its arm. Izuku roared, reloaded, and fired again, this time removing its leg. You like that, you piece of shit? As Kirishima and Tetsu rushed into the hospital, a familiar voice called out, coming through. Just a moment later, a hardened fist punched the Nomu in the mouth, sending it reeling back out into the street. Midoriya! Kirishima cried, you're here too? Izuku hobbled over to them and asked, where's your mentor? He sent us here to help, Tetsu said, assuming a defensive stance as the Nomu limped back into the hospital. Fourth kinds in the town square helping local heroes contained 2 other Nomus. Izuku holstered his Berettas and raised his M4, saying, get ready, this thing has hyper regeneration and who knows what else. Aim for the head, if we can kill it we can end this. Take it out. Which industry are you in? Tetsu questioned impolitely. That last Nomu we faced nearly killed him and Aizawa. If we don't put it down, it might just destroy this entire hospital, Kirishima said. As his skin turned to metal, Tetsu snarled, you're right, even though I don't like it, let's do it right. I've got your back, Steel. As the 2 charged in and started striking the Nomu, avoiding its kicks and punches while simultaneously dealing the monster devastating blows, Kirishima growled. In the meantime, Izuku was attempting to get a good angle on the monster in order to hit it in the head without striking Tetsu or Kirishima. Aim for the head. He gave the order while firing a 3-round burst that destroyed a portion of its brain. The damage then healed itself as the creature swung at Izuku and swatted him away. This isn't slowing down, Tetsu screamed and groaned as he was flung out of the hospital by a strong blow. Tetsu. Kirishima let out a worried cry. Kirishima duck. Kirishima leapt out of the way as the 40mm exploded inside the monster's brain, sending gray matter and pieces of skull flying across the room as Izuku gave the order and raised the gun again from where he lay. Are you okay? Izuku asked as he hobbled over to assist Kirishima in standing up. Kirishima gave him the thumbs up and remarked, bit banged up but fine. You 2 are still alive. As he got to the 2, Tetsu called and ran back into the hospital, his costume looking worse for wear. As he watched the Nomu's head start to reorganize, Izuku moaned, okay, there's no fucking way. We're not quite out of the woods yet. As fire engulfed the Nomu, an Endeavor emerged behind it, burning it so completely that it was incapable of regeneration. The 3 heroes in training relaxed instead of preparing for another battle. Midoriya, Shoto called as he hurried to his peers. With Kirishima supporting him, Izuku collapsed to his knees and mumbled, sight for sore eyes. Are you a good man? Kirishima inquired. As Izuku switched on his radio, he grunted, I think I may have broken some ribs. Ghost to Deadshot. Nomu has been neutralized. I repeat, Nomu has been neutralized. Ghost. I need you here right now. Deadshot. I need more help because I'm fighting the hero killer right now. As his mentor gave him the coordinates, Izuku cursed, my mentor is fighting the hero killer, and I'm combat ineffective. The hero killer is where? Endeavor questioned sternly. Izuku groaned as Kirishima helped him up and muttered, alleyway about 2 clicks to the south, Deadshot is currently engaged. Endeavor said, Shoto, with me. Then we'll go reinforce him. As Tetsu examined the injured psyche, Kirishima led the injured teenager down the hall and said, let's get you to a room, Midoriya. The heroes of today are unworthy to hold such a title, Stain said, swerving from wall to wall and barely avoiding his former mentor's rounds as gunfire filled the air. To usher in a new era, the fakes of society will be put to death. You speak too much. The Ingenium boy had just dragged Native out of the alleyway, leaving the 2 alone, and Rin snapped as he reloaded his weapons. Stain landed on the pavement and charged forward, katana ready, saying, I never thought I'd end up fighting you, my former master. You are one of the few true heroes left, however, you obstruct my mission. Your goal is nonsense. You call these heroes fakes and unworthy, but they still perform heroic duties. Rin growled, avoiding Stain's blows, defending the defenseless. For their personal benefit and profit. A real hero would never ask for anything in return, he said sarcastically as he leapt over a hail of bullets and threw 2 knives. It's okay for people to be flawed. You're not judge, jury, and executioner Akaguro, and it's time someone reminded you of that, Rin said, catching his knives and tossing them back before firing another round of bullets. Stain gasped in agony as his knives pierced his chest. He was barely able to avoid his former master's bullets, which grazed his skin as they flew by. He pulled out another knife to throw it, but a big hand grabbed him by the throat. Endeavor sneered as he let loose his hellflame, and in a matter of seconds, Stain was unconscious and on the ground. Hero killer. Deadshot said, Endeavor. I assume you're the backup that my protege sent? He paused when he noticed Stain standing slowly and several other heroes running toward them, saying, Yes, your ghost is a talented young man, out for more punishment Endeavor. Stain roared, everyone in the area freezing at the pure bloodlust pouring off the man. Come on you fake. Try it out. Do you really think I would allow any of your phonies to take me out? Only one man has the authority to murder me. It's all worth it. Bang. As Stain fell to the ground with Deadshot's bullet in his head, the heroes in attendance gaped in disbelief. He lowered his arm and growled, Shut the fuck up. Endeavor muttered, You killed him, as his son appeared ill. He was too dangerous to be kept alive, said the Deadshot, and I'm sure there's bigger fish to fry right now. He's correct. We still have a lot of search and rescue back in the square, and Native and Iida need the hospital, Manuel yelled. Okay, let's get to work, but this isn't over Deadshot, Endeavor said, his fists clenched. Rin just walked away without saying anything. WVWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWW Izuku sat and listened. You two demonstrated to everyone what having a chivalrous heart is all about. As the two boys stood at attention, the four-armed man yelled, his eyes appearing to sparkle, I am so proud. Mr. Fourth Kind, thank you. The telekinetic hero, who was wearing gauze except for his eyes, chuckled and squirmed from his bed, saying, but seriously, you guys really saved my ass, especially you Ghost. As Izuku considered Arie next door, he remarked, it was a coincidence that I was at this hospital. Coincidence or not, glad you were here. Rin said sternly as he walked into the room, I'm glad someone is. Izuku said, avoiding eye contact, sensei. He said, you did good work yesterday kid, after Rin gave him a stern look. Looked further into those Yakuza guys you caught, they had some funky shit on them, Rin sighed. I want you to protect that young girl once you're cleared. Yes sir. How are you holding up? Rin sneered and walked back out, saying, ask me again after these bureaucrats are done fucking with me. The question Kirishima asked out loud was, that guy's kinda an asshole isn't he? Tetsu concurred, saying, not the nicest of guys. Bonk. Fourth Kind roared, that there is a veteran hero and you'll show your respect. You two show some respect. Yes sir, I'm going to go check on the kid, Kirishima. Can you let me know when Ida is done with the doctors? I need to talk with him, Izuku said, sighing as he stood up and flinched a little. Got you class prez, Kirishima said, giving him the thumbs up as Izuku entered Arie's room. The young girl was watching a television program that one of the nurses had turned on. Ghost! She exclaimed joyfully, her eyes gleaming as she leapt from her bed and ran to the wounded hero in training, asking, are you okay? Izuku ruffled the girl's hair and smiled amiably, saying, of course, can't take me down that easy. Besides, had to come back for my helmet right? He asked. Nodding, she said, right, have you eaten yet? He inquired, to which the girl replied quietly, let's go to the cafe and then get some food in ya. Together, they left, Arie clinging to the bigger boy and holding his hand while she peered around anxiously. Izuku gently squeezed her hand and said, don't worry, kid. I assure you that you're safe here. She remained near, nodding and mumbling, okay. So you're saying the girl has no documented guardians? The CPS worker asked Rin as they conversed. Her mother had signed away her rights to the grandfather, but we've been unable to reach him, and the gentleman we've talked to. Rin asked, more Yakuza? And the doctor nodded. And we have another problem. The girl doesn't trust anyone save for your protege, she won't even talk to us unless he prompts her. With all of her injuries, I wouldn't be surprised if Midoriya's saving her is the first positive experience this kid has had. Is there a way to sign temporary custody to myself? He inquired. It'd keep her close to him, and I'm a pro-hero, should deter any attempts by the Yakuza to reclaim her. The doctor asked apprehensively, does the boy have a mother? He does, I'll give her a call, Rin said, rolling his eyes. Izuku smiled as he saw Arie's mouth water at the sight of a bright red apple on her tray and carefully placed the two food trays down, saying, dig in short stack. She exclaimed, thank you, as she took a large bite of the apple. Guess you like apples huh? Izuku laughed. Don't forget to eat your hamburger too, can't just live on fruit you know. She hummed, okay, her attention still on the apple. While eating, Izuku continued to focus on Arie and talk to her. Soon, they were both finished and just chatting. Izuku was telling Arie about the incredible All Might when Kirishima approached and said, hey Midoriya. Iida's finished talking with the docs, said he'd be waiting in his room for you. Thanks, Kirishima. Would you mind keeping an eye on Arie while I speak with him? Obviously, Kirishima took a smile. While I go take care of something, Arie, can you stay with Kirishima? Don't worry, he's a good friend of mine, and a hero too, he said to the anxious-looking girl. She muttered, okay, as Kirishima sat down beside the girl and Izuku left. All right. Which hero is your favorite? Kirishima smiled broadly as she asked the girl. Who's yours? She said shyly, Ghost, his name is Crimson Riot. Iida sat in his room thinking about what the doctors and the police chief had told him. My arms are hurt, and this is my only warning, you look like hammered shit. When he saw Izuku, Iida looked up and turned away. Midoriya, he said. Been a pretty crazy night, huh? Izuku said as he entered and took a seat in a nearby chair. Hero killer's dead, and those Nomu showed up again, Izuku said to him. I heard you had to go up against them, I'm sorry I couldn't help. Izuku exhaled. No, I'm sorry Iida, I should have known you'd want revenge, and as your class rep and your friend, I should have been watching out for you. No, Midoriya. I was entirely to blame for this, and I should have pushed Aizawa to bar you from Hosu, no matter the cost, as well as counseling, you weren't in a good spot mentally after your brother's injury. Izuku placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't get me wrong, I'm also pissed you did what you did, but I can't put all the blame on you. I'm so sorry, I couldn't handle, Iida said, looking down. You need to get your act together, straight man. How do you think your brother would have felt if you had passed away? Izuku sighed. Use the next week to process what happened, and don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it, he said. Thank you. Midoriya, run that by me again? Rin leaned back and sighed. He, Inko, and Izuku were sitting in the living room at the moment, and Arie was drawing quietly there. Rin repeated, we want you to be her legal guardian. Izuku's eyes were wide with surprise. You do realize I'm not a pro, right? I'm still in high school, my first year in high school. Yes, I get that, said Rin, but the truth of the matter is, this girl is only truly comfortable with you, she's tolerant of Inko and myself, but if she has any problems she goes to you, and she spends all her time with you. And I'm fine with that, but there's a difference between being an older brother to her and being legally responsible for her. It's more than being an older brother, Izuku, Inko said softly. The way she looks at you, and the way you dote on her, it's like you're her father. Well. Look, how would I even take care of her? I have school, Izuku said, turning to face his mother. She'll be looked after by your mother while you're at school. Rin started out, and I'll be on deck to take care of anyone who tries to come for her. We still don't know her quirk, so we'll have to be careful. After giving it some thought, Izuku sighed and swore, give me the damn paper. He looked up at Rin and gave him the finger when the man smugly slid the documents in front of him. He read them over and signed them, saying, the Hero Association is giving us a stipend for her? They recognize that we're taking a big risk taking care of her, he said. It's confirmed that Yakuza are looking for her, and we don't know her quirk. If it's as dangerous as they believe, then you two might need to relocate to UA. Izuku looked at his mother worriedly and said, and you're all right with this, Mom? This puts you in a lot of danger. With Rin here and Fourth Kind and Psyche promising to patrol around here, I couldn't be safer, she said dismissively. I'll be fine. What about her peculiarities, mystery? Rin inquired. I used to have to deal with dangerous quirks all the time at the hospital. She responded dismissively, I can take care of a single girl. In fact, it'll probably be easier because I don't have to worry about a whole ward. With a sigh, Izuku handed the papers back to Rin and signed again, saying, here. Anything else? Yeah, your last day of your internship is tomorrow. However, due to the circumstances, I'm gonna give you tomorrow to better acquaint yourself with Arie. She'll need you around. Yes, sir. Rin got up and said. Well, it was good seeing you again, Inko. See you next Saturday. She smiled and waved him away as he left their apartment, saying, have a good day, Rin. Izuku sighed, this is going to be an adjustment. As Arie dashed into the kitchen, Inko laughed and said, oh, I think you'll do fine. Mr. Ghost. Mr. Ghost. I drew something. Holding the paper out to him, she said. Izuku smiled and said, well, let's see it. His tough exterior vanished as he turned to face the young girl and held up the paper. A green stick figure with wild scribbles for hair and a gray arm next to her was depicted in a crayon drawing of two small stick figures standing in front of a house. The first had a small, pointed bump on its head and hair drawn with a yellow crayon. She muttered softly, avoiding eye contact with Izuku as the boy laughed. It's you and me. I think I know exactly where this should go. He stood and walked over to the refrigerator, pinning the drawing up with magnets, saying, "It's perfect, Arie," as he affectionately ruffled her hair, causing her to giggle as she gave the faintest hint of a smile. There, as Arie gazed in awe at the location, Izuku said, "A place of honor. Now, let's get you some dinner." All right. As she observed the two interacting, Inko grinned and slowly got up to go to her room. "Yeah, I think you'll do just fine," she said quietly. Izuku turned on the night light and said softly, "Good night, Arie." Later that night, as he was tucking Arie into his old bed, the young girl was just beginning to wake up. Arie muttered drowsily, "Good night, Papa," as she completely passed out, failing to notice Izuku's startled expression before it softened and he bent to plant a kiss on her forehead. As he walked out, he carefully closed the door behind him and said softly, "Sweet dreams, princess." "Is she sleeping?" As she poured tea for them both, Inko questioned her son. Izuku sighed, out like a light, and sat down across from his mother. He quietly thanked her for the tea while gazing thoughtfully into the dark liquid. "What's the matter?" As she sipped from her own cup, Inko sat down completely and asked her son. Izuku whispered, Arie, she called me Daddy when she was falling asleep." "Well, you do give off such a fatherly air," Inko said with a smile, "the way you act with her. It's like how your father used to act with you." Even though it had been a mutual breakup from what his mother said, Izuku stiffened a little because they didn't talk much about his father, the man who had divorced his mother when he was 9 and only sent Christmas cards. "Why would I want to act like that bastard?" Izuku crossed her arms and leaned back, muttering. "You treat that little girl with unconditional love, even though you've only known her for a few days. Don't you think that would make her hold you on a pedestal?" Inko sighed. "I know you have your problems with your father, I do too, but I didn't mean that as an insult." You're right, but," Izuku moaned, running a hand through his hair. "I was hoping all this would happen after high school, not in the middle of it. I can't say I disagree with you, but it is happening now, and you'll need to come to terms with it, because that little girl can't handle a betrayal after all that she's been through." With a tiny smile spreading across his lips, Izuku nodded slightly and said, "All honesty, I felt warm when she called me that." "Drink your tea." Inko smiled and took another sip of her own tea. "I want to take her down to the beach tomorrow," Izuku said, bringing up the tea and taking a tiny sip. "She's starting to smile just a little more every day, and I think she'll enjoy the beach." "I think you're right," Inko replied. "Why don't you invite that Kirishima boy as well? Arie was fond of him." "I think Kirishima's having to work with fourth kind tomorrow," Izuku murmured and then laughed, "but I know someone who just finished his internship who would be very happy to help with this." "I hate you. I know. So much. I'll live with it." "Mr. Izuku. Join us for some playtime." Izuku grinned at the child's excitement as she attempted to balance a seashell atop one of the towers while Arie called from where she and Inko were building a sand castle. "Mr. Izuku." Bakugo looked at Izuku, who merely sighed, and asked in bewilderment. "She called me Ghost until she met Mom, then tried Mr. Ghost, now it's Mr. Izuku. Glad we're slowly getting to simply, Izuku." As they started to approach them, Bakugo sneered, "HMPH, surprised she isn't calling you Dad or something." "Hee. Right." Izuku stared resolutely ahead as Bakugo gave him a sharp look, a smug smirk starting to tug at the corner of his lips. As he packed sand around the seashell, Izuku kneeled beside Arie and said, "Here, now it won't go anywhere." "Many thanks," she said, her tiny, hardly noticeable smile growing slightly larger. He ruffled her hair and said, "Of course, kid," while she giggled. "How's it going, Auntie?" Bakugo asked, rolling his eyes as he sat down next to Inko. He inquired. "Katsuki, how was your internship? It's been all right." He tried to ruffle his still-combed hair and muttered, "A waste of time. Best Genist was trying to fix me, but apparently I'm too angry and loud." "Have you mentioned your hearing aids to him?" Bakugo became tense as Inko questioned him. When she grabbed his ear and twisted it, he whimpered, complaining, "No one needs to know about those damn things." She scolded him, releasing his ear, saying, "If you're not careful, you're gonna lose your hearing by the time you're 25. And if you could actually hear, you might not come off as so angry." Bakugo remained silent while observing Arie and Izuku build the castle, muttering, "He looks happy. Much better than the beginning of the school year." She looked at the young boy and smiled. "Yes, I was worried for a bit. But he's starting to heal. You really helped him." "I didn't do much." As Izuku and Arie walked up, She patted his shoulder and said sweetly, "You did, more than you know." Arie hid slightly behind Izuku, who placed a comforting hand on top of her head. He knelt next to her and said, "Hey Bakugo," carefully guiding Arie up. "This is Arie, and she wants to meet you, but she's a little scared." Hello Mr. Bakugo," Arie muttered sweetly as she glanced up at him and turned away. With a sigh, Bakugo reached into his pocket and took out a pair of hearing aids, which he inserted into his ears and activated. "Can you say that again, kid? Need these to hear ya no," he said, tapping his hearing aids and speaking as evenly and calmly as possible. Hello Mr. Bakugo," Arie said again, swallowing and nodding. "I'm Arie." Bakugo said, "Nice to meet you kid," and extended a hand. Arie reluctantly accepted it, saying, "Strong grip." He laughed, "Could hurt someone with that strength." "Are you hurt?" she drew away and asked in a terrified tone. Izuku quickly intervened to calm the girl down, causing Bakugo to stiffen. Izuku laughed lightly and remarked, "He just means you're gonna grow up to be big and strong." "Yeah," Bakugo said with an unsteady laugh, "that's what I meant, kid." With hesitation, she said, "Okay." Bakugo stood up, feeling his leg begin to shake. "You like ice cream, kid?" "Ice cream?" Wondering, she said, "What is that?" Izuku stood up and picked up Arie, carrying her while Bakugo followed with his hands in his pockets and Inko at his side, grinning smugly at him. "Let's go get some so you can see." He complained, "Don't say a thing." I said nothing. Later that night, Arie was still awake and trying sleepily to keep her eyes open as Izuku tucked her in for another night's sleep. She muttered, "But I'm not tired," as she obstinately attempted to remain awake in spite of the blankets inviting warmth and the weight of her homemade meal. Izuku grinned and said, "I'm sure you're not," as he sat down next to her bed and switched on the nightlight. "But bedtime's here, so we all have to go to bed." She pouted, "But I'm really not." "Are you certain about that?" laughed Izuku. He yawned loudly as he asked, causing her to yawn back. "Yes." Izuku leaned back and looked through his bookshelves before taking out a picture book and saying, "How about we read a story for a little while?" As he opened the book, she leaned over and said, "Okay." Many, many years ago in the city of Nara, the old capital of Japan, lived a wise state minister named Toyonari. After a short while, Izuku was silently leaving Arie's room and returning to the table with his friend. Izuku sighed and sat down, saying, she didn't want to go to sleep, had to read her a story. Izuku laughed as Bakugo sneered, "Fatherhood suits you." Izuku looked at his hands and sighed, "Yeah, guess so, after all that bullshit we went through." Bakugo replied, "Auntie Inko said she'd be taking care of her when you're at school." Rolling his eyes with the quotes, he said, "Yeah, she's really happy to be a grandmother, she's got an Arie to call her Obasan." "Well, I'll be there if you guys need any help," Bakugo said with a laugh. "Thanks Bakugo." Izuku entered the classroom grinning at the feeling of normalcy after hearing laughter and arguments. Kirishima ran up to Izuku and yelled, "Yo Midoriya. How are you doing, man? How is Arie doing?" With a laugh and a fist bump, Izuku said, "I'm good, and she's doing great. Everyone moved in, and Mom's probably having a great time keeping her busy." "Hell yeah, man. Contact me if you ever need assistance." "Thanks, but let's all head to our desks for the time being." As he approached his desk, Izuku spoke louder, drawing everyone's attention. As he passed Iida, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. As the boy sat beside Kirishima, Uraraka asked, "Who's Arie?" Kirishima grinned and remarked, "Little girl Midoriya saved from some Yakuza thugs in Hosu. She's staying with him now, practically his daughter." "Oh, Midoriya is a father," Mina exclaimed. "So adorable." Toru joined her in singing. "Dad Midoriya. Well, he's up for the job, he acts like our dad sometimes," Kaminari inquired. "Hee, sure, like, hey dad, can we have ramen after school today?" Siro laughed. "Or say hello, Dad, is it possible for us to visit and play with Class 1B? Uraraka giddily joined in on Sato's laughter. "Oh, Dad, after training, is it possible to play stickball? Dad, please." As everyone started laughing more, she pretended to beg. "Hi, Dad. Can we get some drinks at the pop stand? Dad, please, Dad." Kaminari laughed and pushed Kirishima, who nearly collapsed from laughter at his desk. Izuku glared at them all and said, "Enough. Okay Dad." "Sorry, Dad, won't happen again Dad." Izuku leaned back in his chair and moaned, "Kami's cursed me." Momo entered the classroom, looking perplexed as the majority of the students fell silent. "Who's a dad?" she asked. Midoriya is, Kaminari said with a laugh. Jiru punched the back of his head, causing him to freeze. Momo was also frozen, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Midoriya in disbelief. With a weary smile, he assured her, I promise it's not what you think, and they would discuss it after class. All right. Everyone to their seats. Aizawa grumbled as she entered, we have a lot to cover today, namely reviewing your time at your internships individually, but first an announcement. This summer we will be going to a summer training camp. As soon as the majority of the students started cheering and excitedly discussing what would happen at the camp, the room was in a frenzy. They all sat back as Aizawa snarled, her eyes flashing. Enough. Your ability to go to this camp is entirely dependent on all of you passing your final exams. If you fail, you will not be going on this trip, and you'll be in summer school with me. Now, get ready for English. When the bell rang, Izuku started to arrange his belongings, freeing them up for lunch. Midoriya, stay behind a bit. Aizawa and Nezu were waiting when Izuku looked up, letting the other students, including Yaoyorozu, pass. Yaoyorozu hesitated at the door while Izuku stood. Izuku assured her, I'll be along soon. She smiled and nodded slightly before leaving. Izuku asked, leaning back against the desk in the front row with his arms crossed and looking at his principal and teacher. So, what's this about? We wanted to talk to you about the training camp. Nezu jumped onto the desk and said, the camp will be focusing on training the students' quirks to their greatest potential, and the fact of the matter is, you don't have a quirk, so we wanted to speak to you about a potential way to help your skills grow while still being able to go to the camp. With caution, Izuku inquired, what did you have in mind? We want you to spend your time at the camp, harassing the other students. Aizawa replied, heroes are always on guard, and need to be able to react at a moment's notice, which means. With a curious gleam in his eyes, Izuku finished for him, which means they would need to be on guard even in a setting that they would normally be safe at. Am I just going after the 1A students? He asked. You'll be going after both classes, Nezu laughed, and you'll be allowed to take whatever you want from your armory to see it through, as well as your costume. I'll have to get with Hatsume. Izuku murmured, see about adding a cloaking feature to my armor. All that can be handled at a later date, for now you need to pass your final. Yes, sir, Izuku nodded, but I must inquire as to where Arie will be at this time. We acknowledge that your ward is a special subject, and while I would like to say you may bring her along, there will have to be extensive talks with the owners of the land we will be utilizing as well as Mr. Watanabe, as he is technically in charge of the investigation. If she is unable to join us, then we can see about extra security around your apartment complex. Thank you, Principal Nezu, go ahead and run along, I'm sure you have some friends waiting for you. Yaoyorozu was waiting when Izuku bowed to them and left the classroom. Hey, he said with a slight smile. Hello, she said, her smile bright. Izuku sighed and walked with her to the lunchroom, saying, so, I have a lot to catch you up on. So you're a papa now. Izuku leaned back against the wall and sighed. He and Momo were on the roof at the moment, having finished their meals and were now close to the door. Izuku had remained standing while Momo sat on a chair she had made. Yeah, technically, he muttered. She's only really at ease around me, and I gotta say, kid's grown on me. She smiled kindly and said, well, if you need any help I would be happy to give it. Thank you Yao Momo, I'm sorry, but we may have to reschedule our date. I know, she said with a sigh before becoming a little more animated. How about we spend a day with Arie? It would be a pleasure to meet her. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku nodded and said, don't be surprised if she's wary. We can go to the beach this Friday. I have no doubt that by the end of the excursion, we will be best friends. Takoba Municipal Beach on Friday. Momo chuckled while she observed Arie and Izuku splashing around in the shallows while wearing bathing suits. Arie laughed as she hurled water at the squatting teenager, causing him to squirm when the water struck his face. Oh, you will now receive it. Izuku laughed as he jumped back into the water, soaking them both, and scooped up a joyfully squealing Arie. I'm completely soaked now, Izu, she grumbled while maintaining her joyful smile. Really? Izuku laughed as he got to his feet and walked back to Momo, who gave the two a towel. Hadn't noticed. Water's fresh, he said to Momo. I'm sure it is, she said, beaming broadly. Yamomo, will you accompany us into the water? Now wrapped in a fluffy, bright pink beach towel, Arie asked naively. She began to say, oh, I would love to, but I don't think, but then let out a little, eep. As Izuku suddenly picked her up at the hips, slinging her over his shoulders, to the water Arie. To the water. With Arie cheering him on, he ran towards the surf and shouted. Izuku. At least Izuku allowed me to remove my wrap. Momo splashed into the waves and laughed. Izuku grinned and said, we can dry it. They dove into the water, laughing as Arie dove in after them. Momo gave Arie a wink as she started to make something at the back of her leg and sprayed Izuku with water as she got up, removing her now sopping wet wrap and leaving her in a basic one piece. You're gonna pay for that, Momo said. Really? Izuku stood up completely out of the water and asked with a humorous smile. Izuku was soaked as he fell back into the water after she and Arie swiftly raised water guns. Yep, she said. Do you believe he's had enough? Momo asked with a mischievous smile, laughing when Izuku suddenly picked her up. Arie. Oh Arie, please assist. Momo, I'm coming. When Izuku also picked her up, Arie yelled, ran over to them, and screamed with laughter. Is there anyone else who is hungry? As the two girls laughed, Izuku asked in a conversational manner as he walked towards the doctor. Soon, they were all sitting in a row on the dock, enjoying the sandwiches that Inko had made them while the sun was setting. After a while, they were returning to the apartment, with Arie dozing off on Izuku's back. As they strolled, Izuku gave Momo a slight smile and remarked, she had fun today. To be honest, I did too. Momo ran a loving hand through Arie's hair and said, I'm glad. She's such a bright little ball of sunshine. All honesty, it was tough the past 2 weeks. Izuku acknowledged, she's still dealing with all that she went through. I was honestly surprised when she was okay with wearing a one-piece today. She usually wants to hide the scars on her arms. As they arrived at the apartment, she said softly, any progress is good progress. I had a good time today. I'm happy we were able to do this. Me too. Izuku grinned and asked if anyone else would like to do something on Friday of next week. Obviously, Momo blurted out, I mean, it would be a delight, before blushing deeply. That is, if you're not busy. Izuku cleared his throat and laughed nervously, alright, have a good night, Momo. Momo, still flushed, waved goodbye as her limousine arrived, saying, you as well Midoriya. Ms. Yaoyorozu, are you okay? The driver inquired. As she climbed into the back of the limousine, she grinned broadly and said, why yes, I'm perfect. Izuku was helping a now clean Arie into bed upstairs a short while later. Did you have fun today, Squirt? She muttered, I like you Momo, as if she were tunneling into her bed. Izuku tucked her in and said, I like her too, kissing her forehead tenderly and saying, sweet dreams princess. She sighed, sweet dreams, Papa, as she fell asleep and the door clicked silently shut. After 3 weeks. Before putting his armor on, Izuku gave it one last inspection to make sure the metal was still intact after it had been dented and scratched. This new feature should allow full camouflage, right? As he played with his vambrace, he asked Hatsume. Yes. Incorporating it with the suit's biometrics wasn't too difficult, and I also made the helmet foldable to save you time when putting it on and off. He said, you've really outdid yourself this time, Hatsume. He pressed a button on his vambrace, causing the helmet shutter to slide into place with a smooth design. You made this using the scraps from my last helmet, didn't you? Yep. She chirped, the simplest way. If you follow the correct order, I've also updated the HUD. She pressed 2 buttons simultaneously, then a third by itself, turning the glass a shade of blue. Izuku began, what the hell? As his HUD turned a gentle blue. He glanced at Hatsume, who was almost instantly outlined in red and her heartbeat pulsing ever so slightly. Now this is interesting, he muttered softly. Hatsume smiled and said, yes, it can follow a person's heartbeat through debris and walls for up to 15 meters. She laughed as the function abruptly shut off, returning to its default setting and slightly startling Izuku. Jesus. As he removed the helmet, he complained. Could still use a few tweaks. She grumbled, your time limit is about 45 seconds, with a minute recharge, so I go ahead and limit that to 30 seconds so you don't get a full body shock. There's always a catch, isn't there? Reactivating the helmet and checking the time, he asked wearily, shit, practical starts soon, thanks again Hatsume, hope we won't give you too much work after we smash these bots. He called as he left. Oh, I doubt it. We don't typically wait for bots. Looking to the door where Izuku had vanished, she asked bewilderedly, wonder why he thinks they're facing bots. As Momo and Bakugo waited to arrive at their destination, Izuku sat next to them in the back of the bus. Momo exclaimed, look what Arie drew for me yesterday, as she held up the crayon drawing of her, Izuku, and Arie standing on the shore. You're disgusting. Bakugo complained, man up, we're heroes, not nannies. Ochako scowled and turned away, saying, I know it might be hard for you to realize Bakugo, but Yaomomo is a woman, not a man. What on earth were you doing there? Bakugo stiffened as Izuku asked him in a low voice. Bakugo approached the vivacious girl in the hallways and said, "Hey Uraraka," in a rough voice. Uraraka said, "Oh hey Bakugo," with joy in her voice. Uraraka's eyes widened in surprise and then narrowed in anger as he said bluntly, "You need to hit the gym. It should be easy if you ask her to train with you." "Pardon me." She insisted on knowing. "That's not how I meant it, simply put, you're overweight." "You dare?" "No, I don't mean that at all. I'm trying to say that you're manly." "You're an idiot," she yelled, stomping furiously down the hallways and shouldering past him. "You said she was overweight?" Izuku questioned incredulously, and Momo turned her head away in a furious huff. "I didn't mean it like that." Bakugo sighed. "I was trying to ask if she wanted to train with me." "How does calling her fat become part of that?" Izuku questioned with astonishment. "Shut up." As the bus came to a stop, Aizawa said drearily, "We're here." Before long, they were all lining up and making their way to a sizable building that was supposed to be a control tower. Izuku and Bakugo became tense when Kirishima whispered, "Why are the other teachers here?" "Everyone listen up," Aizawa replied. "Now, I'm sure you've all heard different things about the practical test." "Trashing bots," Mina and Kaminari exclaimed. As he peered out from Aizawa's scarf and scaled down his leg, Nezu said jokingly, "Unfortunately no. While in years past we utilized battlebots to test our first years, this year has shown us we must take different methods." "You'll be facing us," a smiling Midnight said. Along with the rest of her class, Uraraka exclaimed in disbelief, We're facing our teachers." "But you guys could kick our ass 6 ways from Sunday," Mineta was sobbing. "We'll be handicapped by these weights." Aizawa was pointing to a pair of cuff. "They're designed to weigh half our body weight, giving all of you a fair chance. You pass by either capturing your opponent, or making it through the gate to escape. Each of you will be paired off and will be facing one teacher, Jiro, Koda. You two will face off against present Mike, Kirishima, Sato, against Cementos, and Bakugo and Midoriya. You two will be facing me." When All Might appeared on the scene and posed in front of the two boys, Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine. "Hope you two zygotes have brought your A game today."
I will continue this story in next part. Till then, bye bye.